Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Gaming Studios for the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. We're back at it once again. We did one last month, and now we're doing it again. You love to see it. I'm Taylor Reflections Nova. I'm going to be your host for this weekend, and I can't wait to see how Arena has evolved from last month to this month. It's going to be a lot of the same teams, same players, with some fresh faces, and of course, maybe even some fresh play styles, but I can't do this job alone. No, I'm going to be joined by two phenomenal casters throughout the weekend. Of course, I'm talking about Onset and Gaskin. Onset, let's start off with you, brother. You're back at it once again. You know, it's nice to have you. How have you been?
I've been good. Thank you for the very kind intro. I've just noticed that Dan's head's bigger than mine, which
it definitely is.
He always makes himself look bigger than me on camera, and I'm getting sick of it, to be honest with you. But I'm super happy to be here. I think you've brought up some great points. Arenas has developed. We've had, last time we were here was the first time we saw Arenas and competitive play with the pro teams, and now we've rolled on a little bit. A few more tournaments have gone by, and there's definitely been some interesting play styles been developed.
Well, Gaskin, two questions. First and foremost, it's great to have you. How you feeling? And secondly, why do you make yourself bigger than Onset when you're on camera? Are you just trying to show them up? Is it because you're insecure about your size? I know I am. What's going on?
I want the answer.
It sounds more like there's some insecurity from Mark's end, to be honest.
100%. It's all I have on you, Dan. It's all I've ever had on you. Is
myself. I have a very small head, right? I'm not trying to make it look bigger. I can go back if you want me to. I'm just sitting within the range of the microphone. I'm doing my job. Mark will shout to me for it. There's nothing more than that, Reflections, all right? Don't worry about it.
Fair enough. Well, how you doing, though? It's great to have you on broadcast. First time, I guess, you're casting Arenas. Is that correct?
I casted an Arenas tournament just a couple of weeks ago, but first time with UMG casting it. So it was amazing to see how, as Mark said, the kind of transition from the UMG tournament to the other tournament we just casted with Arenas, and seeing how people really just... They changed the meta. Like there was different legends coming into the equation. There was aggression coming into things. Passiveness was kind of stomped out. So I'm very excited to see what happens.
Wow, that's great. So you casted a couple weeks ago, so you got a little bit more experience as of the recent meta. So I'm going to be weighing really heavily on that, asking you some questions, because maybe you can bring some new information into the UMG studios. Let's first talk about our match format, because maybe not everybody is familiar when it comes to Arena. So this is how it works. It's the first to 3 round wins, okay? So basically, if you 3-0, you 3-0, it's over with, or at least if it's 3-1, you still win. But if you get to the point it's tied up 2-2, you then have to win by 2. And if the match remains tied at 4-4, it goes to round 9, and that is sudden death, and then whoever wins that round 9 will be the victor. We are, in fact, going to have a couple of bans this time around. Last time Bloodhound was banned. It's going to be banned this time, too. We love to see that. Just a pings. It just gets a bit, I don't know, it just gets a bit worn out. Seer is also going to be banned out. It's a little bit overpowered at the moment, plus it's very new. We didn't want to introduce him into the tournament. And then, of course, the L-Star and the Prowler will, in fact, be banned. Yes, you do see them in drops from time to time, but you can't pick it up. You can't use it. Keep that in the back of your mind. Let's also talk about our tournament format, though, and how these 2 days are going to roll out. Today, day number 1, we're going to have group play. It's going to be 4 double elimination groups, best of 5 series all around. Okay, so best of 5, keep that in mind. Top 2 from each group will advance to playoffs. So you're going to have one team that moves forward from the winners, and then one team that is going to move forward from the losers. And then day 2 is going to be playoffs, single elimination, best of 5 series. 8 teams will move on from group play into the playoffs. And then, of course, from those 8 teams in that single elimination, we will crown a winner. But what is everybody playing for? That's the most important thing, but everybody always wants to see the $10,000. It's going to be broken up in this way. First place, $5,000. Second place, $3K. And then third and fourth will walk away with $1,000 respectively. You love to see it. A lot of money to be thrown around. And I know G2 is looking to capitalize again like they did in the last tournament a month ago. But now we can start getting some insight into the teams. We got a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess, Gaskin, actually, I'm going to start off with you, since I started off with Onset before and he offended you. So I'm going to go ahead and say it. What team looks the best to you on paper?
He does that a lot, by the way. He just offends me in general.
He did it to me, too, last time. So I'm in your corner.
I'll fight you all.
Right, in answer to your question, we of course have to look at who was on top. Last time we saw Arena go down, I mean, G2, Ghost Gaming, we can't ignore them after their performances. I'm particularly looking at Aqualix and Kangana. I know that they are very strong teams as well. Like, there is some absolute powerhouses in this tournament, which is going to create for some incredible matches.
All right. Well, I mean, absolutely. And obviously, you got to look at G2. As you said, Ghost is also in there to second place from last time. A lot of returning champions, a lot of returning faces. Onset, you had a chance to cast over them a month ago, including G2 and Ghost obviously taking that first and second place. He mentioned Kangarna. Kangarna did not have a good performance despite their history in BR and being a great, successful team. They kind of dropped the ball in the last tournament.
Yeah, I mean, BR and arenas are very different, and I will say that until I'm blue in the face. But it's interesting to see which teams manage to transfer over to arenas, especially those who may not have played as much. Even though I feel like with a couple of tournaments that have gone by now, there's a little bit more experience for the teams. And even if you haven't played in them, you've watched them and you've got the idea of how different teams are going to approach things, how you can approach it yourself as a team. So even though Kangarna didn't have the best of performances last time, I'm sure they want to put that right today. They're incredibly talented lineup, great at team fighting, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them go very deep in the tournament.
Yeah, great points. I mean, look, BR is an arena, bottom line, period. They play differently, but we've had some time. Kangarna could very well enter into the playoff stage, which they missed last time. But let's talk about Group A, our first group that is going to be on screen. And you got a powerhouse team again, right at the top. Onset, we're talking about G2, the winners from before facing against Elevate. I think that's more so pressure on Elevate than it is for G2.
Yeah, G2 are looking forward to this as well. It's one thing that I always keep my eye on is social media, going into events, whatever it might be, whether it's a $1 million tournament or something slightly smaller. But G2 are saying they want the back-to-back. They want to go in today and they want to make a statement that they are the best arenas team in the world, as well as one of the best teams in Battle Royale. So consistency for them across whatever format it is, it doesn't matter. They're super motivated, and I love that about G2. They're very competitive, very driven individuals, and it shows in their performances recently.
And Gaskin, you got Kangarna there, obviously. You were just hyping them up. They play against Lazarus. How do you think that one's going to go?
Yeah, I think we'll see Kangarna bounce back from their original performance in UMG Invitational number 1. I'd like to think so anyway. As you say, like BR to Arena, there is a transition, there is a massive difference, but I think some people just need to dig their heels in a little bit. All it requires is a tiny bit of research, recognize what the meta is, recognize who you're playing against. Might be a little bit of legend swap out here or there, but I think they'll bounce back and I expect them to take a victory here.
I hope they do, because look, we're looking at Kangarna, we're looking at G2 Esports. I mean, literally in that winners round, which would be phenomenal to see, and could be a great indication as to what to expect even in playoffs when they match up with each other. Let's take a look at Group B, though. Group A is looking stacked. Group B looking just as stacked. We're going to be starting off with Ghost Gaming and Noble today. That's going to be a fun one to see. Premier GG and Applejacks will face off against each other as well. I mean, obviously, Ghost is the big standout here on set. Who else are we looking for to maybe make it out of Group B?
I mean, Noble, very talented lineup as well. And it's one thing to know that, Ghost Gaming had a very good performance and they were kind of overlooked by pretty much everybody on the desk outside of Girl, I think, who kept backing them, and quite rightly so, because she obviously knew more than we did about their arenas play. But Noble, very good team. Premier and Applejacks as well. They're kind of underdogs for me in the tournament. And if they go through to that qualification match and they go up against Ghost Gaming, they take them down, then we'll start talking about them a little bit more.
All right, let's look at Group C, just as stacked as the other ones, I am sure. We got My Little Phony returning in from the last time we had our UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena tournament take place, going against Era Eternity. PK returns as well to play against the Sentinels. I'm liking this one a lot, specifically because My Little Phony, loved the name, loved their performance from last time. Gaskin, I mean, obviously, this is looking like a stacked bracket as well. Who are you expecting to move forward from this one?
I would expect My Little Phony to at least win their initial matchup. As you say, they finished 3rd/4th last time. Knights and Sentinels is a difficult one for me. Naturally, I would want to lean towards Sentinels. I think they are a slightly stronger team. So I could see My Little Phony versus Sentinels in the qualification match. And then, that's a tough one to call. They would be my two teams that I think will go out of this group, but I'm just not sure who's going to go through winners bracket, who through the losers bracket.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it seems like for each of our brackets, each of our groups, right, we have a standout team, but we just don't know who that second team is going to be. And I guess that's so typical, right, when you do these groups and you do these brackets. Let's take a look at Group D, though, and this one's going to be a fun one for me. And we got Arena Demons at the top. And I know you guys might not be as familiar with Arena Demons, but it's going to be Ronnie, Aiden the Destroyer, and Demi. This is a talented bunch. First, second, and third at one point. as a whole when it came to arena competition for Pred. They were the second NA team to reach Pred in arena specifically. You may not know the names too much. You might, I don't know, but depending, Arena Demons for me is going to be my dark horse to not only make it out of Group D, but also to make a deep run into the playoff bracket. On set, we also have the returning Aqualix coming into play. Our only EU representation. They had a good run last time despite the ping difference.
They did indeed, and they're one of the teams who have really pushed the meta. They deep think about how to approach arenas, and we saw them bringing out Mozambiques with purple bolts in the first round.
Yes.
We saw them changing things up, and it's really interesting to watch how they kind of adapt and try and play against different play styles as well. I think there's a lot of thought going into them, and I think the Naski is behind a lot of that. So Aqualix is certainly one of the favorites for the tournament.
I don't know. I do like Cheez-Its, though. All right, it's my favorite snack to have. So Cheez-Its might also be a favorite in the winners bracket, okay, here, at least whenever it comes to Group D. Let's take a look at our schedule, see how everything is going to flow for today. It's an exciting one. It's going to be a long one, but it's going to be great to have all of you there. We'll start off with Ghost versus Noble. It's going to be an amazing one. We were highlighting that Noble, was a great team in that Group B. Ghost Gaming just as well, second place from the last UMG Apex Legends Arena Invitational. So who knows how that one's going to flow out, but we'll be doing A and B for winners round 2 and then lose round 2, obviously, and then we'll move into Group C with PK and Sentinels, right? Two great teams again that'll be playing. Gassing, your favor in Sentinels. I think you have to, and we'll see if they in fact end up moving forward. PK though is definitely going to make their life a little bit difficult. You'd have to assume. But let's focus the conversation into our first matchup we're going to be seeing today to break it open for our second UMG Arena Invitational. Of course, that has to be Ghost and Noble. Ghost, last time on set, you had a chance to watch them. They were incredible. They were showing, honestly, I loved watching them with Phase Runner, by the way. The fact that one of the players literally crawled the entirety of the map to get onto a flank. It was a brilliant play, it really was. But Six Panthers Metro are just literally disgusting. We saw amazing plays from them. Going into this series, what else can we expect from Ghost?
I think the Ghosts are going to want to at least match their performance. I think they'll want to rematch with G2 at some point as well. It's one of those things that stays in the back of your mind, right? G2, they were very confident, as they always are, going into a tournament, and they backed it up. But if you're Ghost Gaming and you got to a point where, you face up against G2 again, if you beat them, if you get that rematch and you manage to take them down, then all of a sudden, when it comes to whatever game it is, if you go back into a BR and we see those two teams match up, it's not a case of, G2 are going to roll them. It's a case of, these two teams are supremely talented. And I think that Ghost Gaming, again, is one of those teams we don't see a huge amount of their POV when we go to Battle Royales, because there are so many teams and so many, different pieces of action going on at once. But to actually watch these three players play together in arenas and see how individually talented they are, I think they want to at least match what they did last time.
Yeah, Gaskin, that's a great point that was brought up last time we had a chance to cast, or at least, for the last UMG Arena Invitational, was the fact that when it comes to BR, we're focused on so many different teams, different POIs, rotations. You're trying to get the juicy fights that are taking place, of course, that end game. Now we get a chance to put a spotlight on these teams. Ghost Gaming was one of them. Noble this time around has a chance to have the spotlight on them, so they're going to want to make a deep run. Going into this matchup for Noble, what do you think they need to do to perform well?
I think map selection is going to be extremely important. Just try and take Ghost Gaming out of their comfort zone, but clearly that's not going to be an easy thing to do. Sure. I think for Noble, they'll hope that Ghost Gaming is probably just going to disrespect them slightly. Maybe feel like this is going to be an easy game. They'll push aggressively. They'll try and play fast. They'll try and go for quick rounds. And if Noble just sit ever so slightly passively at first, wait for that aggression, try and catch a couple of players off guard, maybe they can turn this around and turn it into their favor.
Wow, so the aggression, the disrespect. I would love to see that. I really would. The trash talk is what makes me excited as a host, as a spectator, as a commentator, right? I love seeing that battle of the minds, the battle of the wits, the battle of the bronze. Let's take a look at our maps, though, because Gaskin, you said you wanted to see this one and see maybe if we can take Noble, can take Ghost outside of their comfort zone. So talk me through this, Gaskin. Overflow, Party Crasher, Artillery, Thermal Station, Phase Runner. The 6 maps played competitively. Obviously, we're missing one. These are going to be your 5 in the best of 5. How's it looking to you?
Yeah, I think this will be pretty good. I think Thermal Station will be an interesting one if we get that far, because it can be very close quarters at times.
Sure.
Artillery, of course, you've got the high ground, so it's important with legend selection there. Sometimes you'll see Pathfinders come to the equation. I think Noble will give this a good go, but I think with Overflow and Party Crasher being the initial 2 maps, I'm expecting Ghost Gaming to go up 2-0 here, but Artillery, that's a mismatch for me. I don't know how that one will go.
All right. Well, Onset, I mean, last time we had a chance to watch Ghost, they did a phenomenal job on Overflow. They also did a great job on Artillery. Artillery, obviously, Gaskin mentioning the high ground. That was Metro playing his Octane, right? Using that jump pad to get those guys to high ground, take the advantage. And on an Overflow, you got to give Panders the respect. His Pathfinder play on Overflow last month was incredible. Yeah, these first 3 maps are going to be tough for Noble. Ghost might have the leg up here. What are you thinking?
I agree with you. I think Ghost are certainly the favorites going into this map selection. I like the map selection as well. I think it's some of the best maps we have in Arena, especially the first couple. I really like Overflow. I think a lot of players like it as well. The way it plays, you're kind of forced into battles quite early on. And then when we go over to Party Crasher, I think we've had some of the most explosive moments in arenas happen on Party Crasher where people have been forced to fight very quickly, or there's been standoffs and then those gaps be closed very quickly after the initial damage, and you have sort of this full-on 3v3 brawl. So I love the fact that we're starting today with those 2 maps, not only because we're starting the series off of the 2 maps, but starting the tournament off of them. So I think we're going to have a lot of action. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it goes back to Gaskin's original point. Ghost might be trying to get into Noble's face, be aggressive. And those first 3 maps are all about aggression, right? In your face, you love to see it. Maybe Ghost is going right with the strategy. And who knows, Noble obviously had a hand in picking those maps, and they're going to be confident on the ones they're playing. But I'm gassing up Ghost a lot, and obviously, for me, I think they're the favorite. I really do. But I got to ask the experts. So Gaskin, starting off with you, brother, for your prediction for this series. I mean, you got 2 great teams, but which one is the greatest in your mind?
I usually like to be edgy with my predictions to try and go against the grain and see if I can just pip people at the beginning, but it was hard to go against Ghost here. After their performance last time, I think they are heavy winners, and it would be a shame to see them lose, but it also would be a massive surprise if Noble were able to take this one.
All right, Onset, you like to fight Gaskin, so are you going to fight him in this case? Are you going to go against the grain, go with Noble? What are you thinking?
I like to fight Dan. I just like to keep him in line. That's all it is, okay? It gets a bit carried away. You see, like the good friend always tells you, when like the bad friend is one who just constantly tells you everything's okay. With me and Dan, it's an understand. I'm going with Ghost. I'm rambling. Okay. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going with Ghost. I'm going to copy Dan's predictions the entire time so that he cannot win. It's very simple. My theory today.
Fair enough. And Gaskin, let me just say this first and foremost. Your hair is looking phenomenal. My hair is looking great. Onset, what's going on with you?
Mate, I haven't got any. I mean, it can't look. How can it look? You know what I mean? How can it? And also, very edgy subject to bring up when Dan's around and predictions are around. Because let's just say, there was a recent tournament where Dan said, if they win this, I will shave my head. Has he shaved his head? No, he hasn't.
He didn't honor it? Gaskin, you didn't honor it?
And this isn't on me, by the way, Dan. I didn't bring this up, okay? I didn't bring this up. So
why have you got to throw me under the bus as well? I was not okay with the comment about your hair, by the way. I think
I'm defending you.
Reflections is unfair from you. But no, I didn't honor it. I did say, if this happens, I will shave my head. It was something that should have never happened, by the way.
But it happened, and you got to honor it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was like a 1 in 1 million chance of happening, and it happened. And
it happened.
I love my hair. I could have
1 in a million chance to win the lottery. But if you win the lottery, you're going to give all the money back? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Exactly. You're going to keep the money if you win the lottery, no matter how much the odds are stacked against. Chat, who are you going with? You going with Ghost or Noble? Ghost across the board. Noble, it's up to you, obviously, to prove everybody wrong. Gaskin, I was trying to defend you, man, and throw some fire your way, but I got to get out of here. I guess I was a little bit too edgy on that one. Onset, Gaskin, it's going to be a great first matchup. Woo! Take it away.
I'm ready to fight. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm ready to go. Dan, I don't know what's happening today. Like, this is the kind of fire I want to start off a show with. But Dan, how are you, mate? You all right? What's going on? Talk to me.
I thought that the whole community would have forgotten about the fact that I was going to shave my head, but now it's back, and I'm going to get everyone tweeting me saying, "Oh, you haven't shaved your head." I did shave my head. It's just growing back really fast. All right, that's what happened.
Such a liar. Anyway, let's talk about our first game of the day, because I'm excited. I've got to be honest with you. It's always wonderful to cast with you, Dan, even though it seems like today, for some reason, we hate each other, but we don't really, obviously. Let's talk about the match. Ghost Gaming versus Noble. Ghost Gaming, a wonderful performance from them last time, and a team who only Girl was backing all the way. She knew something we didn't, but I mean, she was right the whole time, and I think today they're going to look to solidify their position as one of the best arenas teams, certainly in North America.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Girl used to play with one of these players quite regularly, so she would have known about their individual ability. I fairly certainly remember her saying something about that during the ALGS when we did feature them ever so slightly when they had like a top 3 placement or something. So I can understand why she's backing them, and for good reason. Like, they have performed well in the previous tournament. It should carry on over into this one. As I say, I wonder how much confidence they'll have coming into this, though. Like, when you know you are better than another team, when you know you should be finishing in the top 3, you are going to run at them. There is going to be an element of disrespect. If you play too scared and allow them into the game, then that is going to be able to flip things in their favor. So I'm expecting them to be very aggressive here.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this does. Have in arenas, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing kicks off, because I feel like teams are kind of forced into early engagements here. There isn't a huge amount of room sort of side to side on this map. It's very linear in the way that you can see lots of lines of sight for teams to get poke damage, but once you do Dan, it's very easy to close that gap and to get those finishes and be super aggressive, which we always love to see.
Yeah, and that could just, favor Ghost Gaming, who we imagine are going to be playing quite aggro. They are going to be playing composition with Loba just to ensure they can get all the utility they may need, whether that be bats or meds, whatever is going to come out of the pills. But look at who's alongside Loba. Octane, and you've got Pathfinder. This is very much a dive composition. As soon as there is that damage that you spoke about, you can jump on another team.
Interesting to see the Mozambique's been leveled up as well to blue bolts, not the purple straight away. So obviously a little bit of investment elsewhere to make sure that there were some other resources to be shared around. But you can see Noble at the moment, more Wingman Mozambique, more standard early picks from what we can see for them for weaponry, as Lucas is looking to make a little bit of a shimmy and a shake up. And they've got the middle of the control of the map here, which is something we talked about last time, Dan. Loba, although you do get the meds, sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of map control.
Yeah, and that means they're not going to be able to get this drop, and that means that you're not going to see a Loba have a weapon in round 1, because all of that would have been spent on black market or your credits. So it's just going to be a Mozambique and a P2020, maybe an RE45 for the Loba. So certainly Ghost Gaming will be slightly behind in that element. And then when we look at the composition of Noble, they've got the Gibraltar. This means that they could go for a bubble fight. We've just seen them pick up a shotgun as well. The Peacekeeper is going to be in hand. So if Noble can close the gap, they can drop the bubble. There could be a great chance of winning this 3v3 engagement.
Well, Lucas is going to have to pop a battery here, which would maybe suggest that he hasn't got any cells to work with. Just 2 cells, remember, for these players in round number 1. So when you do see that chip damage start to whittle down a little bit, it becomes a little bit more difficult to find yourself in a position where you haven't got to take a fight. Speaking of that, Pathfinder versus Loba. Loba, he's going to win that one with a left hook, and that's going to be 2 down, I think, on the side against Ghost Gaming. And Noble now, only impulse on his own. On the Wraith, jumping into the void to maybe create a little bit of a space, but it doesn't look like it's good news here in round number 1 here for Noble.
Well, both members of Ghost were weak, though, but it doesn't matter because pinged out of the sky, Ghost Gaming will take the first round. Against the grain, I'd say. Noble very much had the health advantage going into that. A couple of whiffed shots with the Peacekeeper on the side of Noble. Great work with the Mozambique, and as you say, the left hook to finish things off really changed the tide of that fight. But Ghost Gaming, I think, will be very delighted that they've been able to turn that one in their favor, because they probably shouldn't have, if I'm completely honest. Looking at what Noble had, looking at the fact they had been able to get weapons out of the crate as well, this is a bad start for Noble.
Yeah, just looking over at Ghost Gaming once again, and it's going to be interesting to see how Loba is played, because one thing I noticed from the last tournament that we kind of casted was there is a counterplay to Loba, like we mentioned, and that is just W key. Get forward as quickly as you possibly can and kind of isolate Loba. You can get shots down on the 2 players. You can create a 3v2 situation if you just get up as quickly as you can. But however, looking across composition-wise here with Octane and Pathfinder, maybe that's not as easy to do, because they do have the ability to get up to middle map quite quickly, at least show presence, which is going to slow a team down as Loba can then rejoin the rest of the composition.
Yeah, especially as we get further into the rounds, right, when there's more credits available, you can spend them on those ultimates from Pathfinder and Octane. Nice little shredding ability from the flatline there by Pandas, and now Ghost Gaming will have this advantage. They forced the bubble from Noble, and they're looking to try and initiate a fight here.
Wingman in the hands of Metro. Frag grenade going to be tossed his way, but going to be able to avoid that one nice and easily as he uses the stim to just increase that strafe speed and that movement speed a little bit quicker. And it doesn't matter about movement speed when you're hitting shots like that. Double 45 and a 45 to a teammate. Lots of numbers popping up from the wingman here of Metro as he's looking very, very strong in this initial engagement.
Let's go here.
Supply drop is there for the taking, but it's a risk to go for it. Again, good shots coming out from Metro. Does have 3 batteries to work with. This is the benefit of being able to have the Loba, getting a couple of extra bats from the pills that are on the ground. And Ghost Gaming haven't got too aggressive here. They are not disrespecting Noble, but they are out-damaging them at the moment. Another 104. And again, as we move across to Noble, you look how weak Impulse is.
Yeah, this isn't good. 2 players fall very quickly. As soon as they got that initial knock, Ghost were not afraid to push, and now it's just a matter of finishing off this final kill. They managed to locate it. They managed to eliminate the final player, and that's going to be 2-0 down, and already we're on map point.
Yeah, you'd expect Ghost really to be picking this one up somewhat comfortably. Noble have given it a good go. They've got map positioning, but it's just the shots that have been coming out from Ghost, whether it be from the flatline, whether it be from the wingman. They've just been hitting everything. They have the economic advantage now through credits because they have been getting more kills, and Noble firmly on the back foot are going to have to reassess how they want to play this one. Either they need to go for what you were talking about, really try and counter that Loba by, as quick as possible, diving to the center of the map, trying to get some damage, and then jumping on the other team with the bubble, or they need to just be hitting shots a little bit better. Maybe now that they've got more credits, they might have some weapons they're a little bit more comfortable with.
There's going to be a similar strategy here from Ghost. Loba going to be bringing up the rear, so to speak, as the 2 players move forward to show presence early on. Arcstar going to be delivered through the letterbox here, and there will be a frag grenade as both players decide not to shoot each other, just to exchange grenades. And Ghost looking to clear this one up there, Dan, trying to get aggressive, as already we're seeing Metro get some shots down on the Gibby, and I'll tell you what, not just getting some shots down, but pretty much out-damaging massively the Gibraltar player, who is 1 shot now. Crack will go down, and while we're watching 1 kill go down, the other 2 have fallen alongside it. Ghost Gaming close out map number 1.
Yeah, they were able to isolate Gibby there, force out the bubble really early, noticed that he wasn't going to be able to get any sort of support from his teammates, so he just jumped straight on top of Gibraltar like a big old bouncy castle, and Ghost will take a victory 3-0 here in map number 1. As we expected, I think, Noble, they showed a little bit of kind of oomph in round number 1, but I think that slowly faded, and Ghost realized that they are the better team here.
Yeah, Ghost certainly showing their dominance in that first map. It wasn't really close, to be honest with you. As you say, there was round 1, which was a little bit of damage being exchanged, but I was really impressed with the way the Metro played. I feel like as we're seeing the game evolve, we're seeing arenas develop, and we're seeing, teams get used to what each other are doing. Having an Octane when you're playing Loba that is going to be extremely aggressive off the rip is vital, because otherwise you do allow a team to move up and command space almost without challenge. So I think that he did a really good job there of not being afraid to actually engage in early battles, engage in early fights, and then using that stim to get out if you had to.
And round 1 was really important for Ghost as well. As you say, if you're running a Loba, it means you're not going to have necessarily a weapon advantage in round number 1, so you either have to get the supply trait that drops, or you need to just get aggressive and push together when there is damage. And Ghost did the latter. There was a 3v3 engagement, there was a little skirmish inside the bubble, and they were hitting shots with the Mozambique. Despite the Peacekeeper being on the other side, which obviously hits harder, does more damage, doesn't matter if you're missing the shot. So Ghost taking full advantage of that. Now they go into map 2 knowing that they have the upper hand here, and that may transition them to be even more aggressive. Round 1, they certainly sat off a little bit. They wanted to feel it out. How are they going to play here, Noble? As soon as they knew that was round 2 and round 3, it was going their way.
It was impressive stuff. And then now we move over to Party Crasher, which is another map where you have that initial standoff, you have a little bit of poke damage, but depending on where the ring goes, I feel like there's a difference in aggression per side. When we get to the what should I say, the misdriven Mirage Voyage, that word, misdriven, crashed is much better, isn't it? Crash is much better English.
Party Crash, then I think Crash works.
That works, yeah. So we'll call it the crash side of Party Crasher, where Mirage Voyage has unfortunately found itself semi-buried. That side seems a little bit more standoff-like to me. When you get to the other side, which we'll call the staging side, it seems like there's a little bit more fast-paced action over there, which I feel like early ring pull here, I talk about momentum a lot in arenas because I feel like you can get down on yourself very quickly, especially after a 3-0 drubbing like we've just seen for Noble. If it goes to that side early on and Ghost Gaming do get the advantage, I feel like this could not only be maybe the first round going their way, but maybe just the series, because I don't think there's many ways back. If you go down 4-0 in rounds cumulatively, after map number 1 and we go into map number 2, you're down on yourself so hard. It's so difficult to drag yourself back up.
Also, personally, I quite like Mirage Voyage semi-buried on that side as a call-out. I think that works. I think that is very quick.
It's efficient.
It rolls off the tongue. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's easy. Everyone will know where you mean. But you're right. The pull is going to be everything here. There is two different ways to play. As always, you can be very aggressive. We saw a lot of Devo strats when it came to this map, especially round 2 and 3 when the Octane bounce pad can come out. We saw in the last Arenas tournament that we commentated, not the UMG one, but one just a couple of weeks ago, the Devotion was shredding. And it was very difficult to counter 3 people just kind of hurling themselves through the sky towards you. So you need to be aware that that could happen. I don't think it's going to happen in this game, but it's certainly something that might be there and available for them if they want to go for it.
We'll have to see how it does play out for Noble, though. What's going to change, Dan? Because there was no map presence, I felt like, in that first game, and they were really put on the back foot almost immediately by the way that Metro was playing on Octane, doing that damage initially, but not being afraid to try and push the advantages here. How do they adjust?
I think it all comes down to the in-game leader, really. There was a few times where they had done damage, but they didn't take advantage of that damage. They weren't fighting as well as a 3. Instead, there was a lot of 1v1 engagements that they were just unfortunately losing. If they can target Ghost a little bit better, single out one player, or at least when they are in a 3v3, make sure they're all focusing the same target to try and take that damage advantage, they might be okay here. But I feel like that's where they're really lacking. Their focus just doesn't seem to be as good as Ghost's.
Well, here we go then. Map number 2 of our best of 5 series. And no surprise to see Ghost Gaming will be playing with the same composition that we saw them take a convincing 3-0 lead. And that's one thing that we should say about Loba as well. If you can get LEQ on board with the Bangle, you can join your teammates after getting those initial meds on board. But this is the stage inside that we were mentioning previously. And it doesn't look like it might be pulling this way. Well, actually, excuse me, it will be pulling this way. So early engagements will be going down, and this could be bad news here for Noble. But if they take it, then it could just restore that confidence a little bit.
Yeah, confidence is what they need. Just believe that they actually can win the team fights, because they were unable to win just a single one. Ghost Gaming trying to get some shots with the wingman. As soon as there is damage, they do have the possibility to dive on the other team already. But they're more than happy to just bide their time at the moment. Supply drop has come in, and that might be where Ghost Gaming are going to try and get a better weapon for 6 after he bought the black market with his credits.
There's poke damage at the moment. The Loba does give them the opportunity to play this way, of course, because you do have those extra meds, and you will be able to out-economy your opponent. For now, Panda's showing the importance of Pathfinder as well. So many spots on these arena maps where you can get ultimate high ground and get a little bit of poke damage and also escape as well. At the moment, both teams just kind of staring each other in the eyes and nobody really wanting to take the fight too much as Metro gets a little bit of shield damage there with the wingman. But still, stalemate here in round number 1.
And sometimes this happens in arenas where you do just have a very much of a standoff where it's just damage for damage. Try and deplete the utility of your opposition, get rid of all those resources, and then when you have an idea that you have an advantage when it comes to bats or shields, that's when you push in. Noble trying to make the move here, trying to get underneath Ghost.
Metro's been taken down to a place where he will have to maybe pop a couple of shield cells if he does have them. Noble playing the low ground, like you mentioned, making that move and not taking too much damage on their way across as well. But you feel like the next engagement will be the one which decides how this round goes, as everyone will be pretty low on meds, and if there's one team who doesn't have any meds at all, then all of a sudden, any damage done, they're going to be forced to fight. However, Panda's getting more chip damage. Might create a little bit of an opening here for Metro and 6. You see them trying to sniff around here, Dan, and trying to maybe think about getting a finish onto Impulse, who doesn't have any shields to play with.
Yeah, the best teams will know how many cells, how many bats you forced out of the other team, and when you should be pushing in. Here's the bubble. They are going to try and take the high ground here. 6 is going to dive above them. Lucas very low, as well as Impulse. Noble struggling again here.
Going to grapple in, but he's just going to grapple in to a shotgun bullet, and he's going to be put on his back. And once again, it's a clean wipe, and it's methodical. It's almost medical in the way that they've taken them apart. Ghost Gaming 1-0 here, and Noble just looking a little bit lost at the moment, Dan. It looks like they're not really sure on how they want to approach things. Do they want to be aggressive? Do they want to stand up? They're kind of letting Ghost dictate the pace of play here.
Yeah, there was a lot of pings that were coming out, and usually you'd think pings are going to be like, oh, there might be a person here, or they should be dropping here, but I feel like it was like, where should we be going? Like, honestly, they did look a little bit lost at some points. They went for the low ground rather than just taking the fight when they had done a little bit of damage, and for me, that just shows that they're not confident in their gun ability against Ghost Gaming, which you can understand, right? Ghost Gaming did perform excellently in the last tournament, and they have absolutely smashed them in map number 1. So the confidence isn't going to be there from Noble, but you've got to turn around that confidence yourself. And sometimes that is just by being a little bit more aggressive, having a little bit more belief that you are going to hit your shots.
Or it's throwing 300 grenades, which is what
That
they just tried to do there. And unfortunately, Metro spotted what had happened and decided to make the call to play underneath here. So what did you call this side of the map again? Mirage Voyage, crashed into the ground,
semi-buried under the ground. Yeah.
Okay, that's the side of the map we're on right now.
Yeah.
So the grenades didn't hit. And now it's a little bit of a standoff, as you can see that Ghost Gaming are just trying to hold the inside here, hold these doors, and they're happy for the close range battle to kick off whenever it does need to. 1-0 up as well in the games, meaning that they can let Noble make the play.
Explore this way.
Well, not just that, they're going to have the eco advantage, they're going to have a little bit more credits, especially if they were able to kind of get the credit pods as well. So Noble will know that, even though there were some grenades that were spent, unused, he didn't do anything. So now Impulse trying to get back into a position where he can be with the team after going towards the supply drop. Noble still having the high ground, so Ghost Gaming need to have a little think here. Do we move first? Do we allow Noble to move first? Or do we just take this engagement? As you can see, the circle is going to move in slightly.
Metro, I felt for you there. I know when that happens, you try and close the door, you don't quite get there, and all of a sudden you find 2 players up in your face, and he will be taken down. Rack will get the first kill here. Panda's on a nice flank here, but Lucas will take one down. Pandas does manage to make that flank work for now, as he manages to make this a 2v1, or a 1v2, I should say. However, it's only momentary, as now Pandas will come back in. 1 HP, a dream, a wish, and an awful grapple. And that's going to be the end of things here, as Noble will tie things up.
Yeah, that's good from Noble. They managed to isolate Metro. They realized he was on the door. They all pushed together and absolutely sliced him up. As you mentioned, maybe there was a little bit of hesitation there, or just accidentally not being able to close the door, or maybe he did close the door, but it just didn't actually close. Ghost Gaming will be a little bit frustrated, but I don't think they'll be too disheartened. Noble just taking advantage of an extra man. A good effort from Pandas to try and get behind, but I think once that res was tapped with the bubble, he was never really going to be able to win that 1 versus 3 despite taking down the resurrected player. So 1-1, and again, a chance to dive into the economy for both of these players. It's going to be slightly better for Noble now. Ghost will still have the Loba to take some of those resources, get some batteries. So Ghost should have plenty of bats to work with here, but there is one thing to mention. You can only really take the batteries from one of the pills with the Loba market, depending on where you place it and how aggressively you want to place it. So the other team, knowing that, could go and grab the other pill and also get the resources that you've grabbed from the start of the game.
Well, Ghost Gaming this time getting a little bit more aggressive again. You saw the last game, or the last round, I should say, was kind of dictated by the amount of grenades that were thrown at the start. And even though they didn't get the damage down, they did manage to force down and confine Ghost Gaming to that lower area of Mirage Voyage, which meant that, you know, they could take the high ground. They could get a little bit of poke damage, and it was going to be so difficult for Ghost Gaming to fight up against that. So once again, just a little highlight that it's not all about the damage that you're doing in a game. It's area that you're denying your opponents to play.
Yeah, there's a lot more into arenas. I think at face value, everyone thinks it's just kind of 3v3 gunfights. The better team's going to win, but there is a lot more you have to think about. As I say, resource management, not just your own teams, but also recognizing what your other team has, knowing how many credits they have available to spend, trying to track that, trying to keep an eye on the kill feed as well. Once one of your players has gone down, you always need to know if you're a 2 or a 3. Lots of different things that just need either 1 or 2 players to kind of take it in themselves and say, look, I will focus on this, you can focus on that, and make sure everyone has their role respectively.
Well, Noble, who have been playing this side of the map, are actually going to be closed down now by Ghost Gaming, who've decided to come and meet them. 6 will go up high here. 41 with the wingman. Isn't going to be doing too much damage, but look at this angle that he's managed to get now. Goes for the hip fire, and the bubble has been forced here from Noble, so Ghost Gaming should be able to line up a couple of shots, but bats will be popped and the cells will be popped alongside to make sure that both teams are up to full HP. And we're back to a little bit of a stalemate once again here.
Let's move this way.
Which I don't think I expected, if I'm completely honest. I wasn't expecting these slow rounds. I thought Ghosts were going to be a lot more fast about how they approach things. But credit to Noble for holding them back, not allowing them to play in an aggressive manner, hitting their shots when they need to. Impulse very low there. Has to watch his back. Shouldn't be pushed from behind because of the red, but at least he's aware of the possibility.
Zone does a lot of damage here in arenas as well, so be very, very careful the way that you're tiptoeing through that red. Ghost Gaming this time with the high ground. It's Noble who are kind of held underneath here, and I think the Six is maybe thinking about using his grapple to get behind that pill, be a little bit of a bait for his teammates to try and push out from. We'll have to see how this one does play out, but looks like Six is actually holding that angle. So for now, Six is kind of the player to watch, as he's going to be trying to hold down the ground as Lucas tries to make a move. But again, it just looks like a little bit of desperation here, Dan. They're not quite sure on what their next move wants to be.
Yeah, Ghost have got a triangle here on Noble. They can watch all angles. As long as they play together, then they should be able to win it. It's a 2 versus 2, though, knock on each side.
They're going to try and get the finish in the thirst. They will, so that'll be a confirmed 2v2 now. I'm not sure where the rest of the players are. Not sure quite what's going on. Well, it looks like Noble found themselves under the bridge, like trolls in a fairy tale. It is a straight 2v2 situation, as you saw. Maybe it's going to be a heal-off, as Impulse is looking to take a little bit of damage here. And heal-offs are something we are seeing more and more, it would seem, in arenas, Dan. One team not willing to fight.
It happens occasionally, doesn't it? You'd imagine the Wraith should win this, by the way, but if someone drops and does some damage, then the Wraith's not going to be able to get the chance to queue in. Love that from Ghost Gaming, taking the initiative, saying, we ain't having no heal-off against a Wraith. And Noble, unfortunately, very unaware of where the team is going to be dropping from. And Ghost take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Love that from Ghost. Just saying, that's cool. You know, we hear the med kit being popped. We're going to drop down and we're going to get this round on the board. And now, once again, find themselves on map point. One round away, excuse me, from going up 2-0 in the series and finding themselves just one map away from taking the series overall. And again, it's a similar thing there from Noble. It feels like they don't want to make a play. They're kind of letting Ghost dictate how they want to adjust, how they want to play, what kind of positions they're going to take, and then trying to work from that. The only round they have won is the one where they were aggressive. They threw the nades. They got the high ground and tried to have an impact on the map themselves and how they wanted to move.
Yeah, this is a little bit better from Ghost. At least they're from Noble. At least they're trying to use the ultimate to get closer, trying to initiate an early fight instead, rather than be this kind of standoff, allowing Ghost Gaming to use their tactical knowledge to position themselves in a way where they can hold all angles and hold out Noble. I think that the end game of that last round said it all, really. There was no thought process of, oh wait, they don't have a Wraith. There's no way they're going for a heal-off here. We have to just watch and face. And I don't think it can be down to just one player. I think you as the Wraith need to accept that you're not going to be using a medkit.
Or a similar position, almost exactly the same position, where we saw Ghost Gaming lose their only round so far of this matchup against Noble. However, big damage being done by the Eva Ray is going to be followed up, and that's going to be Pandas taking down the Gibraltar here of Racket. Oh my word, sliding out with the hip fire, and oh my, Ghost Gaming explode into action. And that is going to be the map going to then, Dan, 2-0 up in the series, and that was one hell of an exciting finish, and I think the Six was the man doing the damage.
Yeah, Six, and I think Pandas was hitting shots as well. I mean, these are three who have the individual ability to win fights. If someone tries to take an engagement with them, they say, all right, well, we'll take the fight. We're going to hit our shots, and it's down to you guys. Even if you have a health advantage, I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm impressed with what Ghost Gaming have done so far.
Ghost Gaming up 2-0 in the series, and we're going to go for a quick break now before we get back for what could be our first match point of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Gaskin on set. Well done, boys, for the first cash chats, even giving you compliments, saying you nailed it. And I think you guys did. When it comes down to the pacing, man, Noble just, they just really didn't try to establish themselves at all. That includes Overflow, really Overflow being that big 3-0, and obviously Party Crasher being a 3-1. Bit of a standoffish that I'm used to seeing. And Gaskin, you brought up a great point. Resource management seemed to be pretty critical on certain rounds, especially in those standoffs. And Ghost was kind of doing a little bit of a better job than that. Metro hitting beautiful shots, wasting those bats on the side of Noble, and obviously the good IGL takes control of that, calls out numbers for his team.
Yeah, Ghost just were on top of everything. Tactically, they have had it in the bag so far. Noble haven't even been able to come close. There was one round which was, if anything, a little bit of a mistake from Ghost, just allowing one player to be isolated. That's the one thing you cannot do in arenas. You cannot let one player have to face 2 or 3 people on their own. But alas, they still managed to win Party Crasher 3-1, so I don't think they'll be too disheartened by it.
And onset, yeah, I mean, you know, even going back to Overflow, for me, at least personally, I was surprised to see Six getting off of Gibraltar, which is what he ran in the first tournament, now rocking Loba. You mentioned more of a dive meta, or at least both of you guys were kind of saying that. Loba seems to be working quite well, and it's very much a pace-setting legend to have on your inventory, where Noble might be able to capitalize off that. Do you think Noble isn't capitalizing off of Loba as much as they should, or do you even think maybe that's not even something that's in play?
It's tough to do. It's something that you can do. I think I mentioned during the cast, when you have a Lobra on your opposition's team, because of the fact that they're going to drop that black market more often than not and be looking to steal away resources, you do have the ability to push up and show more presence on the map and maybe create a 3v2 situation very, very quickly. But you have to be completely on the same page with your team, and you have to spot out where that player is. And sometimes if they don't push as well, you can have map control, but it doesn't matter, because then resources start to play against you, because Loba can steal away those men. So
sure,
it's interesting to watch. And I think you also saw, even though Loba does maybe lag behind a little bit, if you want to talk about how the team's moving up the map, initially you do have the bracelet as well to just use to queue towards your teammates and kind of catch up. So it's, again, a development in meta. Loba is something we're seeing more and more in competitive Apex Legends, both in BR and in arenas now. And I feel like she is an S-tier pick, in my personal opinion, in arenas. I think she offers so much that it's difficult to ignore.
Yeah, fair enough. And girl, even in the first tournament, when we've had a chance to really watch Arena for the first time, was like, why aren't teams using Loba? She was kind of ahead of the meta and said, you know, Loba has great value. We just didn't see it. I saw a lot in ranked, but that's pub play, much different than competitive play. It's nice to see Loba coming into the mix. Round one, obviously, you have to establish yourself early on, though. If you're the opposite team playing against a Loba, don't think Noble is doing that. Maybe that's where they can capitalize. We're loading into the map, though, and I can't wait to see map 3. I really hope Noble fights back. I truthfully do, but I just don't see it happening unless they establish control early on, which they've been failing to do. They do a great job at converting first bloods, but they don't get first bloods too often. But that's what they're going to have to work on. Either way, Onset Gasket, take it away. Map number 3 is going to be a fun one. Hopefully, Noble, they can answer back.
Well, I'm going to have to see if they can answer back. My question to you, Dan, is the pace of this game being a little bit slower as we move over to artillery now and a little bit more range going to help the Noble get back into this a little bit? Because at the moment, it feels like every time there's a straight 3v3, which is close quarters, Ghost is just kind of wiping the floor with them. There's, you know, we can't really dress it up. We're not going to sit here and go, you know, it's been really close, it's been really tight, because it hasn't. Is the pace of this and the fact that we're moving over to artillery, we might see some snipers come into play, going to help them?
No, I don't think it
Savage
is.
Dan is back.
I think you could give Noble an extra player at this point, and I still think Ghost would win it. I just think Ghost have very much the brains here. That they know exactly where they want to be positioning themselves. They know really how to suffocate the enemy team. They're taking angles. They're ensuring it's not going to be easy for any sort of rotation from the spot that Noble are in. And Ghost just seemed to have the upper hand. Artillery was a question mark for me when I first looked at these maps, because of the high ground and because some of the circles are very much determined by who gets to the high ground first. And with a Loba composition, are you going to be able to get all 3 of your players up to that high ground if it is a circle transitioning over to that direction? But we've already seen with the Octane, with the Pathfinder, they are plenty quick enough, and also Loba has been able to join with the bracelet after getting Black Market down. I do think that Black Market is most impactful in rounds 1 and 2, and then it becomes a little less so in round 2 and 3.
Well, here we go then. A chance for Ghost Gaming to close out the first series of the day in a convincing fashion, which is a slightly understating how dominant they have been so far. And already trying to be aggressive, move up on the artillery side. towards these bunkers and already sharing out some meds that have been collected. However, we are seeing a little bit of a change in composition here, Dan. You see there is no Loba this time on the side of Ghost Gaming. They've actually decided to pick up Horizon, which is a very, very interesting pick for me.
Another character that can elevate themselves to the high ground. I guess it makes sense on artillery. It means that they are going to be a little bit more aggressive here against Noble. And when they do have to transition to that high ground, it's going to be very comfortable. And I'm not really surprised. I guess that the only surprise would be after winning 2 maps so comfortably, do you really need to be changing compositions? But I guess this can come down to their own individual practice where they say, well, actually, we've got a composition for different maps. We are not just going to be playing the same 3 legends every single time. And I also love that. I love how compositions are going to change from map to map, and we'll see how Horizon plays out here.
I tell you what, if you get Horizon ult as well, and you get towards the end game where everyone's being pushed into each other, and you have a Horizon ult and some grenades, this is over. Horizon is one of the craziest characters for being able to eliminate a team almost instantaneously if you do get that wombo combo down. But that's going to be another question here for Noble to answer, and at the moment they can't really answer anything. They're caught up in a corner. They're going to bubble forward and try and isolate one player, but after this play is made, I'm not sure they're going to have any ones to fall back on. However, Lucas does get the first knock, and Impulse is going to be able to trade out. 6 is the last player alive here, and it works out here for Noble. Finally, a little bit of confidence coming out from them. They bubble onto a player to isolate him, and they get that round on the board.
Yeah, that was a mistake by Ghost. Again, they were trying to take angles. They were trying to surround Noble Gaming so that they could just force them into a situation where they could kind of herd them into their own bullets. But didn't work out. Noble sussed it out pretty early. And as you say, just kind of jumped on one of the players with the bubble. Even if it was 2 players, they had a 3 versus 2. It didn't work out in round 1 of map 1, but this time it has worked out. And maybe, just maybe, this could be the turnaround for Noble. I know I was a little bit harsh, and I said even if you give them an extra player, I don't think they'd win this against Ghost. That was probably slightly excessive, but you know me, I like to be a little bit harsh sometimes. And maybe that harshness has just kind of seeped through here, the interwebs, to Noble's performance.
It's a tough love. It's the tough love. It's how we work as a duo. It's how maybe Noble need to think about working with each other at the moment. And Noble will be taking the high ground almost immediately here, and you can see they do have the advantage. They've managed to get up there first, and Metro's playing a little bit slower here for Ghost, playing on top of the double-story bunker building. 76, that headshot is going to hurt those 6 fires across at Lucas, who's down to around 5 or 10 HP and going to be forced to retreat here and slow heal as well. 6 is taking a little bit of damage himself, but does have the Phoenix kit. Plenty of other meds to work with, so that's allowed Ghost to get some height and at least to move towards that high ground that we're talking about, the great wall of artillery, as now we're actually going to see Impulse on the flank. Manages to get the first knock here and using his ability to jump into the void to get back into position. And now Ghost Gaming taking complete control of the high ground.
So important as a Wraith, if you do get that knock, you are the first player to actually initiate the fight, be able to get out of it. That's why Wraith can be very handy indeed, just jumping into the void where you cannot be taken down. But it looks like Ghost are going to be able to get back up to a 3 here.
Yeah.
Noble not able to take advantage of it just yet.
A little bit of a misplay, in my opinion, here from Noble, not taking advantage of that knock and not being able to at least get the finish, or at least do a little bit more damage when they have the 2v3 situation in their favor. But you can see that Rack's got the longbow in his hand, and if this door opens, he can squeeze a bullet through there and do a lot of damage. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is played. However, Impulse now going to be taken down as Ghost Gaming will make this a 2v2. Pandas popping the battery here. We'll have the ability, maybe if has have the Q available, to do some damage. Lucas not going to be doing too much, and now all of a sudden, Noble, who got the first knock, remember, find themselves in a situation where they can lose this one down.
Yeah, at least Rack has a battery to work with here, and I'm not sure about Ghost, whether they've actually got any resources left, but with Longbow and Mozambique as a Gibraltar, this ain't going to be fun. I'm going to say that. This is going to be an uncomfortable watch if you're a Gibraltar main. I feel like Ghost, if they time this correctly, they could very much punish the Gibby.
The Gibby's going to have to drop, and he's going to be hitting the head as well. 34, and that's the end of things. That is a mistake coming in from Noble. And good recovery coming in from Ghost Gaming, showing some resilience there after finding their first player getting knocked. But again, Dan, even though Noble got that first round on the board, they probably feel they should have made that one too.
Yeah, Noble should have really capitalized on getting the initial knock, but again, that's sometimes the issue of playing a composition which is slightly slower by having the Gibraltar and not having other legends that can kind of jump on another team very quickly. it is important if you are the Wraith that you do sometimes go for flanks. You do take those 1v1 engagements because you can get out for free, but there has to be that communication with your team to say, look, I'm into the void, now you need to push up, you do as much damage as possible, and then I'll re-enter the fight. But instead, he exited the fight, they all didn't engage, and everyone was able to get back up to a full set of health, or at least close to. Ghost Gaming though, right off the rack, ensuring that he makes up for last round.
Yeah, Rakanishi put on his back. I should say, puts Pandas on his back as the longbow shots will hit, and now Noble have the advantage, and they're looking to be aggressive. This is what they need to do. This is the mistake that they need to learn from that last round. Impulse is trying to chase, and they should be able to at least get the finish here, so they'll have a permanent 2v3 as they do get that finish onto Pandas. Much better recognition of the situation here coming in from Noble.
Yeah, guns are going to be in a better situation as well here, and this round, and now Ghost Gaming going to have to try and come up with something special in a 2 versus 3. Very important to be collecting the materials, the resources as you go around the map, just so when you go into the next round, you're going to have plenty to work with, even though by this point, you should be able to buy what you want for the most part. That could be an extra grenade, that could be an extra battery. As this is some amazing wingman shots coming out from Metro, but you can't really capitalize on them when you're in a 2 versus 3.
You're going to be forced in by the ring as well. We'll be safe for now, just playing on this staircase. You can see 6 is unfortunately looking like he might be zeroed out, though. 45 here from the wingman of Lucas is going to do some damage, but you can see they're completely committing to this player. One bullet's going to do it, and now it's a 1v3, and Noble have done a much better job of isolating players in this round than we saw in the previous round, not making the same mistakes.
Yeah, not allowing Ghost to get away with taking angles here, trying to shoot from multiple directions. And even though there's some amazing wingman shots coming out from Metro, this is the beginning of the end. He's going to get pushed and will fall, and Noble will take the lead again here on artillery and find themselves 1 round away from getting their first map of this best of 5, which could really turn things around. I did have a question mark above artillery before we started this one. After watching what Ghost Gaming did in the previous tournament, I didn't think they looked that comfortable on it, despite the wins they were able to get. And Noble seemed to have been kind of changing their playstyle a little bit to adjust to things. And you alluded to it, Mark, and I kind of rubbished it a bit with the fact that the snipers come into the equation. It has helped Noble. They very much have some incredible sniper players on their team.
My question to you is, do you think the Ghost Gaming have got a little bit ahead of themselves here? Going up 2 in the series, they're getting that first knock so easily. As in, they're falling, and they seem a little bit careless in the way that they're approaching a couple of these rounds. And the switch of composition for me was a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you. As I say, when you're having success, sometimes it's important to stick with what is working, not try and change things up. Maybe they've had success with Horizon on this map. We don't know, of course, but do you feel that's the case, or do you think this is just Noble adapting a little bit better?
I think it's a little bit of both. Noble certainly are adapting a little bit better. They do seem more comfortable on artillery with the long-range fights and the fact that snipers have come into play ever so slightly. But I agree. I think the composition change maybe was a little bit arrogant. Perhaps they have practiced with Horizon. As you say, we can only allude to what we think might happen, but this is where it could really change. We've got the ultimate available for Pandas. He went down first in the last round, so wasn't able to use it. Maybe Horizon plus this ultimate is going to be something game-breaking that we've not really seen before in arenas that Ghost Gaming know of, that we don't, and Noble don't. And they're going to suck everyone into the black hole. Grenades are going to come flying through, and then suddenly they're going to be 2-2. So we'll wait and see what happens here with the ultimate. I think that's going to be the kicker here for me.
Yeah, I like how Pandas is playing the scout as well. It looks like the plan here is to keep Horizon alive for as long as physically possible, so that as that zone closes, that black hole becomes more and more influential, especially if you notice as well 3 frag grenades in the back pocket for Horizon. So that really shows that they want to make that play and they want to make it work. But for Noble, it's a case of surviving for now, sticking together, as we're going to see Lucas do exactly that, moving up to Rakanishi, controlling this high ground for now. The question is, when does the black hole play come in? Well, they're going to leave it too late, as the shots will come in with the 301. There is that black hole coming in from Pandas just to close, or should I say zone off Noble a little bit, but maybe not getting the damage that he would have wanted to.
Yeah, that's not the play I was expecting. It seemed like a defensive black hole in the end. I thought it was going to be one thrown at the other 3, then grenades used alongside it just to try and get some damage, but at least it has forced one member of Noble off the high ground. So at the moment, Ghost do have a little bit of an advantage. Rack's also taken a considerable amount of damage, and here's the push.
And is going to be moving in with that Eva 8. The bubble goes down though, so he's going to have to slow things down just for a few moments as his teammates will cover his left shoulder here. And any damage that's done, you can see he's just desperate, just got his finger on that accelerator, desperate to take advantage of anything that does fall. 84 is going to do a little bit of damage. However, a fully gold Rampage is also going to answer with some damage. And unfortunately, not going to be enough. A 6 will re-poke here with the wingman and get that finish. It's a 2v3 now as Metro is just going to be melting the team underneath. And oh my word, this one's going to be over before I can finish a sentence. And there it is, Ghost Gaming tying things up now at 2-2.
That was better from Ghost, even though it wasn't the ultimate play. They were able to at least get a positional advantage there. One member of Noble was down low. As soon as there was a damage advantage, Ghost Gaming then decided they were going to send one player across the zip. Could have been a very bad situation if Noble had realized where that player was, but as soon as Noble dropped off the high ground, they just gave the round to Ghost Gaming, especially because one player had managed to transition to the other side of the map. They had all the angles to work with. It was impossible to heal up behind the little Humvee or whatever car it is that's there. And now Ghost Gaming have tied this one up, and of course, you have to win by at least 2 rounds, so it means that we go into first to 4 now at this point.
Now we move to the other side of the map once again, as you see both teams converging on each other. Lucas just using these sandbags for a little bit of a head glitch. Not the best one you could possibly ask for, but it would do for now. As he has the 301 in hand with the 2 times on it, so being able to spray down a few players. There's an R301 with the 3 times on it on the other side, which is going to allow a little bit more range. An interesting battle going on between these 2 players as Metro looks to get the information and do a little bit of scouting for his team, but a little bit of a slow around here, Dan. Both teams just making sure that they don't give away that first blood, and at 2-2 is no surprise to see that.
Yeah, we're not seeing as much sniper rifle action as we get to the later rounds, and you can upgrade the 301, the flatline, and those automatic weapons do hit hard, but we're also seeing how the wingman can still be favored by some players, just with its ability to kind of hit shots where maybe an automatic wouldn't be able to get the same amount of damage. If you only just see a head popping out of a corner, you can hit very hard with that wingman. Ghost Gaming trying to position themselves again to see if they can get some angles here on Noble. 6 in particular is trying to go on a little flank, but has been spotted out by Impulse, so Impulse has done his job there.
Lovely spray coming in here from Lucas, though, with that 301, managing to get the damage done. However, Panda's in a good position for his teammates because he's managed to exchange a little bit of damage, but the constant pressure coming in here means a bubble can go down, and this might be the first knock going down to Noble. However, haven't managed to convert as yet. Still a 3v3, and Lucas is going to have to back down, which isn't going to give his 2 teammates the cover that they had a few moments ago. But as you can see in the feed, Metro was actually knocked by Impulse. So it's a 2v3 now in favor of Noble.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get the res here, so instead it's about trying to reposition as Pandas does an incredible amount of damage, but not enough to get a knock. Needs to regroup. Noble's still going to have the extra player, are going to get the finish just to ensure it's going to be 3v2 regardless of what happens here. And the resources on Noble's side means that they're going to be at a full health here, as Lucas again will just shred the shields off of one of the players.
Another one falls. Rack and Issue picks up 6. Last player alive is going to be Pandas. Dodging and diving, dipping and ducking. Managing to get some decent damage. If he can finish off this kill quickly, then maybe he can turn this one around. However, he can't get the job done. And Noble now will answer back in the series as they take a 3-2 advantage here on map number 3.
Yeah, so map point for Noble. Again, their second chance at trying to secure the victory here and take this to at least to map number 4. But Ghost Gaming, it seems like they're far more comfortable when the circles are transitioning more towards the high ground. They seem to have a better idea of where they want to be fighting, where they want to be taking. However, when it's kind of in the middle of the map or on the side opposite the high ground, they get a little bit lost and are unsure which angles to be taking. Noble seem to have the better capability of being able to get that initial knock. We've seen time and time again how huge the first knock is. Very rarely when a team goes down 3 versus 2, they're going to be able to come back into things. Does happen on occasion, but not so much as of yet.
Well, it's interesting for me that depending on what side of artillery we've ended up on, it seems like one team has an advantage over the other. Ghost Gaming seems to have an advantage on the high side, and Noble seems to have an advantage over this low side where the bunkers are, and it's showing it again as interesting to see 6 just kind of just flew in and gave away that first knock. However, those shots coming in from Impulse Very, very impressive. Metro going to be finished off by Rack and Issue, and this one looks like it could be over before it started here. A 2v1, the bubble goes down, and Noble will win match point here. They will put their first map on the board down, and it's a good response from them after really not showing up in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I will hold my hands up, and I will say I did not expect that whatsoever. I thought Noble were down and out, but they've come and shown some great resilience here after getting slapped around in maps number 1 and 2. Some questionable decisions from Ghost Gaming, maybe some a little bit of arrogance, I'd say, overconfidence, whether it be down to their legend picks, whether it be down to Six just flying in, just yeeting himself into 3 players at the end there. That was slightly bizarre, but I do think he mistimed his grapple, because what he wanted to do, I think he wanted to grapple, slide, and get underneath them, but instead he hit a wall and found himself very much staring Wraith one-on-one, saying, well, this is over. Life is done.
Awkward.
And, not going to work.
Yeah, we've all been in that situation. I've messed up more than my fair share of grapples. I've also hit brilliant grapples where I've done loads of damage, and then you haven't moved up and capitalized on that huge amount of that. I keep repeating the same thing. I love saying it because I see your brain flashing back. That's what happens. Let's take a look at the replays, Dan. Let's leave that and let's look at what happened in the last game, because like I mentioned that last round, it seemed like depending on what side the circle went was depending on who actually won the rounds.
Yeah, high ground definitely seemed to favour Ghost Gaming. Noble just didn't seem to have as much knowledge when it came to controlling those zones, or they just weren't as comfortable with those fights. I think Noble were thinking about where the circle was going more than Ghost Gaming was, and that meant that Noble dropped off the high ground a little bit quicker because they were very aware that the circle was moving, whereas Ghost Gaming were like, well, why would we give up high ground here? We can just kill them before the circle comes in. But because the circle wasn't going to high ground as often, Noble seemed to be a little bit more comfortable getting central zone, getting angles, forcing Ghost into a situation where they had to kind of leave themselves vulnerable as they approached that rotation, as they tried to get into the circle. And it meant that Noble, they get their first map on the board, and this is a shock. Ghost Gaming, realistically, I was expecting a 3-0 sweep here.
Yeah, especially after the way that the first 2 maps did play out, and it was that first knock. Every single time we went to the bunker side of artillery, it just seemed to fall down to Noble. And after one round where I think it's one of those rounds where it gives you the realization of what you're doing wrong, when they lost the 2v3 after getting the initial knock. From then, as soon as they got a knock, they were so much more aggressive and so much more impressive. And it's another opportunity for them to do the same thing now as we move over to Thermal Station, one of the close quarter maps that we do see. With 2 teams, being forced to fight pretty early on due to the size and the lack of cover a lot of the times on this map. I feel like Noble could come back into this one. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this map away from Ghosts if they play with that same kind of aggression that we saw in the previous map. However, I also expect Ghost to focus up a little bit here. I feel like that was a bit of a disappointment for them. I think there might be in a bit of getting carried away with things after the way that the first 2 maps went.
I think this is going to come down to Wraith. Here on Thermal Station, we've seen a lot of flanks, or at least the last arena tournament that we commentated, there was a lot of flanking ability for the Wraith on Thermal, where you can kind of creep around, get an off angle, surprise the other team, do some damage, try and get a knock, and then you queue out and get back to your team. It can be incredibly important. But on the other side, maybe we're going to see Loba come back into things now for Ghost Gaming, which we've already seen has made a huge impact. We're not going to see the snipers, or you'd imagine we're probably not going to see as much snipers here. So maybe Noble aren't going to be as comfortable here on Thermal as they just were on artillery. But I'd love to see Noble make it 2-2 and just kind of force Ghost Gaming back here, take them out of the comfort zone and say, hey, you might have come top 2 last time, but we're here to play in the group stages and we're not going to be run over. We're not just going to show our bellies and allow you to win this game comfortably.
It's certainly going to be confidence refilled after that performance on the last map, as we're ready for our next map now. It's still an uphill battle for them, though. They've still got to win 2 maps on the bounce to take home this series. And with the way that Ghost have been playing, and we have seen the highs at which they can play in those first 2 maps down, it's going to be difficult for them to do. But I mean, Ghost Gaming, for me, let themselves down a little bit on that last map. I'm going to come out and say it. As I say, I call a spade a spade. I feel like the way that they dominated in those first 2 games was down to them, showing Noble respect still, even though they did have the upper hand a lot of the battles. I just feel like they got carried away with things a little bit in that last map. I think they just, expected to win before they'd actually put the work in to get the win on the ball.
Yeah, and I said it was always a possibility, just disrespect being shown, and it finally was coming into play in map number 3 after a slapping. They were dominating. They were easily winning their fights. They were winning their 1v1s. They were winning their 3v3s, and there wasn't a chance for Noble. So I think they were overconfident. They got to a point where they said, look, let's just try and yeet into fights. Let's take the engagements. We're not focusing as much on angles, but also Noble were more aware of what the attempt was coming from of Ghost Gaming. They knew that they were trying to kind of put one player on the flank, get an angle, managing to force them into a little triangle. And Noble said, hey, you know what? Well, when that happens, let's jump on the 2 players or let's jump on the 1 player, whichever is closer. We've got a Gibby bubble. We can really isolate that player. And it worked incredibly well in some of the opening rounds. And now here, Ghost Gaming have to go back to, I think, what worked for them. Get back on the Loba, get those resources, play it slow if you have to. You have a better shot. Ghost Gaming have a better shot than Noble. There is no question about that, but they need to play to their advantages here.
Well, I'm going to have to see how this does play out as we do go into our map 4 now, which is going to be over on a thermal station. We're going to start off with the point of view of Ghost Gaming, having just lost that previous game on artillery and had their series lead cut down from 2-0 to 2-0. And it looks like Metro is going to be trying to get a few funky angles here as we are going to see it's pulling over to the dome side. So it looks like they're playing maybe for some meds, maybe a little bit of a change of rotation and trying to play things from a slightly different angle. But one thing to point out, Dan, is once again, Ghost Gaming changing composition. This time it will be Horizon out and it will be Gibraltar in.
Again, it is another change that I can understand. I said go back to Loba, go back to what you know, but we've seen how important the Gibraltar bubble has been, and especially in a close quarter map like Thermal Station, where there's a lot of early engagements and a lot of open space, that bubble can make or break the game. We've already seen 1 bubble get dropped though, so that is going to be advantage to the team who didn't drop the bubble. I didn't actually see who did drop the bubble, unfortunately, but Ghost Gaming certainly seem to have the advantage in terms of map presence right now, whereas Noble are all kind of stuck in this building in the middle.
So Noble only got 2 methods of exit. They managed to find a few angles though and managed to escape for now, and a headshot for 65 is certainly going to help their cause as 60 is going to be forced to retreat and pop a battery and won't be able to shoot his gun for too long, but it doesn't matter because Metro is in position to shoot his as the wingman is going to hit hard. That's flesh damage, and that is the signal now for Ghost Gaming to move in. You can see they were trying to establish a little bit of presence, trying to get in a position where they can capitalize. However, Noble have managed to stabilize for now.
So it was Noble who used their bubble. It means Ghost Gaming still have theirs if they want to use it in a defensive manner or an aggressive manner in this engagement. I don't think they'll need to at this point because they've managed to surround Noble. They're going to force them out of this building at some point. They just have to play the patient game, trust in their shots, which is something they've been able to do throughout the majority of this series. So I wouldn't be too worried if I was Ghost, but if I'm Noble here, you've got to try and make a play. Maybe it comes down to the Wraith. Maybe you try and go for a distraction technique into the void, try and get behind them. As you do that, maybe then you push the other 2 players out to initiate some damage. It is not a nice situation to be in when you're stuck down here.
Very, very difficult to play from. Feel like bubbling out.
Contact with target.
Feel like bubbling out on one of the doors is the only way that they can maybe isolate a player.
They don't have the bubble either.
They don't have the bubble. That's the problem. So all of the options that we've come up with don't exist. So it's going to be gun-ho. It's going to be Hail Mary. It's going to be let's try and find 1 player, focus on him and get that knock. But, I mean, for Noble at the moment, they managed to actually escape, which is something to be positive about.
Yeah, but it's now what they do from it. Metro's actually taken some shots, so this is the initiation from Noble. They have to push in. They have to capitalize on this damage.
Bubble goes down on one side. Noble will lose 1 player, though, as Impulse will fall. Gibraltar's going to slide out, and Lucas will be taken down, you would imagine, in the next few seconds, and he is alongside his teammate, and it was always going to be an uphill battle that round for Noble. Ghost Gaming do manage to get that round on the board, and it got a little bit shaky. Got a little bit nervous for a few moments there for Noble. Or for Ghost, I should say, as Noble did make their move out, but they managed to hold on. Managed to get that round on the board, most importantly.
It's also really funny at the end of arena maps when the players just drop dead. It's almost like Toy Story when Andy comes in the room and they all just fall to the ground instantly as we watch.
Exactly what it is.
It's a pleasure to watch just to see everyone fall down to their death. But yeah, that was good from Ghost Gaming. It was the bubble, really. The fact that they were able to keep it, it did win them the fight in the end. They were able to throw the bubble onto Metro, who was taken down to low shields. Noble weren't able to capitalize on the damage they'd initially put onto him. So it meant that Ghost Gaming could bubble that 1 player, then push the other 2 players out to do the damage back. Metro was able to get back up to full battery, and then the rest was history. So now Noble 1-0 down, and of course they have to win this map as well. Otherwise, they'll be dropping down to the losers bracket in this group.
Just thought, and this is me going off on a tangent here as the game is going on, there should be a Buzz Lightyear skin brought in for Valkyrie.
Absolutely should.
That should 100% be a thing, you know? And with the skin as well, her missile swarm just turns into a laser. You know,
I'm all for
it's $1 million idea, but for now, let's talk about the game that's going on in front of us, because Ghost Gaming are making an aggressive push into the bubble of Noble. A couple of shots going to be missed here by Impulse, which is going to cost them. That's now a 3v2 in the favor of Ghost. Lucas doing a lot of damage. Now it's all up to Rakinishu, who tries to move in. Pandas is going to be in a position to do the damage to let his teammate move in and finish that one off, and that's going to be Ghost Gaming now up by 2. And what a round, Dan. $1 million idea. Ghost Gaming being aggressive and going up 2-0. What more could you want?
We've had everything. We've had Toy Story. We've had ideas. We've had fists thrown, left hooks. I mean, you always know things are going bad, right, when you resort to the left hook. And if you're in a 1 versus 2 and you're suddenly starting to melee, you are not winning that round. Unless the other team completely chokes, it's very much going to go in the favor of your opposition there. Ghost Gaming have a 2-0 advantage. They need one more round now, and they will win this series, moving on to the qualification match of this group.
Let's go.
And you'd imagine, with how things have played out and how comfortable Ghost Gaming look here on Thermal, it's probably going to head that way. Here comes the bounty bounce.
They're going to get to Dome first, which means they'll have positional advantage. They will have the high ground here, Ghost Gaming, and on that point, that's absolutely massive for them. You can see that the line of sights that have already been gifted to them by using that jump pad. And now Noble really are in an uphill battle. However, a little cheeky 71 tickle on the scalp is going to at least let them move up into some sort of position. However, you can just see they're just being oppressed at the moment. It's so difficult to move up when you give up this high ground advantage early. You've got to play the waiting game, the longer game, and hope that there's going to have to be moves made. However, Noble having moves made on them as Ghost decide to hit the accelerator, get forward, and force the bubble early.
Yeah, Ghost noticed there were 2 players isolated. They were on their own, but I don't think this is going to work out too well. Metro's the last player and will fall, so Noble holds strong. Ghost Gaming trying to take advantage of 2 players just slightly at a distance from the third, but the Wraith was able to quickly get back into the equation. And I think that was maybe slightly unnecessary.
Yeah,
if I'm completely honest.
I'm calling it. Yeah, that was the throw. I agree with you. I don't think they needed to make that. They had complete height advantage, map advantage, everything they could have wanted, and Noble had no way to move as that circle crossed without allowing themselves to take some damage. So Ghost Gaming again, maybe just thinking we want to get aggressive here. We want to try and close this one out in a fashion that really puts a marker down, but it just gifted Noble a way back into the series, and something that we've seen from them. You give Noble an inch, they will happily take it.
They will indeed. So Ghost need to now kind of evaluate that and say, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Is Rack on his own here? No, he's not. Okay, he does have support. I was worried that Ghost might have been able to isolate him. Certainly they know he is in this building. And Ghost might be able to surround him. He is slightly isolated from his team. Has to be careful.
Pulse going to be trying to play a little off angle as grenades will be delivered into that central structure. Panda's doing some good damage with the flat line. Arcstar's going to be trying to defend that door, and now the push is going to come in. It's a 2v2 inside of the bubble. 57, 114. Add them all up, and all it adds up to is Panda's getting the first knock here onto Impulse. However, going to have to back out of this situation, and now Noble managed to turn this one around. So a little bit of over-aggression once again, costing Ghost Gaming, and just like that, Dan, 2 rounds in a row, we're all tied up.
Well, that stick was absolutely everything. Otherwise, Pandas was going to be able to shield back, get back to full health, and they take the 3 versus 2. The 2 players would have done the damage. He could have come in and cleaned things up, but instead, Arcstar, I get it, he grapples away from the team because he doesn't want to damage them, but unfortunately, it's just a real shame when you get stuck. That's how important Arcstars can be, how important grenades can be in this game mode. It can really swing the game in your favor. Really went against the grain there. I feel like Ghost was somewhat comfortable, even though, again, yes, it was an aggressive push, and maybe they timed it incorrectly. They had done the damage. They probably had the advantage. Noble Gaming tie up 2-2, which means we go to first to 4.
Panda's not getting the damage you would have wanted with that flat line. Just a little tickle on the shields, and Arcstar going to be thrown out. And now you can see that Ghost Gaming want to try and take a little bit more control of this central structure where Noble have been kind of pivoting from. But no damage really done as yet between the two teams. Little tickle on the shields here of Impulse is going to force him to momentarily be out of the battle, but one thing that you can take away, Dan, is the amount of grenades that are being loaded up by both teams at the moment.
I was going to say, it's just Arc Stars galore. There's, I think, 3 purchased by each player at the moment. Of course, as you get to these later rounds, you do have more materials to work with. You can purchase plenty of grenades and plenty of bats and cells. It's Noble who have managed to find themselves central again. They've been trying to take advantage of this structure throughout every single round and have really dominated it. It didn't work in the initial ones, but as we've gone further into it, there has been some benefits. The one downside, though, is they've not been able to get the supply crate. Ghost Gaming will be able to get all the weapons. A gold 301 for Metro is very much a terrifying thing.
Certainly is. Certainly going to be able to do a little bit of damage as we move forward. The Rampage was there as well, but opting for the 301. And Noble once again caught inside of this structure and now making their move, and they have to as well with the way that the circle is moving. And try and solo Metro here. He's managed to get away for now, so good job for Metro to retreat, and not only that, get the damage done. That's going to be the bubble burn. So now you have to feel like Ghost Gaming have the advantage here now. Now, can they capitalize? Can they play a little bit more patiently than they have in the previous 2 rounds?
Certainly patience has been lacking so far. I think they've thought they've had an advantage in some situations, and they maybe haven't had as much of an advantage as they thought. Metro will be able to get up at least a full shield here. Some nice shots coming out from the R301. That's what it can do. It absolutely shreds. And now Ghost Gaming have the 3 versus 2 advantage, and 6 has already done damage to Lucas. And there's going to be the round. Ghost Gaming back on to series point.
And that's the difference. Just a few seconds, just a little pause in the momentum, a little pause in the aggression, just waiting for the other team to have to be forced to make the move and then taking advantage of it. That's what won them the round. And now Ghost Gaming, like you say, map point, series point. A chance for them to move into the next round. And for Noble, I just want to see them try and not play around that central structure. I feel like they're getting caught and kind of siphoned in there a little bit too easily.
But if you're the likes of G2, My Little Phony, Aqualix, who have all performed well in the previous tournament, maybe not so much Aqualix, they didn't have a great UMG, but we saw them perform well in the previous European tournament. I know there's a big difference. You're looking at Ghost Gaming here and you're saying there are kind of chinks in the armor. There is definitely the ability to take these guys down when they get overconfident, but maybe this is a strategy from Ghost Gaming. They're not playing to their very tactical ability. Instead, they are just being a little bit more aggressive at times, just taking fights. They know they're the better side, and they should be able to close it out here.
Skynade going to go in. Let's see if we get some numbers popping up on our screen. No, there is not. So 6 will have the defensive bombardment, though. And that is going to clean one team off the top. Noble, though, going to have the bubble and deciding, hey, this is almost like we're playing BR right now as we're seeing some classic Gibby on Gibby action. No damage being done. So now it's just back to that standoff around the dome. The inside controlled by Ghost Gaming. The outside and the height controlled by Noble.
I like this. Hold the Arc Star, see if you can get a stick as someone drops. I think that one's just going to miss, but Arc Stars go to and fro. No damage being able to get out of either of them. There is 2 bubbles for 6. So at least they've got plenty to work with here in terms of pushes. They can use one defensively and one offensively if they would like. But for the moment, they just need to focus on how they're going to get out of this building, depending on where the circle moves. Right now, they're comfortable, but if it does move away from this little donut, then certainly being on the low ground can be disadvantageous at some points.
Makanishu trying to get a little bit cheeky, a little bit bold. Tries to hit a few vault shots here. Going to see that nobody's really going to have to be forced to do anything as that ring does close. The dome will be inside of it for now, so we're starting to see resources depleted a little bit as far as things like projectiles, grenades, etc., which is going to leave it down to a straight gunfight between the two. A little bit of damage going to be done here. 54 now. Are they going to move on this? Makanishu decides that no, they're just going to hold the angles. You have the ability to leave through one of these 2 top doors or that one down the bottom where you can bubble out. And I think that might be how Ghost Gaming have to play this one. Maybe bubbling out on that bottom door and trying to play some of the head glitches that are around. It's going to be interesting to see how this one kind of develops in this next 26 seconds when teams will finally be forced to move a little bit.
Yeah, I think Noble were just being patient to see where this circle was going to be going, whether it's going to be a case that Ghost have to move next time. We've seen how patience really has paid off throughout this series for either team, to be completely honest. Ghost have made more mistakes than Noble have when it comes to not being patient enough. So Noble trying to demonstrate on their side how they can also be patient. Still one bubble left for Rack 2. So they've got the ability to get out. Styx is trying to take an angle here, and actually they've got out unexpectedly here.
Yeah, playing that low ground, making that escape, and now they got a little bit of a head glitch to play with themselves. And now Noble going to be forced to bubble down. They will do that and fall into the zone just momentarily. A little bit of damage going to go down, and a straight bubble fight is where we find ourselves. Lucas is going to have to pop some meds. Either 8 shots are going to hit, Impulse will fall, Lucas will fall, and Racket Issues just thought, what has just happened in front of my eyes? And the answer is Ghost Gaming have taken the map and have taken the series. They win here 4-2 on our map number 4. And you have to say that that was over, that bubble fight, extremely quickly and very, very impressively so from Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, every time we've seen a 3v3 engagement like that, it's been Ghost Gaming who have come out on top. It's not Noble's strength. Instead, it's usually their kind of way of kind of forcing mistakes, I think, out of Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming have just made some mistakes. Sometimes just by showing a little bit of vulnerability, it means the other team will push in. But Reflections, we've got our winner. Ghost Gaming have been able to take a pretty comfortable series.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, though, I was happy Noble fought back. I really was. There was a comment in chat, not to call out the name. Normally I do. I would if I remembered it, but I don't. They were saying best of 5 is too much. You know, normally after 2 maps, we know exactly who's going to take this series, you know, and I guess you could make that argument. Ghost was up 2-0. They looked unstoppable. They really did. But then they started getting funky, did they not, right? I mean, you want to talk about variety being the spice of life? Well, I guess Ghost is, especially with 6. I mean, he rocks Loba to start the first 2 maps. He goes then with Horizon on artillery, and then switches over towards Gibby, which, by the way, Gibby is what he was rocking during the last UMG tournament. So it was kind of nice to see him go back to his roots there. And it makes sense on a map such as this. Gibby on Gibby action, as you guys called it, chat loving that one too, was the big things. That bubble fight on the final round was pretty big. But let's go ahead and recap, though. And, you know, Onset, we'll start with you because, again, 6 rocking so many different legends. Maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. What are you thinking?
I think the theory behind every single legend pick was there. I think that it wasn't the legend picks that really let them down. And I'm saying let down as I look at artillery here, that the one map that they did lose, that was just a little bit of overconfidence, I feel, in a few rounds from them, where they let Noble back into the game after, you know, demolishing them 3-0, 3-1. It really wasn't close, those first 2 maps. And it's something we're seeing more and more. You know, different maps lend themselves to different legends and play styles. And I liked the pick of Horizon on artillery. You know, Dan said, quite rightly so, you got that grav lift to try and retake high ground if you need to, if you're playing the artillery wall side. You've also got an amazing ultimate when you get down to a smaller circle that you can just absolutely annihilate a team. So it wasn't a legend pick so much that let him down. And going back to your little point there about best of 5, and you know, people say maybe a best of 5 is too long. It allows teams to adapt, and that's what Noble did in map number 3. If you know, pros are their best when they are given a situation and they have to adapt and overcome, and that what really shows the strength of a team and of a player. And when you have a best of 5, you have the ability to do that. If you have 2 maps that are close quarters, you get wiped, it's over. That would have been done in a best of 3. At least here, Noble had a way to find themselves back in. And when you get 2 teams that are kind of closing in on each other and fighting it out, that it goes down to that last game, and both teams kind of got the psychological edge on each other, that's where it becomes a hell of a watch.
And it might have been a psychological edge that Ghost had, at least off the first couple of maps. But like you said, Noble choosing to readjust themselves in map number 3, that's great for them. And, you know, we have a lot of variety when it comes to the maps. Maybe artillery is one that Noble could dominate this tournament. After all, they do drop down to the loser bracket. Doesn't mean they're out for the tournament. They still have a chance to make it. And based off their performance against Ghost, who I heavily favored it in the Group B, I got to say, Noble might be my favorite to maybe be the second team to make it out and get revenge on Ghost a little bit later. Hey, Onset Gaskin, you killed it with the cast. It was incredible. I can't wait to obviously be joined by you guys in a little bit. But of course, I got to kick you off, and I'm going to be joined by Blazing Girl in just a second. But chat, don't go anywhere. The action's going to continue and unfold throughout the entirety of today and tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Keep the conversation going in chat. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, the Apex action will continue. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Gaming Studios, UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Blazing Girl this time. It's going to be a great time. Girl, it's great to have you once again. We had the chance to work together for the first time a month ago. Now you're back, and you had a chance to watch a great series to start it off. How's everything shaping up for you?
Everything is going great today. I'm super excited. The first few games were phenomenal to watch. And we've seen Loba and Horizon as well. So It's a lot different than the last time 1 month ago. And this next series coming up is going to be super exciting. We got a lot of champs coming through in this next game.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, we didn't see so much variety last time. Now we're seeing, well, but again, it makes sense given the fact that it is 1 month later. We've had also other tournaments take place other than the UMG one, so teams are getting more acclimated to the arena style and the arena pacing. Blaze, hey, how you doing, brother? It's nice to have you back. You get to cast some Apex Arena. We're working on a different game for the first time.
Exactly right, which is very, very rare because usually me and you are duos, right? But today,
That's
girl
right.
gets to have me, and you have to accept that, Taylor, okay?
I say it is what it is.
Sit back on the sidelines and enjoy. But you know what? I'm excited for this event. This is my very first Apex Arenas event in which I get to cast. And you know, when it comes down to me, I love these round-based game modes. I love team. I just love two squads being able to fight each other in peace and just being able to see that team fight develop and blossom in the essence of that without having to worry about third parties and charge rifles from across the map. You really get to see who is the better squad here.
Fight in peace on something you don't expect to hear, especially with how violent some of these maps can go with their headbutting. But I do get it without the third parties. You get the magnifying glass. Girl was the one to coin that last time, right? We get to focus in on the team. So she was kind of the one that brought that to the forefront. Let's check out our bracket because everything is, or I guess I should say our groups and the brackets in each individual group. And take a look at this one, man. Both 3-0s across the board, girl. We got G2, 3-0 against Elevate. Kangarna, 3-0 against Lazarus. Was really excited to see Lazarus. Been a part, or been a fan of that organization for quite some time. They're OGs when it comes to esports, but hey, we got G2 Kangarna. This is a powerhouse matchup.
Sure is. G2 Esports, we have one of our championships winners from EMEA region in that group, and they also won our last Arenas tournament. And then we have the champs from NA and Kongarna, so it's really gonna come down close to the wire. It's gonna be intense. The mechanical skill on both of the teams are superb.
Absolutely. And the mechanical skills are really going to come to the forefront. These are my two favorite teams, potentially even make it in the grand finals or in a playoff bracket. Whoever wins that matchup will, in fact, qualify for tomorrow's playoff. Loser bracket, though, it's win or go home, quite honestly, guys. Loser bracket, Elevate Lazarus. Whoever wins that is going to move forward to the second qualification match, which will obviously be against the loser of the G2 Kongarna. We'll see who moves forward from there. Let's take a look, though, at Group B. We just saw a phenomenal matchup blaze between Ghost and Noble. Ended in a way of 3-1. Really, the only 3-1 we get. All the other matches were a 3-0.
Yeah, they were. And Noble, they started to fight back there at the end. And it was something that we were happy to see. But on the flip end, Ghost Gaming, you know, I love what they kind of did with their team comp, how they mix it up every single map. You know, they consistently ran that Octane and that Pathfinder for the mobility, for the zip line and jump pad, which is really crucial here in arenas when it comes down to acquiring power positions, right? But that third guy, that rotation, you know, bringing in the Horizon, bringing in the Loba, bringing in the Gibby, just cycling out that champion based on what you need for that map. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Bangalore from them as well, too, at a certain point.
Yeah, Bang, we saw a little bit, you know, in the last tournament. We really did. It was pretty rare, just like Wraith, right? We didn't see Wraith too much, but I think we're going to see Wraith a lot more. Girl, I got to ask you, though, as we head into G2 and Kongarna, you were kind of leading the meta, I think. You know, you were kind of asking me even in the pre-show last time. You probably don't remember it. I do. But you were saying, you know, why no Loba? Why aren't we seeing Loba? Loba should be great here. But Loba has come into the meta. And like I said, you were ahead of the meta. Why did you foresee Loba maybe being used eventually in arenas?
Well, her ability to grab the heals gives each team a really good start in the beginning. So that'll give you an advantage and give you that momentum. She also has an ability to give her a little teleport and get to height or move forward or get out of a sticky situation. So she has a lot of great abilities. Also has an ability to give her a little teleport and get to height or move forward or get out of a sticky situation. So she has a lot of great abilities. I love that they buffed her. She's used in Battle Royale as well. I could definitely see her working out. It's kind of like a Loba versus Gibraltar in my mind right now on who to pick. You gotta go for either the heals, or if you're a really aggressive team, go with the bubble push.
Bubble push is definitely big, especially on certain maps, obviously, coming in, I think, on Thermal Station last time on that. That's where the bubbles really start to come into play. We saw phenomenal fights between Ghost and their partner, or their opponent, just a little bit ago, of Noble. Aggression was the big thing in that last series, Blaze. In this series, I expect aggression to be just as heightened, if you will, because both teams are not going to back down. You know, Ghost was able to dictate the pace against Noble. They obviously answered back in the series. This time around, though, if there is any team to dictate the pace off the rip, who's it going to be? G2, Kongarna?
You know, if I got to go between these two, I'm thinking G2, man. G2 has always been an aggressive team, in your face, you know, a controller squad at that. And so they love that close quarter combat, right? And especially with them running that Gibby bubble more times than not, once they feel comfortable that they've put out enough damage in that round and they find their opportunity, they use that Gibby bubble so well to block off present sight lines, to close that distance, and then play that bubble battle in and out, something that they do all too well. And so I'll be looking for them to be the more aggressive squad in this situation. And, you know, I'm pretty sure we'll see the Pathfinder in Octane and using those ults to get to certain key positions early on in these maps. And once we see the maps, we'll see maybe get a little inkling of what type of team comp we're going to get.
All right, girl. Well, let's talk a little bit about the maps, right? And those team comps that he was talking about. Thermal Station, I assume we're going to see Gibby. Wraith, though, has become pretty popular on that map itself. But we got Thermal, Artillery, Party Crasher, Overflow, and Phase Runner. What do you think the series is going to look like between these two great teams?
Honestly, G2's home, Thermal Station. I think they're going to take that one. Artillery, that's like a 50-50 for me. It's like who takes high ground, who gets those shots. I know Mandy really loves long range. Don't let him have the Kraber or he might 1v3 you guys. Party Crasher, also a 50-50, but one of my favorites to watch because I feel like the map is so evenly put. Overflow is a good one for a Gibby team as well. But I've seen some teams struggle. The teams that you normally expect to win on Overflow sometimes don't. So.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Overflow is, in my opinion, my favorite map. I love it, right? That's subjective. I love Overflow, but you're right. It's kind of unique in how open it is. I will say, though, I had a great time watching Party Crasher. That hill off between Ghost and Noble was great. Ghost, taking over that low ground just in the nick of time as soon as they hear the stim coming in, getting the eliminations. You don't see that too often. Curious if we see that between G2 and Kangarna. But Blaze, you said it best, right? G2 is a very aggressive team, so they might be more aggressive in a sense and force Kangarna to fight. Maybe not being impactful, at least for the standoffs. I was looking at the stats from the first couple of maps, or at least from that first series between G2 and their opponents. And man, I got to give credit to Resulta. Resulta popped off, picking up 5-6 elims in at least a couple of those games. I expect him to be impactful. I guess for you, though, who is going to be the most impactful player on both rosters?
Ooh, the most impactful player on both rosters for these squads. I'm gonna have to go with the Gibby on G2. And correct me if I'm wrong, it is gonna be Gentrifying that's gonna be playing the Gibby, correct?
He might run Gibby. Typically, he's Octane.
He's Octane. Okay, so sorry, Resulta. Okay, so I'm looking for Resulta. That's the guy who I'm looking for in this series, because when we get on over towards Thermal, their map, and also Overflow, maps 1 and 4 is the two maps. So if we go to map 4, which I'm expecting him to have a great performance, but on the side of Kangarna, I'm not sure who we need to pop off here. Girl, what do you think?
I think all 3 players are really good. I think Scurry did the most. I think he got MVP in ALGS NA. Not 100% sure. Or Onmu, I believe we voted
Onmu.
for. Yeah, we voted for Onmu. But I think Scurry had maybe the most kills in that series. So Scurry, Onmu, Vayne, they're all very well. But I think maybe Scurry had the best statistics in BR. So we'll see.
Yeah, so Scurry's not bad. Even though he only got 1 elimination, at least in all the respective maps that they played. 1 each map, right? Not just 1 elimination collectively. The damage he was outputting was insane. He was getting the damage for his teammates to get those eliminations. Ultimately, that was Onmu. Onmu in map 1, at least in their first series when they had to play against Lazarus, he picked up 7 elims, so he's popping off clearly. So Onmu is the guy that I'm personally watching out for when it comes to Kangarna. Let's talk about our predictions, though. And this is a fun one for me because, girl, last time we did this, I mean, you were off the chain, all right? You were picking some teams we weren't expecting to pick.
Like 100% win rate outside the finals.
She was fantastic. Now she's got the new camera, the new background. It's looking even better. So I think she's going to see the future even better, right? She's got the crystal ball. So, girl, let's start off with you. Who's taking this series?
I love both teams equally, but I think G2 is going to win. They were our reigning champions for arenas last time. They do have a new player, although it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but I'm going to go with G2.
Okay, fair enough. G2. And I think that's a fair pick, right? The reigning champs. It's hard to go against the reigning champs, Blaze, but are you going to go against the reigning champs? What are you thinking?
Ooh, man. And Taylor, you know me, man. Sometimes I'm the vibe master. I make some wild picks. Sometimes I go with my gut. And when I first saw this matchup, I said, you know what? Let's go NA. Let's go Kangarna. Let's pick them to come out on top. But I said, no, sir. How can I go up against the defending champions in 2 different game modes? Okay, G2, 2 of their players in their roster winning our last arenas event, and you got Manny from Scars who took the last EMEA ALGS championship. So they got a little mix of both worlds here, and their first match was a stomping. This one is going to be a little bit closer, but I think that experience to pull them out on top, G2 is my pick.
All right, G2, fair enough. I'm going G2, not that anybody cares. I'm going with the reigning champions, all right? I don't have a leg up in this race at all, but that's fine. I'm still going to give it out there. Chat, who are you going with? You going G2, you going Kangarna? Honestly, both are great picks. They truthfully are. Even though G2 won before, it doesn't mean they're going to win now. So, chat, who are you putting your channel points with? Because channel points will be earned or lost. G2, fair enough. So, just like Ghost versus Noble, everyone went with Ghost. This time around, everybody's going with G2. So, Kangarna, the ball's in your court. Like I always say, Blaze, you know that, right? I'm always saying when we're betting against them, it's up to the other team now to prove the doubters and haters wrong. I'm going to hop off. Blaze, girl, take it away for map 1.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It is guy and girl together, casting together. What a beautiful combo. I just thought about that. We got guy and girl together. Never in my casting career I thought that would ever happen. And I've gotten so many jokes like, where's girl Blaze at? Where's she going? Hey, well, girl's about to be on fire today. It's me and her coming at you guys live for our first matchup of the day. We are going to Thermal Station G2. This is a squad here. As we know, when it comes down towards the BR game mode, they are always landing here. This is their normal spot, and a lot of squads don't even want to contest them. They move away. But here in arenas, you're going to have to fight them on a home turf. And girl, what type of advantage is that going to give them?
Honestly, they really like close range combat, and this one's normally very, very close range. There are some high ground spots, and you've seen a lot of teams go for that dome early. So make sure whoever gets to the dome fastest. Kangarna, they can give them a run for their money right now. They can perhaps show off here. If they beat them here, they're going to have something to say afterwards, a little bit of bickering. But we're going to see here, 50-50. Who do you think is going to win round one?
That's a good question here. I'm going to lean forward towards my pick of G2. I'm looking towards this dome section of the map to see if they'll be able to get there quick. But when it comes down to early utility, you got to ask yourself, well, what's the quickest way for you to get here? Pathfinder grapple, a nice little whip across map, Octane double time to get over there to get that positioning. We'll see what be utilized, but we got some wingmans and Mozambiques utilized in the first round. We got Vayne choosing to put all his money there towards that wingman pick. We'll see if he gets some level ups there towards the Mozam. But for now, as we see G2 picking up these meds here off the peel, and we're going to have Gentrifying trying to go wide, get an angle, but he's going to see Vayne on his screen. If he can get some early damage on his Gibby, that'd be huge, but not giving up his positioning just yet. We see him hit for the 45, trying to lower the economy of the squad, but here's a quick push here from Vayne. The knock comes through, Designful goes down. The quick wingman shots, he's going to have to reposition. Here comes a brawl inside the bubble. Omo needs to group up with a squad mate to try to take down what is going to be left. Results is going to be on the ground as well. And here comes the cleanup, but Gentrifying trapped inside, popping a battery. And there's one thing to note is that we are going to have Designful back in this game. So we got the full roster of G2. Ooh, clean shots, but can't get them taken care of. First round goes towards Kangarna.
Yeah, wow. I feel like Vayne is one of the most underrated NA players, and he just showed it there. The aggressiveness, he was popping off, getting that entry damage, so Onmu later then could get an angle and get the first knock of this. They clearly sweep them here, and that's not going to feel too good for G2 Esports on their home turf.
Nah, that's not going to feel too good for them whatsoever here, especially in round number one. But as we kick off round number two here, Vayne, Omo, and Scurry, we see them kind of sticking over here towards that dome side, and Octane jump pad is there. Both teams on a race. It's going to be a battle for positioning, but the double jump gets G2 positioning on the roof. Scurry is going to have to scurry away with the Octane. He gets under. But G2 with top position on dome, right where they want to be. Kangarna on the inside, but G2 will not let them have the peace of mind to be able to heal up, to be able to feel safe in this moment. And Omu's going to go down.
Yeah, Scurry can't do much. It was actually a 2 versus 3 here, so G2 is going to get the sweep on round number 2. Hopefully, they can get their player back in for the next round.
Yeah, I think we had a little issue there on Vayne, as I think he was disconnected there towards the top. But folks, we'll get this one taken care of momentarily. Technical difficulties happen though. But so far, man, after 2 rounds going by here, we're all tied up 1-1. Are you seeing anything unique here in this map that you wasn't expecting, or what have you liked to see what have you liked so far?
I like the fact that both teams play Gibraltar on this map. I feel like Gibraltar brings in a lot here. G2, I believe, took height before Kangarna there, so they were the fastest ones. Yep, so they're showing a lot of dominance even though they lost the first round. I'm wondering, is it a 3v3 this time? Yes, it is. Everyone is ready and fighting this time around. And the wingmans, you gotta love seeing wingman action. Ever since Apex Legends first came out, wingman was the most fun and skillful gun to use, and I like to see it again here.
It was, and it's a great pick here when it comes down to arenas. It costs $500 just to get a raw wingman with no attachments towards it, but we know these players can rock with the iron sights. But it just comes down to that extended mag. Do you need those extra bullets? We see Vayne goes down, so the Gibby's out of play. It's going to be up to his teammates to make the move. G2 with the man advantage. Their opponent sitting here towards top dome. And when it comes down towards the zone, both squads will be in. Care package coming down, some extra loot there if G2 wants it. And of course they do. Why wouldn't you want a purple flatline for this last engagement when you have that man advantage? They're going to try to get some height on the roof, but they need to be careful about how they want to approach this.
Yeah, you see both teams playing it really safe when they have the advantage. So G2 just healed up fully. They know it's a 3v2 situation. So as long as they all go in together, gentrifying, taking the shots, letting his teammates get the flank, and that is another clean swipe. So they lost round one, but hey, they're getting their momentum back. They're able to pull it off. Vayne, I believe, was a little bit out of position. He may have not gotten the cover fire that he wanted there. He was the first one to go down. And normally you see a Pathfinder out in the open type idea and to grapple back. But Vayne, he already used his dome early. He already got caught out. He wasn't able to get out, and his teammates weren't able to do anything there. So they're definitely going to have to be wary of their positioning in this next round.
They do, because they may have to deal with two gentrifyings, as this Octane is so fast. He has created a Mirage version of himself, which Mirage may not be too happy about, all right? But as we head into this round, he will get positioning over here towards this high platform. But in this moment, Gentrifying is going to have to slow it down. We'll see if they want to be able to get this pill here in the middle for the meds, but they got to be really careful. They may have already missed their opening window to get the meds out of that pill. They're going to have to wait for some chaos to ensue. That's Scurry. He sees the opposite Octane, wanted to trade some shots with him. And at this portion of the round, especially as we get later in this map, you're going to start to see these teams early on play for that damage, okay? Try to drain their opponent's economy, force them to use those bats and those few cells in which they have. We will see G2 move up and get all the meds that they need out of that pill, I believe. And so from there, we'll see how they want to make their next move with the care package coming down.
So they're playing distance right now. This round is going to go a lot slower than the other rounds because there's not much room to push. We're going to see the zone rotate, and Kangarna is actually going to be the team that's going to have to move. G2 still has their high platform to play. They might want to go a little bit more center zone towards the west side. Not quite sure who's going to take that first. Designful's already there. So Kangarna is really going to have to push through their walls, their defense. G2 has the advantage here when it comes to map.
Okay, and now they're going to be able to get themselves some better weapons off the care package too, so that's definitely going to help them in this fight. Wingman, some EVA 8s, a purple 301. I think the whole squad got some wingmans to clap with if they need to. And there's the extra meds they were able to steal, just passing along all the economy in which they have. But this next team fight is about to break out soon, because I feel like Kangarna's getting a little bit impatient, and they don't like G2 grabbing all this map control and getting positioning on them. They want to be the initiators here, because at arenas, folks, damage is currency. If you get off that first initial damage, your team has such a good chance. The crack comes through. Gibby gets saved in a bubble, but multiple downs here on Kangarna. One player remaining. He can't get it done. G2 wins map number 1, 3-1.
Yeah, it was a really nice try by Anmu. I think taking a jump pad there against pro players, just, you're never going to survive from it. They're always going to hit their shots, and it was a really great distraction. They almost got gentrifying there, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the trade off, and they ended up losing on map number 1. It was a good start, but unfortunately for KNG, G2 ended up winning that one.
Yeah, G2 did, and they did it in a dominant fashion, because we look back. I think round number 1 they end up losing from there, but from that point on, they made sure that they got height positioning over dome. They made sure that they prioritized their meds there towards the middle. They were slow when it came down towards their engagements, and they chose the right time to get into those fights, not being too overzealous, and just fantastic initiation from them. G2 knows when to initiate a fight on their terms, and because they set the pace, they came out with a 3-1 victory. I feel like.
Yeah, there was a rough start there. Their shots were hitting indeed, but they ended up getting the best positions throughout the rest of the games. And their shots, oh my goodness, the tracking there was incredible. They got the first knock. It wasn't their game to lose. They had the best map advantage. They put them in a bad spot, and now we're going to have to move on to artillery, which G2 obviously are familiarized with it. Kenji's familiarized with it, but it's going to be more of a slow map. Whoever gets height first, we've seen G2 get height first on thermal station. Will they get height first or a better position in artillery? We're going to soon find out.
Yeah, we are going to soon find out. And I think the biggest question that I personally have for this map is, are we going to see the Gibbies on artillery? All right, because when it comes down to it, I think the biggest point of interest are going to be that initial building in which you spawn next to. You got 2 buildings on the map parallel to each other, but right above them, you're going to have that upper walkway, which teams love to play at. And we may see different weapon choices, more scouts, more longbows to play for that initial damage off the start. But even from there, you got to ask yourself, will Gibby work properly in that team comp? We saw Ghost Gaming earlier today bring out the Horizon for that quick verticality in case things get crazy for them to be able to get back to those height positions. How do you feel about it, girl? You think we will see Gibby or a character change?
I think we're definitely going to see one of the teams play Gibraltar, but I did really enjoy watching Horizon play to get that verticality like you were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, Horizon on the lower end of the map isn't going to do too much good, so it's only going to work out well for them if it pulls towards the upper ground, and we've seen it pull towards the lower ground quite often earlier today. So it's give and take. We'll see if Horizon's played, but I think Gibraltar still will be favored by at least one of the 2 teams.
Yeah, and I like how you make the point of Horizon. If we do move on over towards those silos over there, the lower side of artillery, will that squad be able to benefit from that point on? I would say that if you're in a late game and you can save your black hole, if you can get your ult with Horizon, maybe that'll give you a lot of utility that you need to make that area of the map more advantageous for you. And the beauty about that is that all your utility in which you buy is going to carry on over towards the next round. So, and I do believe ults carry on over as well. So if you don't use it, if you don't need it that round, you can carry it on over. So that way you don't have to waste that money in your economy just in case. But hey, we'll see how it plays out. I agree with Grell. I think at least one of these 2 teams will play the Gibby, and I'm excited to see how they are going to be playing around this terrain of the map. But when it comes down to long range weapons, if we do see any, girl, what do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be player preference? But what do you feel like it'd be the best long range weapon in the game right now to use?
Well, we've seen a lot of scouts, as you mentioned earlier, but I feel like longbow is such a great gun to use. If you get a headshot 110 on that, and teams aren't moving too much, you kind of know where they're going to be. But once it comes down to the zone closing in, the longbow is not going to be as effective as a wingman close range. So wingman, longbow, scout. Scout seems favored by the pro players from what I've seen.
And when it comes down to close range combat, hey, man, that scout claps, okay? You got somebody in front of you, that blind fire will connect, and it may connect just a little bit better than a longbow. The longbow, you'll have to, shoot it like a shorty. You got to be in somebody's chest with that one really to kind of get the damage that you need off of that. So we'll see if we get any long-range weapons out of play. But earlier today, when we were watching the strategy amongst these teams, and, maybe it was because we were playing Overflow and how close quarters that map can be, but we saw a lot of money be put into upgrading those Mozambiques. Now, I don't know if we'll see it on this map based off the sight lines. We may see some quick wingmans being brought early on for the damage. But, how do you feel about, loading up all your money into those Mozambiques early on? You think it does enough damage for it to be viable?
I think I've heard someone say statistically that Mozambique does more damage than Eva 8 because it's fully auto as well if you hit all of your shots. It is a really, really good gun. But for this map, like you said, I don't think people will use the Mozambique. I think the wingman will overcome for the long range purposes.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Like I said, if it was more of a close quarters map, maybe party crashers, maybe overflow, that Mozambique will be very, very useful. And I don't know how much it costs exactly, but you put all your money into there, you probably get a P20 on the side and get yourself some extra meds. You're in a good spot. But we'll see what both these squad strategy is going to be as we head here into artillery. Because I don't see a lot of squads kind of playing for the peel and for the meds based off of the location of it and the height advantages on this map. And with that being said, maybe a Loba early on can give a team a big advantage here. So we'll see if that could be the case. Because with me just kind of pontificating on it, you get that Loba early on at that initial building, you drop the ult down, you pull the meds, you still got some verticality off your spawn and go tit for tat with your opponent if you want to trade out that damage. But it's going to be a little bit more of a comfortable situation because you do have those extra meds, right? And if you're hitting your shots, this is going to be, it's damage is currency, as I like to say, and you're just going to have to out-heal them. But eventually, if you do have more meds, you should come out on top.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to grab the meds on this map specifically because they're so in the open, and anyone with a sniper or a G7 scout would be able to see you from far away. So I feel like not too many people can test for the meds on this map. Maybe if you want to give up the high ground or you're too slow to go for the high ground, you can get the meds on the other side. I've seen teams go for like a slower play like that. But yeah, like you said, Loba would be a good way to grab those meds. It would be hard for her to potentially get on the high ground though, but I would like to see her played and definitely see her used. We see Vayne immediately on the horizon, so you predicted that one.
Yeah, so we are going to have that horizon in play, folks. We'll see, how those grab flips get utilized, but G2 end up playing. They're going to have to start playing into the hands of Congarna. Congarna actually not choosing that high side of the map. They saw which way the circle started to pull, so they wanted to get as many advantageous spots as they can over here at the silos. But as you see, a lot of damage being put on Designful and Resulta. They got to back up and heal, and their opponents, they notice. They says, hey, we will not allow you to get that health back. We worked so hard hitting those shots, and now we will apply that pressure. But you need to know when things don't go right and to slow down and disengage. Omu tried to do that, but gets shot through the fence. He's knocked. Vayne trying to cut back, but he says, I want to fight too as well. Trades off a wingman shot to slow down gentrifying. But now Vayne and Scurry, they have the best advantageous positions on the map, but we see G2, a player flanking around, trying to get that angle there towards the back, and he will knock down Omu, and there is the last shot on Vayne. Great work from G2. They didn't have the best positioning on this map, but they hit some damn good shots.
Yeah, Onmu kind of risked it all there. If he got there 1 second earlier, he may have gotten the first knock in this series, but unfortunately, they were able to pop off the battery on G2. He got there too late. G2 had cover fire for their teammates, and Onmu went down so fast.
Yeah, he did. Well, we'll see how the circle pulls next and see where these teams want to rotate towards. Is looking like we can see from the mini map, you got to have that peel there towards the center, but we will be fighting at that upper platform. Octane with the jump pad off the start to get on over towards the top of the building to take the zip line. But who makes it over first? It will be G2. But what can they do with that extra second of positioning? Not much, because Scurry, two beautiful wingman shots, slows down his opponent. That nade pushed him out into the open, but no one in there to put out damage. Scurry hits another wingman shot. He knew that Resulta was going to be out of the fight after that initial damage. So now he's just trying to command as many sight lines as he can in the moment. His teammates behind him, we'll see who's going to choose to move in, because it looks like Designful is out of position, girl, and Congarna, they want this kill.
They do indeed, and they got the most damage in the beginning, so they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. Designful has 3 grapples that he can use to get up there as fast as he can. Trying to land a grenade, he sees Onmu, he hits him for 45. Maybe it's time to push up top in a 3v2 situation. Designful's looking for angles, trying to shoot them in the back. Onmu's a little bit low, but not too low. Scurry is actually going down to 50 HP here, so he's gonna pop a battery. They're still not getting pushed. G2 is playing this so patiently.
Yeah, patiently indeed. And I said Designful may have been out of position, but he got the, like you said, he got the grapples. He can be wherever he wants in this fight. And you see the power of Pathfinder in this comp. But the care package not open just yet. The Gibby bubble won't be utilized for this next team fight on the side of G2. Now, Kungarner, how do they want to move in? We'll see what this next circle is going to be looking like and where it pulls. But this care package may not get acquired from anyone. If it gets acquired by anybody, it's going to be the aggressors, whoever wants to make that first push in this late game team fight. Designful just trying to get off as much damage as he can. I think this is going to be the biggest nade of the round. Toss. Scurry's going to have to move out into the open if it banks off that back wall. And I love the different usages of utility grenades, and I feel like we're getting more usage of the regular frags and arc stars in this game mode.
Yeah, but unfortunately, none of them made an opening for either of the teams, so they're all almost out of grenades here, and the zone's closing in. G2 is kind of pinched in this corner here, and they're getting shot so much. Designful going down to 50 HP. Oh, and there it comes. Vayne with the knock. 2 knocks. Takes down Gentrifying and Designful. This is going to be a mop. Anmu, 1 HP. Can they finish him off? Resulta doing his best.
Chill out.
My goodness, those shots were incredible. He takes down 2 before he goes down. Amazing.
I thought he was about to do it. After I saw the first wingman shot hit, pulled out the Mozambique, but just too much damage on him. Vayne made a fantastic play, but also, you know, we see that how that graph lift was going to be utilized to go from each respective side there to cover that gap in the middle, so you don't have to take the expected route. But I guess if you got a Horizon on your team, your opponent should expect you to you know, be able to take certain positions you know, with that character as you would with any others. But as we head here into round number 3, we're all tied up 1-1. We got a banger of a matchup. G2 really getting pinned there in that last round. We'll see what they can do on this side, as Designful will continue to play low. And I like this move from him, because if he can stay hidden, he can get behind his opponent and cause some issues relatively quickly, just like how he just took his opponent's side over here.
Wow, that was really quick, too. He's got all the grenades that he needs. Everyone is on the low ground. They have sight over the whole map. Kungarna is kind of in a pickle, but they have ultimate. They have Horizon ulti, and they're going to go through with the stick with the Arc Star hits for 100. They're going to have to capitalize off this. 30 HP Designful. Does he get away with the Phoenix?
Yeah, nobody's chasing him. And we're going to see Resulta and Gentrifying slow it down. They were able to take this, I think maybe that zip line back across. Now their opponents, they don't want to press him just yet, but surely the call out came out on Designful on how weak he was. But maybe by the time those comms got processed, they didn't feel like they had enough time to initiate into the fight. Had to reset it, opportunity missed. But I love that initiation with the ultimate. In the end, no one's dead.
No one is dead, and Designful just got away with the 1 HP another time. How many lives does this man have in this round? Will he get caught out once again? I don't think so. I think he's back with his team. I think now it's just going to be a straight up 3v3. They're getting great shots on Kungarna on the bottom. Gentrifying with the headshot. Anmu might get shot out here on the top, but oh, cover fire from his teammates. Really well done from both teams.
All right, here we go. Both these squads in an intense moment. The shots coming down from Designful. We see how the play's designed. The height advantage is there. The knock comes through. They have the man advantage, but Scurry, Vayne, you have to bunker up. Put yourself in a corner just like this to get some good damage in. 2v2, the quick turnaround. Wingman shot missed. 1v1 situation. Designful, Vayne. Designful with the 2 shots to the chest. He locks in the round.
That was a really good attempt by Kungarna there with the Devotion play. The Devotion absolutely melts at close range, and they almost done it. Designful, he was full HP, but it was very, very, very well played. I think Anmu that got caught out on position there on the staircase. Maybe next time he won't do that again. He might have thought he had cover there, but unfortunately, they had sight of him. He went down for free, and that's what ended up costing them the round.
All right, now I'm about to head into round number 4. G2 with the 2-1 lead. Scurry positioning off the start. Both teams seem like they're going to have the same initial. Oh, Scurry took a lot of damage early on. That nade is a great nade, actually. Doesn't go deep enough to really push those players back off the zip line. It did push Gentrifying out into the open, which is a great design if you got some long range fire coming off from the other building behind you. But in the end, both these squads are going to trade shots here for a while until they can get one of their opponent's shield cracked and feel a little bit more comfortable moving in for that kill.
Vayne trying to go for those nice angles on the side, but unfortunately Scurry going down again in health. He's going to be able to pop a battery because it's just so hard to push off the zip line. You really need to get an entry before you take that zip line, or have a Gibraltar bubble to push across there. Designful, he's on the low ground. He can actually potentially get this crate if he heals up. He has 4 batteries. He has enough meds to pull this one off. But on
that nade hit him
right down. Oh my goodness, what a nade.
Yeah, you know what? For a second, I actually thought that nade got a knock from the explosion. It was well timed after the crack came through on his shield by G2. But a little bit too excited there, as this fight will reset for a little bit. Lots of pre-fires here on the edge. Not too many angles in which Congarna can fire back with. G2 knows that, so they're just being disciplined. But Congarna says, we come up with our own angles. We will find our own positioning. As Vayne, with just about under 100 health to his name, puts Designful in the same situation, forcing him to disengage. But does he go for Designful? Play for the kills up top. The shots are there on Gentrifying, but with Vayne going down in the forward position, in the position when she goes down, G2 is in a great position to go up 2-0 in this moment.
I believe Vayne was actually out of meds there, so he was trying to do his best, and I can't believe he fought to the last moment. He was able to get the headshot earlier, but G2, they're hitting all of their shots. KNG doesn't seem like they could do anything after all of these shots have been hit. Designful with the wingman shots across the map. He's gonna jump down, look for one. Resulta goes down though. It's all up to Scurry in this 1v2. And the shots hit, but will they hit for enough? He takes one down and gets punched out by G2, taking map number 2.
Man, close fight right there. We've seen a lot of those close court engagements. Almost, actually, this map in general, we almost seen a few players clutch up some 1v3s, but not this time around. G2 is the more consistent squad. And as you were saying there, man, with Vayne not having the meds in which he needed to heal, he kind of just full sended, and I don't blame him for that play because he's in one of those positions there as the round's going on for too long. If he sits back and continues to poke and go tit for tat with G2, and you don't got those meds, you're just, whatever health you got in that moment for that last fight is about to go out the window. So put yourself in the best position to make the best play for your team there. But in that moment, the whole squad got to be on the same page, ready to full send. And it seems like they were a little bit indecisive on that player down low on Designful or the 2 up top. In the end, it is a G2 win. Folks, that's going to do it for me and girl for now. But when we come back, we got map number 3 on Party Crasher.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Gaming Studios for the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Girl and Blaze. I was going to say Guy and Blaze, or Guy and Blaze, Guy and Girl. It does work. I love the combination. You guys killed it, by the way. Great cast overall, and even better performance, though, we have to agree, by the players on G2. Blaze, a big point that I'm going to bring up, though. I was looking at the stats. Consistently across the board, Kangarna was getting a ton of DPS. A ton of damage. Scurry leading the charge in both games at 1,333 map 1 damage, 2131 damage in map 2. Even though the boys on G2 are getting less damage across the board, not by much, but less in general, they're getting the kills and they're getting the damage when it matters most, getting the downs, and ultimately getting the finishes.
You know, I only got one word for that, and that's decisiveness, okay? You know, it's understanding, you know, how G2 is having better initiations in team fights, okay? What Kangara has for them, they got a Slayer, they got a player who's hitting shots and Scurry, putting out that damage. But if Vayne and Omu don't do anything with that, with the Horizon and Pathfinder,
right?
Then what the hell? If they cannot play off of Omu, putting themselves in those forward positionings to be able to, you know, give them those advantages, then what's the point, right? What's the point of having such a savage on your squad? But on the Philippine G2, they are so precise and so coordinated. As soon as they see the play, they commit.
And girl, just to piggyback off of that, because I think that's a great point, you know, when we're talking about the damage done as a whole, Vayne is the only one, at least in map 2, who was capitalizing off that DPS from Scurry and Co. What does Kangarna need to do in order to capitalize more so on that DPS? Because we're moving into Party Crasher. We saw that earlier between Ghost and Noble. There was a lot of standstills, a lot of damage being done. So I leave you guys to it, and girl, for you to complete that thought. What can Kangarna do to capitalize more so off that DPS that they haven't done in the first 2 maps?
Honestly, I'm trying to think about it, and what I'm coming up with is the Gibraltar. I feel like they could be more aggressive if they had the right characters. I know Horizon gets you the high ground, but it doesn't give you that safe push that you could have with the Gibraltar. You could dome forward. Onmu would have been in cover if they had a Gibraltar to cover him. I think maybe it was the difference between characters, and also the fact that G2 won map 1, so Kangarna has a lot of pressure on their backs right now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed, and Kangarna has to be the party crashers of this series if they do not want G2 to have a 3-0 celebration in qualifying for our champ bracket tomorrow. As we're going to see in this map, both squads on each respective ends of the ship, trading off that damage. The peels will be to the left, as well as the crafting materials for that extra money towards the next round. No one making a move towards that side of the map currently. Both units just trying to put out that damage, and we talked about leveling up the Mozambique versus the wingman play in map in round 1, and we're seeing a lot of wingman action here, and rightfully so. A down.
Oh my goodness,
G2.
Scurry went down so fast, and Onmu's down to 50 HP. G2, I don't know if you noticed right now, but they're playing Mirage on Party Crasher. How do you feel about that?
I'm happy. Okay, I'm actually really happy with that, because when I first started playing arenas, my first 2 characters I used was Mirage and Loba, because, you know, Loba, I was like, bro, this ult gets me mad. So I said, yeah, I'm using this with ease. But Mirage in 1v1 fights, I'm a nerd when it comes down towards his clone. If you put it behind you, put it in front, your opponent never usually always expects the barrage in front on the front half. But if you're nerdy with it, you can juke some people out, get some initial damage in, cause absolute chaos. But we'll see. G2 looking to put on a show with Mirage. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, so both teams don't have a Gibraltar. Vayne decided to stay on Horizon this game. It was a nice try to use the Q all the way up and try and get some shots off, but Scurry just went down so fast. Oh, Result is actually playing Gibraltar, so they don't have a Pathfinder.
Nah, they don't have the Pathfinder, but maybe they feel like just the Gibby bubble will be enough. Pathfinder ult in the bubble. He spreads out. He causes commotion. But can his teammates hone in on the players in which they need to take out? You see multiple shots coming through from Vayne. pushing back his opponent, was able to single out the Gibby, takes down the Octane. He's going to need a little bit of help, but his teammates above at the top courtyard. Octane can't connect with those shots. Vayne goes down 2v2 on the map. And here's the Octane bubble. Actually, just a 2v1. Designful needs to be confident in his engagement, and he's holding his shots, trying to connect, tries to get the high ground, misses it, but he gets the 1v1, trying to commit, but he gets taken. Now, one shot to the face. It's going to be a Congarner round. We're all tied up 1-1.
Vayne really output a lot of damage there in the beginning and ended up getting those 2 knocks. Like I said earlier, I think he's a really underrated player. His shots were hitting close range when it counts the most. He played phenomenally in that round for sure.
Yeah, he definitely did. So let's head here towards the next. We've seen action on both sides of the map so far. Round number 1, we're at the ship in the fountain. Round 2, we're at the courtyard, but as we head here into round number 3, we're going back to our ship side. We'll see how that Mirage gets pushed to use. I like the ult last time from. We'll see if the ult's gonna take an advantage on this side of the map. The first shot hits, and yeah, it will. Off the jump pad, nothing but commotion is gonna come down to Designful to hitting some sound shots. He has the most intel in his position. He has the most clarity, and with that knock coming through in the intel towards his squad, it is gonna be a 2v1 in favor of G2, up to Vayne with his height position. He flanks behind 1, misses 3 shots, has 2 left in the clip. A quick Mozambique switch comes in. Can't get the down on Gibby when he needed to. Mirage is proven to be so annoying.
The headshot midair to start it all off, that was the coolest thing ever.
That was dope.
And Mirage is working out. Vayne definitely could have clutched that, I think, if his teammates might have pinged out the Mirage that was 50 HP earlier. If Vayne was just able to get that into a 1v1 situation, it would have worked out so well. But the fight took way too long. And then they were able to pinch him in the end. So unfortunately, they just needed to get that down a little bit quicker. They have what it takes. They just need to get, there's no room for error against G2. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's no room for error whatsoever here in this matchup we head here into the next round. G2 at series point, looking to take it now. So far, came in with such a unique strategy with the Mirage. We love to see it. Party Crasher right off the jump pad the previous round. We'll see how it gets used again. Now in this moment, Congarna having to dodge those nades. That could have been bad there for Animu, but he needs to reposition, can't lose any more health. But he will lose this economy for his team. G2 knows that. They're going to stay at their current pace, trading shot for shot. Oh, that nade almost connected too as well. Designful definitely has his ult in his back pocket. And because the amount it takes to use that ult, you're going to start to see him really keep just the wingman and the Mozambique in hand. But he can find a gun at the care package. The bubble comes down. Designful is going to be, gentrifying will be the focus. And Designful getting in help, trying to take down Vayne. Beautiful shots, gets the knock, has the height advantage. Resulta goes down, but G2 wins the round, and they take the series 3-0.
Oh my goodness, that one ended way too fast. I was having so much fun casting that and watching that. Like, we banned Seer, we banned Bloodhound, so no one has wall hacks. But the use of Mirage, that's going to mess with everyone's audio, and it ended up working out for G2. They were able to hit their shots. Their nades were on point, and that was a clean sweep.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll say that is one way to get a third party in arenas, all right?
First and foremost, girl, you asked Blaze, like, what do you think about Mirage? And you said it with a chuckle, and I know why you did, because last tournament, when Mirage was used, it was more so used in a disrespectful way, like, you know what, I really don't care about this series, all right? We're already winning. I'm going to use Mirage. We're going to beat you regardless of what we use, okay? Because there's inherent value in having Pathfinder. There's inherent value in having Gibby instead of Mirage. Like, honestly, there's inherent value in having anything other than Mirage. But the way Designful, and my laugh quickly turned into just astonishment with the way Designful in round 3 pops the ult from Mirage to discombobulate Kangarnet. It was a brilliant play and something you just don't expect to see in any given day, in any given series, in my honest opinion. Again, there are many other legends that provide more value to your team than that of Mirage, because Mirage is a selfish legend. We know this, right, girl? But overall, Mirage's usage was just fantastic by design. Well, I love it. I'm a fan now.
Yeah, it definitely got buffed, and it's definitely being used in BR and arenas, as we can see today. And there's a lot of use to it. The amount of clones that he can generate, and also off-putting all of the audio. They don't know where to look, and that's really bad for them. They don't have a Gibraltar, they don't have a defense mechanism, and they don't know where to shoot. It's actually really, really good by G2.
Yeah, I mean, really good indeed. G2 seems to be, again, Blaze, in a league of their own. Much like in the last tournament, I was talking about it during the or during at least that break we had, transitioning from map 2 into map 3. And I was kind of mentioning from the last tournament, you know, even when G2 and Ghost met up against each other in grand finals from the last Apex Legends Arena Invitational, G2 beat Ghost pretty handily, you know? So the reality is G2, again, is looking unstoppable. Kangarnet is a team that, as of recently, has been popping off in arena tournaments. But now, Blaze, it seems G2 is still better than anyone else. Is there any key points why G2 to you stands out?
Well, GQ is constantly evolving the meta, right? Understanding, you know, which champions aren't working on which map, and they're adjusting, you know. So as the staple has been, the Octane, the Pathfinder, the Gibby, it works. It's consistent. And for this G2 team, they know how to make good use of it. But as we go to Party Crashers, they say, you know what? The Pathfinder grapple, we'll be okay not having it for now. Right. Instead, let's go with the Mirage. And from the jump pad to the Mirage ult, they created a party on certain different hills in which their opponent, they wasn't ready for. So G2 knew that as soon as they can get that Mirage ult off, they can get in there, they can get that damage out. But I say that to say that they are thinking outside the box, and they understand when they're able to kind of play around with these champions.
And girl, I asked you, we were talking about, you know, transitioning that just massive amount of damage that Kangarnet was getting from maps 1 and map 2, transitioning those into eliminations, first bloods, if anything, right? Using your man advantage to be able to win the fight. And I asked you, you know, what can Kangarnet do to maybe capitalize a little bit more? And you mentioned Gibby. Well, we go into Party Crasher, Gibby's not there, right? We got Pathfinder, we got Octane, then all of a sudden we have Horizon coming back into the mix. In my opinion, Horizon is great. I, you know, love seeing Horizon come in as a legend in general now, most importantly being on artillery, a lot of value there. But Party Crasher, in my opinion, Horizon didn't provide as much value as I would have liked to have seen. I would have loved to have seen a Gibby in place. Do you disagree, agree? What's your mindset?
I would have loved to see a Gibraltar as well. I think Horizon might have worked well if they were playing against a less aggressive team. G2 was just on top of their faces the whole entire time, so there was no room for them to use Horizon. The black hole, I don't know if I've even seen it go through or do anything in that map, because they just kind of got stomped throughout the whole thing. So they needed the meds, they needed to upgrade their weapons. Gibraltar, it's really good. You got to be confident. You need to bubble up on the other team's high ground, maybe walk up on top of them. I would have liked to see that, or you could have used Gibraltar Ultimate and try and pinch G2 into a situation, because in the last map, in artillery, they got G2 pinched and they ended up winning it. So they just have to find a way to communicate and get them trapped.
Well, G2, at least at this point in time, is sitting pretty, right? They earned the first spot in playoffs tomorrow. To be expected. Again, G2's in a league of their own. We'll see how they perform tomorrow. But at least for today, we're not going to get to see G2 anymore because, hey, they finished early. Good on them. Of course, Kangarnet still has a chance to make it into playoffs tomorrow, but we have to see who's going to win and who's going to be their opponent coming up. Of course, that's going to be between Elevate and Lazarus. They're currently in Game 3, but you better believe we're going to be watching that series. Game 4 is guaranteed. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll be hopping into Game 4 between Elevate and Lazarus. Welcome back to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Blaze and Girl. Blaze, you had a point, man. What were you wanting to say, brother?
Well, I was about to welcome the stream back.
I know you were.
I was about to do your job for you, okay? When we were both here together.
Well, we're here now, and it feels good, brother. It's going to be a great series. It already has been a great series anyways, off stream. I know Dank has been streaming that. Girl, you let us know that just a bit before. Elevate currently leads in the series 2-1 over Lazarus. And I had a chance to kind of look at the stats a little bit from the first couple of maps. Don't know the maps that were played, but I can tell you that when it came to map number 1, Lazarus, I think, was not performing up to snuff. In fact, their damage not even reaching 800 across the board for any of the 3 players, whereas Elevate had a phenomenal map number 1, specifically with Wave. Wave picking up 6 elims, 1,300 damage. He was the leader for his team. Heading into map 2, it seemed to be a close one, at least statistically, from what I can tell. Wave and Voltic really carrying the weight for Elevate, but I do believe it was the boys on Lazarus who were able to take map number 2, and they did so in a convincing fashion. Senpai, 7 elims to his name, 2,400 damage basically across the board for all 3 players. But map 3 just concluded. Girl, you had a chance to at least peek in a little bit. I don't know if you can break it down at all. I'm sure you only caught a glimpse, right? But clearly Elevate did win that. So clearly, whenever it does come to Dank's perspective, something wasn't working.
I can tell you that it was Phase Runner that they just ended up playing and ended up winning. So Elevate, you can keep that in mind. They're a little bit better on Phase Runner than Lazarus is, especially when the 2 of them go up and up. But I've only gotten the chance to catch a few seconds of it. Elevate is only going to need 1 more win to clean the series out. Can Lazarus hit us with a comeback? We're about to find out soon. But I didn't quite get to see the whole thing.
Fair enough. I know we caught it, just in an instance. We're kind of transferring really quick. We didn't expect, at least I didn't expect G2 to beat Kangarna in the way that they did in a 3-0 fashion, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Expect them over fight from Kangarna. But again, G2, they're in a league of their own. They are the reigning champions from the last event we had, and they're looking to be the reigning champions here. Blaze, the reality is this, though. With Elevate having the 2-1 lead, they win 1 more map. They're going to move forward to play against Kangarna for the 1 final spot, at least from Group A, into, of course, the playoff tournament tomorrow. But for Lazarus, if they lose, they're done for today.
Yeah, they're out of here, okay? Important match for Elevate. Important match for both these squads, okay? So we'll see if Lazarus can really turn it up here in map number 4, because they're going to need to. If not, like it is, they are out of here for this tournament. Now, I haven't got a chance to watch either one of these squads play. If Lazarus can really turn it up here in map number 4, because they're going to need to. If not, like it is, they are out of here for this tournament. Now, I haven't got a chance to watch either one of these squads play arenas, and I'm excited to see that because it looks like we got a dope series in our hand. It has the possibility of going to map number 5, and we haven't seen a map 5 throughout the day. I'm excited to see what legends they're playing, what actually map 4 is as we're about to head into it. And this is going to be a great one. No matter who comes out victorious, they're going to have to deal with a very angry Kangarna squad who got absolutely embarrassed by G2.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. Like I said, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0 in total score for this series in a best of 5. Not what we expected. Kangarna, I think, is going to be the favorite team. No matter who ends up moving forward from this matchup, you have to assume Kangarna is going to be that team to kind of, meet G2 in the playoff bracket. But, girl, I don't know. What are we thinking in terms of Elevate Lazarus? I just heard on the comms that we are going to be going into Overflow. Okay. And Overflow's been a fun one. We've seen it from time to time, at least in the last tournament. Today, we haven't seen it as much, surprisingly. We did see it a couple of times, at least in the earlier series, but Overflow, what can we expect legend-wise, right? Because we've been seeing kind of legend shift here and there. You think we're going back to the tried and true, Pathfinder, maybe even a Gibby, going to the Octane? Is that going to be the composition you predict?
That is the combination that I predict. It's kind of my most favorite one, I guess I would say. I did like to see the Mirage, though. So if anyone wants to pull a Mirage off, I wouldn't mind watching that. It did seem when I was watching Phase Runner, I'm remembering now looking at the scores, that they're a very evenly matched duo, team. So I'm not sure who's going to win the next round. There is a lot of pressure on both of these teams. Whoever loses is out. Maybe a comeback for Lazarus. You never know.
Well, hey, look, the map's loading up. I know you two are going to take it away, and I'm not even going to give my prediction because, like I said, my prediction doesn't matter. So as I hop out, Blaze, girl, take it away. But please, let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to win it? I know you only have limited information, but shoot your shot either way. Blaze, girl, take it away.
All right. If I'm shooting my shot, Vibe Master says we're going to a map 5. But you know, if we go to map 5, I'm gonna have to go with Lazarus, and we'll see if that holds true or not. But girl, you know, knowing both these squads, who do you think has a little bit of a better advantage going into this map 4?
Honestly, I think the same as you. I kind of want to vote for the underdogs. I want to vote for who's losing at the moment because I want to see a map 5 as well. I want to see them duke it out with all of that they've got, and they're an evenly matched team. So it's going to come down to the wire in this next match.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is going to come down to the wire. And speaking of team comps, you know, one agent that comes in my mind that may be useful, very useful on Overflow, could be the Bangalore, right? The Bangalore could bring out a lot of usage here with her smokes on this map. It's a lot of close quarter engagements there towards the center line. But we'll see how it plays out. I think the Gibby is going to be an absolute must here in this map. We'll see if it goes down in that sense, folks. It is map number 4, Elevate versus Lazarus. We hope you guys are all having a fantastic time in chat. Guy and girl definitely is, as we're coming out here, as we've been casting the last series was quick between our battle of champions, but we got a little closer one on our screens to get excited for between Elevate and Lazarus.
You know what I have seen on this map before playing arenas myself? I've seen Valk being played. There's just a couple layers on this map that Valk could be really good from getting from the low ground to the high ground real quick, throwing a grenade, and then you predicted it right. We've got a Bangalore. How do you feel?
I feel absolutely fantastic because bang smokes are so important on this map. But even look at all the open area, you can get a lot of usage from her ult because it has one of the biggest spreads there. I think it even has a bigger spread than Gibby's ult, but we'll see how it plays out. We do got a Horizon on the other squad. It's the Horizon Bangalore combo. Octane is the only consistent combination between the two. Gibby and Pathfinder will be the difference here on Elevate, the team currently leading this series. But as both teams have traded out damage here in this round number 1, neither team finding an opportunity really to move in. But with that crack there on hundreds, Elevate maybe be smelling the blood in the water. They maybe want to move in on their prey now.
They definitely have the med advantage, and looking at their composition, I'm going to predict that they win just based on their comp. They're playing Pathfinder, they're playing Gibby, they're playing Octane. That's my favorite comp for this series altogether. I like to see Bangalore, but with Horizon, I'm not quite sure about it. But Elevate actually gets knocked first. Can they bring this back? Fantical going in with the Rampage here. Rampage Wingman. Can they pull this off? It's a 2v3 situation.
That's my favorite comp. That's my favorite loadout. Rampage Wingman. Get my damage from afar. Got me something up close to you know, take my 1v1 battles. But you see the flank up the stairs. Lazarus trying to move in. They got the knocks in which they won't. They will clean up the kills and take round number 1. We saw a lot of weapons purchased right there going into that round. We saw the Wingman and Rampage. I'm actually curious, is it even round number 1?
It is round number 1. I believe they got it from the care package. There were some care package grabs there. Yeah, it looked like Elevate had the advantage there, but Lazarus just came in with the entry frag, and that is going to lead them into a very good series on this map and potentially bring us to a map number 5. All
right, let's see if they can do it. About to head into this next round, we see some level 1 wingmans being brought here by Senpai. The rest of his squad, Flatline, Mozambique, love it. Elevate's gonna use their speed to get up to these meds as quickly as possible. That's a beautiful shot there from Scissors. He knowing his opponent has to heal. That's the perfect time for him to get in there and get those meds. Elevate, but do they want to move in for the kill? Yes, they do. But the downs don't come through just yet. Senpai finally gets knocked down, so Elevate is controlling the fight. There's their second. Lazarus taken out round number 2.
Scissors had some wonderful shots there in the beginning, but it was actually looking kind of close. I thought they were going to make a comeback there towards the end, but they had the advantage. They were very low. They pushed like they needed to, and they ended up tying the rounds. The wingman shots were hitting. The double headshot in the beginning, that was beautiful.
Yeah, and that completely opened up the round there for Elevate. And when you put that much damage out, you have to at least move up on the map a little bit. You have to get aggressive. Even if you can't acquire the kill, just taking over some extra map, your opponent gives that call out to their team, and they're feeling the pressure that they're getting pressed. And so, ooh, what a beautiful zip line. Even though he almost missed the last hop, actually, not a whole play is botched, but luckily for him, nobody's else in the area. But it was a great start. He gets the meds and he retreats. And I think off the back of that, Elevate says, you know what, let's slow down. We got what we wanted to, spread out our meds a little bit, get ready for this next fight. And Lazarus didn't even know their location. Hundreds finally just got the intel for his team, and that's the intel on one player. So Fanatical on this flank. I don't think Lazarus is going to be able to see it there off on screen, right? And actually, sorry, that was, Fanatical moving over there on the right side for Elevate. He's not going to move in just yet, but I think they saw him take a peek around that corner. So Lazarus is going to back up out of caution, put themselves in a better position for the next fight.
Yeah, and they did pick up the Horizon ultimate here, so we could potentially see a black hole if they feel like they need to use it on G7 Dank there. The shots are going through. Hundreds, took a little bit too much damage. Scissors definitely is telling his team to push off of that because Hundreds is so low, and he's choosing to slow heal, which I'm not sure is the play. Now he pops the battery. He's going to be full HP quite soon.
Okay. Both these squads have ample amount of health, but this care package in the middle will provide some cover and some extra utility. But so much damage taken here from Hundreds in that moment. I felt like he could have possibly avoided that fight, but he says, hey, somebody has to fight in this moment. Fanatical gets a knock. Dank goes down as well. Two members of Lazarus go down, and Elevate will clean up the round. They'll take the 2-1 lead, and now one round away from moving over towards that loser's qualification match where they'll have to play up against Kungarna.
And like you said earlier, Kungarna are quite angry. They want to win. They definitely played as best as they could have against G2. If they can clean up just a little bit, hey, you never know. We might see them play again very soon. Elevate, they're doing really well. I believe, like you said, I think Hundreds peaked a little bit too much, not focused enough on zone. So taking that damage while the zone was closing in on him really didn't help out the playing field for Lazarus and potentially cost them that round. Could have been the deciding factor. I haven't seen too many Bangalore smokes,
right? I was just thinking about that. Where is her where is her presence on the map? Because you need to use those smokes early on, get the meds, get the care packages, get something. Hell, even, use it for positioning on a flank, but we need more usage out of that Bangalore if you are a Lazarus fan. But the damage being put out there by Fanatical, sorry, if you're an Elevate fan, no, I said it right, if you're a Lazarus fan, but the damage being put out there from Fanatical is going to push these players back. We see the Bangalore healing up. She'll be immediately back into the fight, but Dank focusing, I believe that is Scissors as he's running away. He takes a little height advantage, puts the focus there on Gibby towards the mid-map, and Lazarus is feeling comfortable in this moment. But the EVA shots miss. Shot outlined around his opponent. In the end, he will survive with 1 HP. Talk about a fight. This could be Lazarus' round to get this one tied up.
They really needed to get that re-knock on Senpai there to make it an even fight, but Senpai is healing back up. Almost a full HP. He's at least got the battery off, and that's what matters the most. Scissors trying to do the best he can with the wingman shots. Lazarus is in the 3v2 situation. They're taking it slow because they have finished. They have thirsted their kill. No matter what happens now, they know it's going to be a 3v2 situation. But Senpai going down to 1 HP again. How many lives does this man have?
Oh my god. Too many, but the Gibby takes multiple shots in the back. This should be an easy round from Lazarus. Surely not. No way you get this off. He got it off. Reset the fight. Dang knows it. He stays alive. Oh, that's 100 damage into his back. He needs to move up, and he will get the kill. Lazarus survives in a moment, but man, that got scary for a second, girl.
It sure did. I wonder how much he was sweating there in that 1v1. Because once you hear that battery pop, you know you're panicking. You're like, I don't know how much HP he has underneath. If I get headshotted a couple of times, this might swing. We're going to lose a 3v2 situation, and now everyone's going to make fun of us. We cannot lose this. All of the pressure was on him. Fortunately for Lazarus, they ended up winning that, tying them to 2-2. But oh my goodness, was that scary to watch.
It was, and we got to give Ding a lot of pressure for having a composure not to give up the high ground there, because some players would have just W key right on over, and they would have took 3 Mozambique shots to the face there from hundreds. But sorry, not from hundreds, but you know, from the Octane player there over on Elevate, which I believe was with Dink in that moment. But anywho, wasn't Dink, was... Here we go. I can read. It was Fanticles. Thank you very much, dear girl.
Hey,
what would I do without you? Okay,
I got you.
All right, my eyes aren't working very well today, but on screen I can clearly see the damage that Hundreds is putting out. He has the jump pad to work with as well. He didn't use it off the initial, so we'll see if he finds an opportunity in this round to possibly engage on somebody or save it there for the next, as Dink gets an advantageous angle, and this is a beautiful angle on the stairs on his opponent's side of the map. He forces those players to have to play a little bit lower and gives his teammates some peace of mind with the high ground in which they have, but he needs to be careful on the flank on the back end. But I think Elevate's focus is taking the opposite end, right? So both opponents have kind of flipped the map, playing diagonal from each other. But this is important. This is where you get the usage of your Bangalore smokes, and then with the Pathfinder grapple, they get out with the utility in the weapons in which they want. But Elevate is going to have to capitalize off of that.
Bangalore smoke kind of works in favor for both teams. It kind of gives both teams a sense of security. Yep. Kind of help the Pathfinder a little bit, but also help them on their own end. Hundreds popping that battery. One thing I noticed with Hundreds is even though he gets down fully cracked, he's still very aggressive. He's a very aggressive person in competitive, and oh my goodness, G7 Dank with the Volt. One of the few people that I've seen use the Volt in arenas, but he absolutely slays with it.
I think the Volt is one of the most well-balanced weapons out there when it comes down to fire rate, distance, and close range ability. For that blind fire, shoots very, very accurately, and in the right hands, man, it can do a lot. Outside of that, man, you know, it's the flat line for me, boy. That thing, you hit somebody up close with it, straight left or right, it's over for him. But it may be over for Elevate in this moment as they get initiated on. We see the usage of the jump pad from Hundreds. The Gibby bubble gets popped. Scissors is knocked. And it's all up to Fanatical. And he can't get turned up enough to take this round. Lazarus takes the 1-round lead.
Yeah, G7 Dank right there was doing so much damage, but also I was looking at that ammo, it was almost out. So I think they felt a little bit pressured to push that and finish it off, because the more and more that they poke, the less and less ammo or ammunition that they have, and it was looking close. I think he had 60 spare bullets left. So good thing on them. They used their situation wisely. They got the damage in, and they all pushed as a team. The communication and teamwork there, phenomenal.
Phenomenal indeed, folks. Phenomenal indeed. Me and Girl gave our predictions towards the underdog of Lazarus to send us to a map number 5 and continue this series. We'll see if we're right or not. Elevate missed that opportunity at 2-1 at map point to close this one out. And now Lazarus over these last 2 rounds have pulled momentum back into their favor, so they're feeling really comfortable here. Beautiful shot by Lazarus. Another body shot hit with that wingman. He has a great flow currently, and he did put 3 levels into that wingman too as well. So with the Bangalore being on the map and so many smokes out there, if you can get that thermal sight, by all means, get it on your gun. I think it's worth the economy to do so. Some nice shots here with the flat line. The nades come out. The black hole comes out as well, but we don't see no nade markers there. I think he was able to avoid it with the corner of the building, so that black hole will be nullified.
Oh no, that's not what you want if you're G7 Dank right now. For your ultimate to be completely wasted and your grenade's not hitting, that has gotta feel really bad. Elevate though, Scissors. I believe last tournament Scissors popped off with the wingman, one of the best wingmans in arenas here. G7 getting some flesh shot. Yes, they got a knock on Scissors. The Arc Star hit Hundreds with the Arc Star. perfect. They should be able to close this one out as they do. Lazarus is the champion in, I believe this is map number 4, eh?
Yes, yeah. Well, we're going to a map number 5, folks.
Hey.
Lazarus able to clutch up and come back into this one, our first map 5 of the tournament. I am super excited from that for this one. But you know, as we come here towards the map number 4, you know, the thing is that Bangalore smoke, if you don't get your intended objective out of its usage, your opponent can also use it as well. And we saw Elevate not shying away from using that smoke to get the care package and just kind of move up a little bit before their opponent. You know, looking at that map as a whole, girl, you know, what are your takeaways here from Lazarus' performance? What did they do so well?
My takeaways from this is, I guess you don't need a Pathfinder Gibraltar like I've been saying this whole entire time. I thought Elevate would win in the end because I just saw their comp. But Horizon and Bangalore, I guess it's the new play. We've seen it, I believe, on Team Liquid last time they played Bangalore, and it works out in their favor. I think Bangalore, I guess, in the 1v1 situations with the passive works out well because we didn't see the smokes throughout the entire game long, and it's so refreshing to see two evenly teams fight it out. They are going to be under a lot of pressure on this map number 5. We're going to see what map it is shortly. There's so much on the line right now.
Yeah, so much on the line indeed. But, you know, I will say when it comes over here towards Overflow, we're seeing a few different comps come together. You know, each one of these squads feeling like, based off the close quarter combat of this map, that some other agents could be a little bit more viable coming in. You know, regardless of, you know, if you're going to be using the Loba for the early meds, the smokes on a Bangalore, Octane jump pads, Pathfinder grapples. Hell, I think you even put a Mirage on his map based off the slight height and low portions of the map as you're fighting. I think Mirage can cause a lot of drama. All right. And we love drama around here, folks. But the drama currently is a map 5. That's the biggest story right now is Elevate versus Lazarus. Let us know in the chat who you want to win, who you think is going to come out on top with it. And girl, my question is to you, are we sticking with our picks? Are we going to stay with the Lazarus here for the reverse sweep?
Oh, I have no idea. This one's close. Like we've seen, they're so evenly matched. They output about the same amount of damage from what I've seen. Lazarus didn't have a good start though, so I feel like Lazarus needs that momentum, which they do have right now. They have the momentum. They just won a series. And do you think that momentum will carry on?
I do. I do.
You do?
And I'm gonna double down with you on that one. I do think that momentum is going to carry on here for Lazarus. After coming off that map 4 victory, you have to assume that they have that confidence. Now on the flip end, Elevate having that one map cushion. Yeah, they lost that last one, but they're going to have to just start focusing on map number 5, start talking about what they need to do differently. And, you know, I'm curious to see what team comps we are going to see. And we're picking characters right now, about to hop in. And I do believe the map is going to be, I'm going to get that for you guys here in just a second. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see the Octane. That has been the most consistent character across the board out of each and every single team comp. But if it's a map like, let's see, if we're going to artillery, definitely may see the Horizon once again. But we're going to Party Crashers. Okay, so I do got the map for us. It is going to be Party Crashers. Maybe we see a Mirage there again, maybe not. But what are you expecting here for the characters as we're hopping in now?
Party Crasher is amazing because so many things work well for different teams. And for a team like Lazarus and Elevate, they're so evenly matched. And I feel like this map is so well balanced that we're going to see some really cool stuff. Grenades, we're going to see a lot of grenades being bought. As for comp changes, I'm not sure. I don't know if Gibraltar will still work on this map, if Elevate will stick true to their comp that they've been playing. Lazarus seemed to do well with a different comp, so they might even change out their comp. Oh, they're going to stick with Horizon? Oh, a Fuse. I love Fuse. I absolutely love Fuse.
Wow, the Fuse comes out on the map, and I will say when it comes down to his cluster nade, it has been one of the most annoying buffs in this last update for me personally, because I just can't get the time. I'm like, how many explosions on the back end of this thing? It's like 4th of July every time I'm in a team fight against him. And now in the moment, Lazarus, backed up. They will have the Bangalore on this map as well as the Horizon, and trying to make good usage of the smoke, blocking out those sight lines. Oh, he's gonna get this flank. But no, he would not. He would just be regrouping with his teammates. My bad. But on the flip end, here comes that cluster nade. We'll see what we can do with it. Wow, that's a lot of damage being put out.
G7 Dank is quite frustrated right now because Scissors with the fuse, but Scissors actually goes down to 1 HP. Oh my goodness, he does the damage he needed in the beginning. Hundreds goes down. It's a 2v2 situation here, or 2v3, sorry. Scissors is down to 1 HP, but he's healed up. Can they get him in the back? Yes, they can. And there you have it. The fuse almost cost them there, over peaking as Scissors, but they were able to get a knock on Hundreds, which ended up getting Elevate the win.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to give Elevate the win right there. So good job to them to be able to make that one happen. And so the fuse pick, I'm happy to see it. But something that we also didn't mention is in these close quarter battles going from, opposite balconies of this ship, just being able to load up an arc star there and put a precise shot with it, even as well as those frags, because we've seen a lot of usage of those frags, just being able to get that extra roll and the delay in the explosion. These squads have been able to utilize that right to time team fights around that damage. So Fuse adds an extra layer to that. Meds picked up, some extra cash picked up as well. Lazarus is in a good spot. They're feeling comfortable. Let's see how Elevate wants to guard up against this.
I love the use of the Bangalore smoke there to grab those meds. It's quite hard to pick up those meds without a smoke rate like that, because Elevate could oversee the whole bin area if they play the high ground. Scissors, he got cracked, but he should be able to heal. They don't have as much meds as Lazarus does, and Lazarus is pushing. They've done damage. G7 Dank actually went down. Hundreds gets cracked. Senpai has to do something here to help his team out. He hits a couple shots, but unfortunately, not enough. Yes, he gets the knock, but it's going to be a 1v2, and that's not going to cut it for them.
Yeah, not going to cut it indeed. Nice little 1v1 bound, but as it is, man, he was in a 1v2. Elevate had numbers there in the moment. And when you got numbers, you just got to focus on putting out damage as much as possible. If your team has a 3v2 and you're the teammate that kind of like, granted you could, back up, get a quick med off, negate the damage in which they put out. But if your disengagement from the fight gives your opponent confidence in a 2v2, that's on you, because sometimes as you're healing, that extra shot that you put in the fight is what your teammates need to get that clean wipe on the team fight. Prevent you from having to get some revives and so right after. But as we head here into this round, you see the combination of the jump pad and the zip line may have been overkill if you ask me, but in the end, they do get the speed and taking this position top courtyard. Let's see what they can do with this forward positioning.
They just want to get the 3-0. They'll put everything into this map because they don't want to go another round. They're going to use their ultimate right off the bat. Everything. You can see they're putting everything because they want a quick sweep. They don't want Lazarus to get that momentum back as they have before. You can see G7 Dank trying to get an angle from below. Hundreds also trying to get cheeky with maybe some arc stars while he climbs up here. Let's see if he can hit an arc star on to one of Elevate.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get it done. Elevate in this positioning, they have their opponent exactly where they want them. They also know their opponent would not rotate towards the opposite end of the map. But here comes the initiation here from Lazarus. With the vote over the top, Dane gets out some initial damage, but what can his teammates do with it? That's a crack from Hundreds, but he's cracked as well. And with this disengage, does Elevate want to get aggressive? Do they feel confident enough? Fanatical gets the crack. Multiple downs coming through. One on each side, but it's Elevate with the clean 3-0 in map number 5 to win the series 3-2. And you said it, girl. They wanted to get this one over with fast. They didn't want to come. They didn't want to go to this map 5. They were mad they didn't end it in 4.
Yeah, you can probably hear their cons like, we're better than them, we're better than them, we're going to win this next round, we're going to finish them, we're going to stomp them, we're going to play against Kangarna soon, and we're going to beat Kangarna too, and now everyone's going to think we're the NA champs.
I don't know. That's a large stretch. Hey, beating Lazarus is a good thing. Now you're going in, out of the fire into the frying pan. In my opinion, you got to face off against Kangarna. Not going to be easy, but the biggest thing though is they do have a chance, right? They're still alive, and that's okay because look, Elevate. Yes, they stay alive, but they had to go against G2. And quite honestly, they probably had the hardest group, in my opinion, right? You got G2, you got Kangarna, you got literally 2/4 of the teams in Group A were just powerhouse teams in general. So if Elevate does move forward and they beat Kangarna, in my opinion, that's going to be an upset. But let's talk a little bit more about Fuse. The first time I see Fuse, at least, on Party Crasher, it makes sense, though, given the close confinements, right? Having that nade in your back pocket as your utility is great. Blaze, were you a fan of Fuse, and did you see the value to allow Fuse to maybe be used a little bit more in future compositions?
I saw the value in this ship fight, and that cluster is huge. You can grab that, get some utility there. But even with some of the other frags and arc stars in which you pick up, being able to shoot those out longer distances and be able to disrupt your opponent is great. Hell, I'm thinking of a map like if we go to Thermal and you come out with a Fuse and that dome fight as you got players trying to zip line across. Hell, get an arc star right there on the side of that zip line, force them to have to dismount there a little bit earlier. It's still a lot in which we need to see there. Fuse has a fantastic ult that does some damage. If you can use that one properly, you can really control team fights, as Fuse is a champion who's great at controlling small areas, and that's what he's kind of designed for. And we'll see if we see more teams feel like they can use them on specific maps.
Well, Party Crasher's getting wild. It really is. We've seen now Mirage come in. Mirage actually worked more so than it did in the first month, or at least last month we had a chance. And now we see Fuse, and not even to mention the fact that we're seeing just a ton of other, like Horizon, for example, being used on that map a little bit more and being useful. That black hole, though, being missed earlier on Thermal, or was it Thermal Station, or was it?
It was going to be artillery.
Overflow. Yeah, and it was misplayed. Heartbreaking. You got to make sure you connect those. Regardless, though, a great series. I'm finally happy we got a Game 5, but check it out. We still have some more players, or more teams, I should say, to make it into playoffs tomorrow. Coming up next is going to be Noble and Premier, and this is another one that makes all the difference. One team is going to go home. One team will make it into playoffs. Not sure who it's going to be. Keep the conversation going in chat. When we come back, Noble and Premier will face off. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gaskin. We've seen two teams move forward into playoffs. That's Ghost and, of course, that of G2. But now we have two more slots to still give away. I say give away, at least earned from, four great teams that have to battle it out. Loser goes home. The winner moves forward. A lot of pressure on set as these competitors, this is their last chance to make it happen.
I love it. I love these kind of games. I love sending people home. It's my favorite thing to do as a commentator. Not about who wins. It's about who we get to send home. No, of course, it's going to be a very highly pressurized game. I'm only joking. I'm not as evil as I come across as sometimes. I want to kind of make this he is completely.
I agree. I think he is Gaskin. I really do. Kind of sadistic, really, right? He's focused more on the pain of somebody than it is of the pleasure of someone moving forward. Gaskin, are you the opposite, or are you going to follow along with your duo?
I enjoy seeing people happy. All right, Reflections. I just want good in this world. I'm making sure that I'm gonna, go to a better afterlife. Whereas Mark probably, I think we know, is going,
My sarcasm meter is going off, Dan. I don't believe you for a moment.
I love you guys. The duo is just fantastic. It works out well. The banter is incredible. It's like you guys known each other since birth. I don't know if that's true. I'm going to have to fact check that. Maybe Wikipedia. Regardless, let's check out Group A because Group A has been pretty fun. It has been. And we just seen Elevate go to our first map 5 of the day. And they end up taking it 3-2 over Lazarus. They have to face off against Kangarna. Not going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. It's funny on set. We see G2 not well. I guess you can say dominate Kangarna, right? It was a 3-0, 3-1 across the board. But Kangarna is still a very strong team. I just put G2 in a different level of their own. How do you think that matchup's going to go between Kangarna and Elevate?
It's certainly going to be tight, but I am going to favor Kangarna. If you just look at the results from the previous rounds as well, Kangarna taking down Lazarus 3-0, and then Elevate only managed to just scrape out that series 3-2. So you've got to favor Kangarna in that matchup going on history. But I just want to quickly just note, G2 are really good at arenas, and I think there's not much more to say. Every single time we watch them, it just seems like it's looking easier for them the more tournaments they play.
That's fair. Honestly, yeah, that's a good assessment. That really is, because G2 just continues to get better and better and better. It's weird. Even rocking, they didn't rock the Mirage. Excuse me, I'm out of my mind. No, they did rock the Mirage. That was crazy. Popping that off the start. I haven't seen that. They actually made it work. You love to see it. We'll see if that's going to be something tomorrow. Let's talk about Group B. Of course, that's going to be the main focal point coming into this one. We will be watching Premier and Noble. Noble does suffer a loss to Ghost Gaming. Luckily, we had a chance to watch that, all three of us. You two casted over it, so there's going to be a lot of insight going to the way of Noble, who does survive, of course, against Applejacks. Premier beating Applejacks 3-0. So I guess if we're going to the way of what Onset was saying, you look at history, Gaskin, is the fact that, okay, well, maybe Premier might be the better team. It's only one map, but I think this is going to be a lot more evenly based in the Elevate Kangarna matchup and the other qualification match.
Yeah, I think what Noble have got over Applejacks is over Premier, is the fact that they were able to take one game off of Ghost Gaming earlier, one map off Ghost Gaming, which was impressive considering how good Ghost Gaming have been looked throughout this tournament and the previous tournaments. But at the same time, there was a lot of errors from Ghost Gaming. It seemed like Noble were able to pick up on a few misjudgments in their part. Sure. So this is going to be a very close one. I think you're completely right. Maybe this could be our closest series yet.
Yeah, it's going to be telling. We just seen a great series, obviously, between, Elevate and Lazarus. This could very well be even closer than that. I don't know if we've seen a round 9 as of yet, or maybe we have. I can't remember, but I don't think so. But I would love to see some round 9s because, Onset, I know you're sadistic, right? You like to see the pain and the pressure. I like the pressure too. I really do. And the pressure is going to be at the all-time high here. Both teams obviously have suffered losses. You can either learn from that or, if you don't learn from it, maybe you'll end up, taking another L, right? You can't let that last series get you down. Got to have that short-term memory. Let's look at our maps, though, see what we're going to be rolling with, because, again, we watched Noble before, so let's put more emphasis onto Noble with these 5 maps that we're going to be seeing.
Noble had a pretty good performance on Artillery against Ghost Gaming. It was the one map that they actually showed up on, I would say, in comparison to the other 2 that they played. So that's going to be a good start for them. Party Crasher is another map where there's a little bit more distance to be played. So I think it kind of works into the the favor of Noble ever so slightly before we get to those closer range maps on, 3 or 4. So if Premier can take one of the first 2, then maybe they're going to be set up for success. But I agree with Dan. I think we could be going all the way down to Phase Runner here. We could have the full best of 5 here. We could have around 9. I could get to send someone home in the most agonizing way possible. It's going to be wonderful. Get me into the game.
Agonizing way possible. I'm just becoming more and more of a fan of you, Onset. I really am, man, because you just speak your mind, you let them know. Well, Gaskin, hey, check it out. When it does come to Noble versus Ghost, there's no question Noble struggled. Like, they were not setting the pace, albeit outside of artillery, but that was because they were converting First Bloods. They were also establishing more control center zone, and obviously Ghost wasn't doing that. They were trying to get the kills on high ground before that zone collapsed down, which ended up being their undoing. Coming into Premier, at least for me, and I don't know about you, I want to see more of Noble setting the pace, much like they didn't do against Ghost earlier.
Yeah, Noble are playing this. I use this metaphor quite often when analogy, metaphor, either way, doesn't matter. When you're playing tennis and you have a player who just plays at center court over and over again and wants the other person to make the mistake, go for the shot. When they do go for that shot, it's a risk because either they're going to hit it perfectly, it's going to go in and you're going to lose the point, or you manage to return it because they fluffed it. That is exactly the way Noble are playing at the moment. They're waiting for the other team to make the push. They're waiting for them to make the mistake. They did capitalize on mistakes here or there, but I think here they need to make a different play. They need to use the Gibby bubble. They need to jump on fights. That's when they had most success. Isolate those players. If there's 2 players on their own, try and go for the single. If you can't get to the single, go for the 2. Take the 3v2. It's all very doable here for Noble, and I think they could win this one. I haven't seen as much of Premier, but certainly Noble will take away that series they had against Ghost Gaming and have some confidence here.
And Onset, when it does come to Noble, they're one of the teams that have stayed tried and true with their 3 legend composition. That's Wraith, Gibby, and Pathfinder. They haven't strayed away from that, at least in a series we've seen against Ghost, where Ghost, they were kind of all over the place. We just seen G2, all over the place. Even Elevate and Lazarus kind of all over the place. But when it comes to Noble, they're not changing anything up. Do you think that can maybe benefit them more so? Would you like to see more variety from them?
It depends what they're comfortable with. They're obviously comfortable with this composition. It's what they feel is going to bring them the most success. But as we've talked about previously, the game of arenas is evolving constantly, tournament after tournament, week after week, and we're seeing different legends being more effective for teams on different maps. So I think that there's maybe a lack of adjustment from them slightly in comparison to what other teams are looking to do and looking to push this meta along a little bit. So if it works for them though, and they're comfortable with it, then you got to stick with it. If you're not comfortable changing things up in the middle of a tournament, then you're kind of setting yourself up to fail a little bit. So I think for them, this, particularly as a team, I think stick with what's working. And I think stick with what you're comfortable with and try and get the best out of that composition, which is still a crazy strong composition. It's not like they've got a weak link on it.
Yeah, I think the biggest conversation is going to be adjusting tomorrow. If they make it to the playoffs, right, they still have to be Premier. But that could be a big talking point, I think, going against more adaptable teams who have done quite well in the tournament so far by using multiple different legends, which changes up their game style, which might direct or counter that of the Wraith, Gibby, and Pathfinder. Regardless, though, my favorite section, let's get into our predictions. You two are having a go at each other, though, a little bit earlier. So I'm curious, because I don't even know where you end up settling on. I'm going to be real with you, because I don't even know if graphics teams know what you were settling on because you were changing it so much. Gaskin, we'll start with you. Who you going with?
Yes. Well, the thing is, no, I asked Onset to predict first. Luckily, these are pre-predictions. So if he changes this, I'm going to be furious. I've gone with Premier. I didn't want Mark to copy me because he said he was going to copy me all day so I couldn't win. So I tried to go against the grain and go against him, but now I'm slightly worried.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to apologize to the graphics op, because I did make their life very, very difficult. And I'm going to make it more difficult because Dan's lying, everyone at home, and there's nothing you can do to prove otherwise because this is a live show. I am going with Premier as well. I did not in any way, shape, or form predict Noble. I have been stitched up. There you go. You can see it changing. Dan, I can't believe it.
Noble.
What
went
can I
with
say?
Noble. Hey, graphics
Premier.
team's keeping you in check.
From the start, I've been with Premier.
By the way, Onset, shame on you for calling Gaskin out early on. Shame on you for calling Gaskin out early on for him not shaving his head when you were changing your prediction. Now you can't call him out.
You're talking about my hair or lack of. This is a style. I chose to have this done. This is the whole thing. This takes hours in the salon. You know,
very aerodynamic, right? You'd be a great biker.
Allows me to cast faster.
Gas faster. Fair enough. Chad, who are you going with? All right. Okay, craziness. You're going with Noble. Funny enough, you're going with Noble. So Gaskin, you're kind of by yourself, brother, but I don't think you mind that.
No, I think I'm okay with that. Just going against Mark is where I really wanted to lie here. But when you look at the simple mathematics, you look one of the maps, I think that the map selection will play to Premier's advantage ever so slightly, judging by what they played in round one or round one of this bracket. But I've seen what map number 3 is, and actually I'm quite furious, if I'm completely honest, because it means we've got gardens. Wow. I hate gardens. We talk about Mark being sadistic, but I absolutely hate gardens. It's the worst arena map, but here we are.
Well, I know who's not waking up and smelling the roses. Clearly that's Gaskin. I'm going to hop off. On set, Gaskin, take it away.
If this is you furious, by the way, Dan, then this is it. This is as angry as he gets. Look at him. He's got a big smile on his face. He's furious, everyone. Look at him. He's so mad that he's got gardens. Oh, there he is. Grr. Anyway, let's talk about the game that we've got coming up, because it's going to be an interesting one, Dan. Two teams who obviously haven't had too much success so far in the tournament, both fall into fairly heavy defeats. But, as we say, they have an opportunity here to put that right and continue on through into the next round of the tournament. Start over on artillery as well, which is going to be somewhat of a positive here for Noble, considering that they did have one of their better performances earlier on against Ghost Gaming on this particular map.
Yeah, but the reason why I've gone with Premier, it wasn't completely stupid, right? There was a point behind it. Premier 3-0'd Team Applejacks, whereas Noble dropped the map against Applejacks. So there isn't much to go off there, but that was just what allowed my heart to just follow and say, all right, I think Premier might get the better of Noble. But I don't think it's necessarily going to happen on this map. Artillery did look good for Noble. They did look a lot more comfortable when they were going up against Ghost Gaming. But there was also a lot of mistakes from Ghost Gaming in this scenario. Premier are going to go for a similar composition that Ghost Gaming went for. They are going to play that Horizon. They will have the ability to regain that high ground. And I really want to see the Black Hole make or break one of these rounds.
It'll be interesting to see if it does really play on being an impactful ultimate. Something that we don't really see a huge amount of outside of jump pads maybe. And the zipline, of course, is the damage dealing ultimates in comparison to the movement-orientated ones. But Premier do have control of the high ground early on here, and Horizon Pathfinder is going to allow them to get up and down as they would want. And that's one thing I will find when you aren't playing a movement-based, or especially a movement-based legend that gives you verticality options. Here in Artillery, if you are forced to drop, then it becomes almost a lost round, because that one player, he's got so many lines of sight to have to deal with that it's kind of, you deal damage and you hope your teammates can capitalize, instead of the fact that you can just kind of do a little bit of poke, regain height control, and play along with your teammates.
Yeah, that's why you'd think Noble would be at a disadvantage here, because they don't have the ability to do that, especially with the Gibraltar, who sometimes is just kind of stuck to the ground and has to play with what he's got around his bubble. But Noble were able to win the series when they played this against Ghost Gaming, despite not having those legends that can take the high ground. So at least they've done it before. Right now, though, this is not the situation you want to be in. You've got one bubble to work with here to try and get back inside. The Gibby with a massive hitbox just about manages to scarper through. But they are outside of the circle. They will be outside of the circle in about 10 seconds. So Premier have very much got their number right now.
They certainly do, and Rakanishi is going to be the player to watch here for Noble if he can get some sort of height advantage. But it looks like instead of going up for height, they're actually going to be forced to kind of play in a corner at the moment. I'm not sure if there is really any way for them to rotate. They're just going to play down low. They do have the Pathfinder, but as you say, with the circle moving, it's going to be a case of trying to do a little bit of poke damage from low to high instead of high to low, which really does leave them at a big disadvantage.
Just a couple of decision-making situations to go through now here. Where do we push? How do we take this fight? When do we take this fight? And actually, that's a good amount of damage onto Crook, if not more now. So perhaps this is your time to go, but you can't really go. There is no way you can engage with this fight whatsoever. Premier have the high ground. They can play it patient. Noble have to wait. They can't get on their level at the moment, so they just need to hope that Premier are going to be forced down.
And I have to hope that the longbow hits pretty hard. It has to hope for a headshot to come in, maybe. Something from Rakanishi to give them the opening that they're going to be looking for. A shot on a player that's falling, something, anything. Any scraps that they can kind of find to give them some sort of advantage are going to be vital for them, but it looks like it will be just low ground at the moment. And it's not looking good for them. There's Crook picking up the kill onto Lucas, getting the knock, I should say. Rakanishi is going to hit 101, though, with the longbow. which could make things a little bit more interesting, but only for a fluttering moment, a fleeting moment, as it will be the first round indeed going to Premier.
Sometimes that can be the way the cookie crumbles. If you don't have the legends to necessarily get into place as quick, you opt to just go for the other side of the map so you can get resources and accept the 50-50. But when the circle pulls that way, it becomes incredibly difficult. They had to run through open ground just to get the low ground in the end. And I think they were just delaying the inevitable, if I'm completely honest. It would have taken kind of a 180 no-scope MLG style to be able to, or excuse me, I should say UMG style. Now, it's not good enough, right? You need to have an earlier push. You need to have a better plan. You can't just wait like that. There needs to be a little bit more, I think, from Noble in that situation.
Hit markers everywhere, Dan, on my screen. Premier making their move. Quite possibly. I mean, I do have a sampler available, but we'll work on that maybe a little bit later on as Noble try and move up the map, I'm told, with no unwavering tone, I should say, from the producer to stop the idea of using the sampler, and I take that on board completely. But Noble now trying to move up and tie up this series at 1-1. We are moving to the side where they did have more success against Ghost Gaming, Dan, and it'd be interesting to see if they can do the same here.
Some of those shots coming out from the wingman. Very much the staple of arenas is the wingman. If you don't know how to use it, you're probably going to struggle for the most part. We have seen people switch over to the flatline. Scout is going to be the choice for Crook. It does seem like Scout plus Horizon seems to be something that people like to go for, as again, the wingman shots come through. Rack will then finish the kill off with the flatline. And now Premier in a difficult spot.
He's got the third-person view, though, of what's going down. His body floats up into the sky, and that will be Noble. Once again, taking the Noble side of artillery. Every single time we go over to the bunkers, they have success. And once again, the story repeats itself as they tie this up at 1-1. But it's very interesting for me how when it's a level playing field and verticality, doesn't have to be brought into the game, that they look so confident. They look so good at just hitting those shots and capitalizing on the damage. Unfortunately, the lobby has crashed, so we'll have to wait until we get into the next round. But hey, gives us a chance to look at the furious Dan Gaskin once again with a smile on his face. How angry he is.
It leads to a lot of situations where people are very confused. Where, like, for example, I'll be at the dinner table at a restaurant and I'll say, like, this food is awful. And they don't really understand what I'm going for because I don't do anger, if I'm completely honest. Even at my
you're the kind of person to be served, like you ask for a medium rare steak at a restaurant and you get delivered like a fish and you'll go, are you right with that? And you'll go, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. No, usually I get,
and then you just sit there and starve.
My other half complains. You've got to find someone who's happy to complain for you, and then you've been dealt the right hand in life, let's say. But you're completely right. We're following the same pattern here, where Ghost Gaming weren't able to beat Noble on the low ground, but then when Ghost Gaming got the high ground, they were winning the game, and it seems to be happening exactly the same here with Premier, just from what we can evaluate from the first two rounds, right, where we've only had one of each. But that is literally just down to composition, you feel. You've got Premier who are more than happy to aggressively push that high ground. They've got Legends who can get to the high ground quickly as well, whereas Noble have to sacrifice that. They can't afford to go for the high ground because otherwise you're kind of throwing a Gibby across the map in hope that he doesn't get beamed, when he probably will because the hitbox is quite large.
I feel like every time you mention Gibby, it's like you can't mention the fact that the man is, he's built. He's a big guy.
He is built different.
I feel sorry for Gibby. The man can bench. Have you seen the most recent skin, by the way, that I play with, the one with the big bull shield? Like, yes. Gibby's ripped. Like Gibby's been on a cut, is all I'm saying. Like, the man the pecs are coming out. I'm just saying.
Oh, he's not fat. That is all muscle.
I'm just saying he's a unit. The man is a unit. But yeah, no, you're completely right. It is difficult to make that cross as Gibby, and especially when you're moving from low to high, and the verticality does become an issue, and that's something that they're going to have to look at. I feel. We were talking on the desk just before we got this game underway about composition and how Reflections were saying, is it something where they're going to have to look to adapt? I feel like it's difficult to argue both for or against it because of the fact that they're winning every single round on the low side, but when the verticality comes into it, I feel like maybe they need to just take a little bit more of a risk on the verticality side. And when it does move to the artillery wall, they just need to full send it across. So take the zip line. If they take some damage and they get a knock, usually that body might fall on the high ground, or they can get a res off. But they're losing every round at the moment. I feel like they don't lose anything by trying something different, at least.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there needs to be a kind of a gung-ho play whether it be, I don't know, just a Wraith Q to try and get behind them to go for a distraction, and then the other two push up and try and take the stairs. But they just forced themselves into a hole in that one particular round where they took the low ground. There was no way they were winning that fight if it wasn't for a miracle or a massive mistake from their opposition. But as I said in the pregame, that's how they got their rounds against Ghost Gaming, was capitalizing on mistakes. They are a very compact team who play things slow, they play things safe, and they don't take risks. And that might hurt them the further we go through this series, because Arena is so often about taking risks, about one person clutching up or getting an angle or getting a flank. And it doesn't seem like Noble are comfortable doing that. And maybe they're going to have to here. I think they have to realize that now they're on the same playing field as Premier. They're not going up against Ghost Gaming, who were second place from the previous tournament, who were winning those 3v3 fights a little bit more often. They should be able to beat a team like Premier. So they need to be more confident in their own ability here.
Well, confidence is always an interesting thing, and one thing that we took away from the most recent Arenas event where we were watching Fire Beavers play, which is you get damage, you can fly. Like if you back your own ability to as with your tracking, with whatever it might be, how you're hitting your shots essentially, then you can close ground so quickly and deny heals so quickly that sometimes holding W is such an effective thing to do. Fire Beavers literally, if you didn't see it, would get any kind of damage and all three of them would fly. Like they didn't manage if they got hit on the cross because they would get a knock. And that was, to me, when we were watching it, we were like, these guys just trying to throw? Like, what's going on here? But it was so effective that it became, a genuine way to approach arenas. As soon as you get any damage, full send it. And I think if you back your own ability, then you can get that initial knock.
Also, if you're going to play that way, you don't have to worry about getting resources in the early game, right? You don't need to play that low, but you don't need to play for the pills. Instead, you play for map position. You say, as soon as we get damage, then we push. Then we don't have to get into a resource fight. And it means that you can be rewarded for the damage you put in. You can actually capitalize on it. And that's exactly what we need to see some of these teams doing. Just play with a little bit more confidence, not be scared about what might happen. But you all need to do it as a three. You can't have one person who just goes, let's full send it, and then it doesn't really work out because the other two are like, oh, sorry, I wasn't ready. I was half batting. Yeah, that's definitely you, by the way.
I say send it as I'm landing at the end of my grapple. Like I'm already in there, and I'm just waiting for you guys. It's honestly, if you can listen into the comms of us playing, it's wonderful. It's send it. I've already sent it, obviously. Like I'm in there, I'm doing damage, and Dan just going, he sent it. Just like just shock, like just I can't believe what he's doing. It's essentially Leroy Jenkins in 2021 is what happens. Is pretty much what it is.
To you do usually output a lot of damage, but the thing is you output a lot of damage to all three members and don't knock any of them. And by the time that the rest of us join you whilst you're on your knees, they've all managed to bat up. So it doesn't really help out.
Sounds like you're just slow. Sounds like you're slow. You're slow closing that gap. It's fine. I get it. Some of us are just just focused on doing as much damage to as many people as possible and seeing what happens off the back of it. But it sounds like the lobby's been remade, everyone. We'll get back into the game. It will be 1-1 if you're just joining us between Premier and Noble. And we are still on artillery, as you can imagine, because we haven't got out of artillery, Dan. We're going into game. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Angry Dan is back. Oh, I love artillery. So this is going to be a chance now for Noble to show what they do when it's half on their side and half on the high ground. As you can see, that circle is going to be quite central at the moment. So they are going to utilize Pathfinder's Zip, get a little bit of high ground, and it looks like they're going for a little bit of a race. Maybe they've learned their lesson here.
Yeah, I mean, you're only going to take a bit of chip damage on the cross, so it's completely worth doing it. And now they have themselves in a position where, well, even with that grenade coming in, it's not going to do too much damage, though, even though there were a couple of numbers popping up, a couple of Skynades from the low ground. Now they have control of height. Now they can play from here. They can try and get a little bit of damage. They can kind of work around, and they're not going to put themselves at that early positional disadvantage.
Do they know that one of the players is behind them? Maybe not. Hambino trying to go for a little bit of a flank, but is playing Octane, so can Dipsy Doodle out of that situation. And now here comes Crook as well. This is the advantage of having Horizon. Go for the surprise attack.
Gonna get the kill as well. Big plays coming in. Impulse is going to be last player alive on the Wraith, trying to get the knock onto Crick. Needs to do it before the bat gets popped, though, and it's not going to be there in time. Does manage to get, I think, a knock there as Horizon did fall. Jumps into the void, but Impulse is going to have a very hard time as there's going to be a player at his back. Hambino takes him down. That will be the round going to Premier once again. The team, just to remind everyone, that I picked as my prediction to win this series.
Get out of it. I'm not allowing you to get away with that one. There is no chance of it happening whatsoever. I did change, to be fair to Onset, right? I changed my prediction live on broadcast in a show a couple of weeks ago. So I should give you one, like as an IOU, but at the same time, you've been very mean to me lately, so I don't think I should give you that one.
Have I been mean to you? What is this
you brought up the whole, the shaving the head thing again. Even
you brought that on yourself.
I did not. No, I did not. No, you reflection said you were bold.
Have I been mean to you? What is this
you brought up the whole, the shaving the head thing again. Even
you brought that on yourself.
I did not. No, I did not. No,
you
reflection said you were bold, and you were like, well, Dan should be bold too. That was definitely you, not me.
I wouldn't have to have this conversation. We shouldn't have to have this conversation.
If I just shaved my head.
Yeah.
Maybe
He's got no response. He's got no response. Rightly so. Anyway, let's get into this game. Premier being aggressive once again. There's the black hole. Now, can they get the damage done? There's defensive bombardment coming in as well. They are throwing absolutely everything at this round, but even with the ultimates going down, no knocks and no real damage being done as well. It's just a case of they've managed to space out the team now. They've managed to get aggressive, and that damage onto Lucas is going to give them a little bit of advantage as far as HP is concerned.
Yeah, you can sneeze on Lucas and he'd go down at the moment, but he might have popped a bat off. Crook is also going to be able to get a battery inside him, and now Premier are still looking to try and be aggressive. Ronnie taking a little bit of high ground, will clip into that wall, so he's not going to be able to get over the top of it. And Noble are very much on the back foot at the moment, and they have no bubble.
They've done well though, Noble. You have to say, avoiding all of the artillery being thrown at them, the ultimates from both Gibraltar and Horizon, and still find themselves in a 3v3 situation. Now they're trying to zone out a player. And Bino trying to hold the cross here with the flatline in his hands. 24 flesh damage is going to maybe give them a little bit of a signal to push, as they do have a little bit of an advantage as far as height is concerned, but there are some nice head glitches you can play on the Noble side, so a little bit of a standoff here.
It's just a lack of structure in both teams at the moment, because it was what they both expected to be an initial engagement, initial fight, where you probably think there's going to be a resolution, but there wasn't a resolution, and now everyone's running around a little bit panicked, trying to heal up, trying to not take too much damage, but also trying to put out damage, and it just means we've got a very sloppy fight, which I think's going the way of Premier right now, but Noble have done very well to at least manage to hold off for a little short while here.
Yeah, Premier on map point as well. So they just need to close this round out, which is why you're seeing Noble playing very, very slowly, very defensively, and just trying to make sure they're all playing together. As the zone will now start to move in as well, which will force these teams to potentially engage. Hambino's going to have to move towards his two teammates here to make sure that they don't get singled out in a 2v3 situation for too long. Ronnie's going to be taking some damage through the skies, and Lucas will fall for Noble. So 2-1 down on rounds, and one player down in what could be the map deciding round. It's not looking good for them, as Premier still have control of this high ground.
I don't think Crook has any bats to work with, but it should be okay. Crook has gone down. Hambino also weak, but it does not matter. Premier will take map number 1 here on Artillery. Noble just not able to deal with the aggression from Premier. We saw the black hole come out there. We saw actually Horizon's Q being very impactful in one of the rounds too. So it's starting to become a pattern. Horizon seems to be a big pick here on Artillery.
Yeah, Horizon obviously having a buff recently as well to bring her back to somewhat near what she was when she was introduced into Apex Legends. Not quite at that level, because let's be honest, it was a little bit too strong for where she should have been. But now she's in a really good place where she becomes a viable fighting legend as well. And like with any legend and any game type, it's all about, if you can take verticality immediately over a team or a player, it gives you that ability to get not only 1 or 2 shots in, Dan, but also to cause a distraction. It gives you so many options as a legend, and I kind of like the picking arenas.
Yeah, and whilst being able to have someone who can flex on any legend is very important, we also have to remember that not everyone can adapt from legend to legend that quickly. So when we look at Noble's composition, and it has stayed strong throughout every single map, they might not be as comfortable from switching a Gibby to a Horizon, for example. If you've not played a legend that often, you're not going to have as quick response times when you're throwing out some of those abilities with some of the positions you have to be in as a more aggressive legend. You might just be a Gibby main. Now, whilst most players and at a pro level should be able to adapt, it's not always going to be the case.
Party Crash is where we're headed next, and maybe slightly worrying signs here for Noble, with their opponents taking home that first map, which they did have success on a little bit earlier. So we'll have to see how Party Crasher plays out for them, and if I was going to talk about if they change up their composition ever so slightly, but this is maybe where their composition is going to be pretty strong here on Party Crasher. This is something that we've seen, the Octane, the Pathfinder, Gibraltar be pretty much a standard across the board, just for the way the map works, the way the map flows, and the engagements that you get into.
Yeah, it's also the Wraith that they've been using as well, and I think that they're not going to swap out the Wraith. I feel like they're very comfortable having Wraith as a part of their team. Loba might come into the equation here, but again, I don't think Noble are likely to change. Maybe Premier will put Loba in, but at the same time, they've enjoyed quite an aggressive comp, so it does turn into a slightly more passive style if you go for Loba, if you go for the resources. So I'd like to think Premier will stick with kind of Octane Pathfinder +1, but I just don't know who that +1 is going to be. Maybe they'll switch over to a Gibraltar, so they've got that bubble just in case you get the fights over on the Mirage Voyage, crashed slightly in the rubble over there.
Is there an acronym for that?
Rolls
Mirage
off the tongue.
Mirage Voyage. 1 minute, I'm going to write it down. Hold up. Mirage Voyage. What was it? Crashed slightly.
Over there in the rubble.
Over there in the rubble.
Changed it.
That isn't an acronym. That is nothing that we cannot get anything out of that, everyone. I'm sorry. It's MVCSOTITR. That's the best I can do with it.
Sounds like a
work on it.
Name for
I'll adjust it. I'll adjust it in the back. I'll get in the lab. I'll see what we can come up with. But for their opponents here, Premier, for Noble, excuse me, this is a kind of the same story, to be honest with you. It's positioning for me, and I think you raised a really good point in that last round, which was it's kind of plan A. If plan A doesn't work, everything kind of falls apart for them, and it becomes a little bit of like kind of relying on each other for one player to make a play. And when that doesn't happen, it just seems like, okay, we kind of just have to huddle up together and hope we can work something out. It just seems like there's maybe not as much experience in Arena as some of the other teams that we're seeing.
Yeah, Noble, it almost feels like they're trying to play BR in Arena, right? They're reading the circle, and they're always thinking about, where do we go next? Where do we move? But they're not thinking about, how do we push this fight? How do we try and get one player to take an angle so that we can get the advantage with damage? Where do we pick up resources so that we ensure that we have the advantage when it comes to the economy? It just seems to be very focused on, we need to be in this place before the circle comes in, and it leaves them a little bit vulnerable to pushes from other teams. But we jump into map number 2. One of my favorite maps in Arena, this one, so I'm hoping that the players put on a show for me.
We're going over to the staging side to start off with, so we don't have to worry about any acronyms or anything like that for a Mirage Voyage. As Noble, we're going to do some decent early damage there and actually managed to get a crack early on with that headshot from Lucas on the player on the cross, and not only that, more shots going to be exchanged. However, the bubble going down and both teams going to be retreating for now as Premier tried to push up a little bit and get a little bit of aggression. And I tell you what, Impulse has taken a little bit of an off angle, and this is what we need to see from the Wraith players. It's something that Graceful did so well for Kangana EU when they won the most recent tournament that we commentated over. He was playing on his own a lot of the time, and it was very high risk reward play, but most of the time he would get damage done or a knock and manage to escape.
Yeah, that's what you have to have your Wraith player doing. Initiate a fight, get the damage, queue out, and then get back into the fight later. You don't necessarily need to shield up as well before you get back into the fight. Of course, it's going to be beneficial if you do, but at the same time, if your team has done enough damage and they call upon you, you have to be there. We are going to see Premier still on the horizon. Crook seems to be very comfortable on the horizon, and look at that. That's a naughty little spot. How dare you? No, I like it. That's playing the map to every advantage that you can, and just being able to get the high ground as usual. And now there's some sneaky antics going on. Everyone just trying to creep around here.
I wonder if Ronnie was just looking away from his screen for 2 seconds as that player creeped round the corner. I reckon Issue should be taken down here, but oh my word, it was made to look awful. And that will be a 2v2 on the map, and it will now be a 1 versus 0 and a 3 versus 0 as everyone else jumps back to their feet. And it will be our first round going to Premier, but that got very scrappy. Once again, that's been the story of the series so far.
Yeah, just a lot of just indecisiveness at times of should we push, should we not push, where do we go here, do we need to target this person, should we target that person? And Premier seem to win scrappy fights over Noble. Noble don't seem to have that plan B that you were talking of, even though, to be honest, I don't think Noble's plan A is that great. It is very much sit on the back foot, wait for the other team to do something, and hope they can win the fight when the push comes through. They don't seem to be the ones engaging first, so I'd like to see a bit more aggression. Maybe the zipline here could be the beginning to said aggression, but at the same time, the composition isn't necessarily an aggressive dive comp. Instead, Premier, that is. You've got the Octane, you've got the launch pad.
Speaking of dive comps, here comes the dive. It's off the top rope, and we'll have to see if the frog splash lands. As Premier now try and get into a position to capitalize on their damage. Rakanishi will go down, and this is just a Hail Mary now. Everybody's steaming forward, trying to get these final kills on the board. Impulse going to be last player alive here. Ronnie will go down, but it doesn't matter, as the battery will be popped, which should leave us in a 2v1 situation. Actually, do you know what? The final player has gone down completely. Thank you, Observer Bug, for completely dumbfounding me, catching me on the back foot, Dan. 2-0 to Premier.
Yeah, you were caught on the back foot even more so than Noble there, if I'm completely honest. But it's 2-0, it's map point, and Premier look very aggressive, they look very confident. And I wouldn't be surprised if they get some automatics out here and jump on Noble again, because they've realised that Noble are playing very passive. They're allowing Premier to take the advantage by soaring through the sky. And now we'll see whether Premier just want to actually rub salt in the wounds and just do exactly the same thing again.
It's actually the picture inside of Mirage Voyage, or MVCSOTITR.
Thank you.
Side of the map is actually Dan Gaskin in a Mirage cosplay. Just so everyone knows, it's not actually Mirage.
I was on this ship when it crashed, and you were piloting it. So
rumors, nothing to be confirmed. But Premier looking to go up 2-0 in the series, and they only need this round to do so. Crook going up into the high. Into the highs, the highest of highs, and now Premier getting some damage on the board as well. Ronnie gets the first one onto Lucas. Full shots with the wingman as well. 45 can add up to a 90, and now Impulse once again going to be left on his own. And I think this is all she wrote down. Premier GG is the champion. They got up 2 in the series.
It's just, they obliterated them, didn't they? I mean, we did see something similar from Noble, where they got absolutely slapped around in the first 2 maps against Ghost, but then they came back into things on artillery. The bad thing is they don't have artillery. They've already played artillery, and they've already lost artillery. It does mean that map number 3 is going to be Gardens. I don't want to cast Gardens, so I'll allow you to cast it on your own.
I didn't realize that you hated Gardens that much. Let's take a step back. Dan, let me explain something, right? This could be pretty quick if they play Horizon. Why? Because everyone gets forced into those 2 buildings, right? Like, just hit the Horizon ult, 1,000 nades. It could be over. It could be 3 rounds. I mean, maybe that is what the plan is here. They know how angry you are, and again, it's just all over your face. Like, again, and maybe they're just thinking Horizon. We'll get used to it, and then we'll keep Dan happy. But we'll have to find out in a few moments.
I'll tell you in a little bit why.
We'll find out in a few seconds, because we're going for a break, my good friends. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back with map number 3 in just a few moments, and Dan is going to continue to be absolutely furious.
Welcome back to the UMG Gaming Studios for UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gaskin, and a quick 2 maps you'd have to think. 3-1 and 3-0, both on Artillery and Party Crasher, respectively. I'm a bit worried. One of the final statements you guys made was the fact that Noble, did in fact turn that series around when they were playing against Ghost. But of course, that's when they had Artillery, and that was their best map against Ghost, but they just lost it 3-1. So at this point, Gaskin, I don't know if Noble can turn a series around. I really don't. And there's nothing that indicates that they can.
No, I don't think they're going to be able to. I don't think Gardens is in their favor either. This is another map which is very much about a race to the middle, and the composition is so much suited Premier and 2 of those maps, and the third one, unless we see a change from Noble, I think is going to follow suit. The reason why I don't like Gardens is a genuine reason as well. There is a map advantage depending on where you spawn. You spawn closer to the top part of the map, you zip up there and you have high ground, and you should win that round. You do switch rounds back and forth, but I just think it's a very kind of unbalanced map in general. That's where I dislike it, but at the same time, the pro players do make it look good, and they will make it look good, and I think Premier are going to look very good.
So glad to know, finally, what just pisses you off so much, Gaskin, is the fact that you have that one-sided... Because he's been building that up on set for the longest time, and I've been thinking, like, what is it about? Is it the graphics? Does he just not like gardens? Does he go around trampling on his, his grandma's garden next door? I don't know, but I was thinking, man, this guy really hates it, but it's finally good to close that chapter of the book and move on, Gaskin. So I'm glad we got that out of the way. Hey, I'm going to hop off on, say, Gaskin, take it away. Hopefully Noble turns things around.
Thank you, mate. Just giggling away to myself. You feel better now? You got that out?
I would start on my hatred for you, but I think we'll be here for the entire show. So I'll reel that back.
In the chat, am I misreading it today, or does everyone hate me today? What's going on? You normally you're so nice. Like the worst thing I ever. Don't worry. Let's move on. Let's move on to the game. Let's forget about. Let's leave our personal relationships to the side, Dan. And I wish you all the best in your future endeavors as we move in to Dan Gaskin's favorite map in the entirety of Apex Legends. That's right, we're going over to Golden Gardens. And this is going to be an interesting one for me because I feel like if Noble don't win this first round, then this could be over very, very quickly.
So the first round is usually where it's somewhat fair because you don't usually see the Pathfinder Ultimate or the Octane Ultimate come into the equation. Instead, it's just a straight foot race. But this is where the likes of Horizon might be a little bit better because you can then utilize her abilities and her natural passive where when you hit the ground, you don't stop moving as others may. And here we go. Premier have got the high ground first, and we'll see whether they can take advantage of it.
I think I described it as the highest of the highest of the high grounds earlier, which... Let's be honest, there's other words in Thesaurus which I could certainly look up to adjust that, but you get the point. You get the point. There is an acronym for that, as the producer has just pointed out to me in my ear as well. Is what it is. As Premier do have the high ground for now. And this is where we get a little bit of a standoff here. And I find it's very difficult unless you have grenades to win the round from the low ground in this occasion, Dan. It's just, there's no real lines of sight. Lucas is the only one who can kind of prod and poke from that staircase, but with multiple players looking... And they've recognized, actually, they're going to take the fight here. And I love this. This is what you need to do. A 2v3, they realize they can get a knock, and now Premier have the man advantage.
Because Premier didn't need to do this, but they know that they are a better fighting team than Noble at the moment. The gun skill that they've been displaying very much would suggest they should be winning all the fights. But Noble have been able to get out of dodge ever so slightly, but Premier still have the player advantage, but now they don't have the height advantage, but at least they've got Horizon to zip them back up as long as she still has her Q, which she may not.
I like these little bait grapples coming in as well from Ronnie, just thinking, hey, we could do it one side and maybe hit the Horizon Q the other. There's different ways to take the high ground here, which is going to be difficult to negotiate, especially when you're 2 players, or you could just all 3 climb up and make a 3v2 look very, very tasty and fall in your favor. They managed to get the knock onto Lucas. Last player alive is going to be taken down as well, and surprise, surprise, the close range battle is once again won here by Premier, but I liked their recognition of positioning of all 3 players there from Noble, recognizing they had a 2v3 and not second guess it, deciding we can at least get 1 knock here, give us that advantage, and that turned into the round.
So Noble now have a difficult decision to make. They're not going to have as many materials as Premier have going into this round, but they really need to be putting money into one of the ultimates, whether it has to be Pathfinder's ultimate for them, right? They need to be zipping to the high ground to try and beat Premier there. But Premier are going to have extra credits. They're going to have the ability to use Octane's Launchpad, which is a faster way up to the top. So you'd imagine this could snowball out of control and not really look too pretty for Noble.
Zipline going to come in here for Noble, so they will get to that high ground quickly. The question is, will they be joined? Will there be grenades coming their way? As you can see, Horizon taken to the sky, and this is just an all-out brawl by the looks of things as both teams fall into each other. The bubble will be forced early on here, and it will be Noble who can kind of establish the high ground for now. So we will get a reset after the initial craziness. However, I say initial craziness, it's continuing, Dan. As Hambino will be taken down to low shield, so will Impulse. Noble now finding themselves on the back foot. Shots coming in with a wingman here from Lucas, but it's not looking good for them once again. Couple of kills going down either side. Impulse still alive, and I think this is a 2v1 situation we now find ourselves in.
Might be a 1v1 actually. Yeah, it is. It's going to be Ronnie as the last remaining player against Impulse here. Ronnie has more health, Impulse has more shields, but Ronnie going for the revive here. The bait is there, and it's not going to be taken, but there is a grenade. Here comes the wingman. Here's the 1v1. Oh, not going to work out. Ronnie will take it. Easy peasy.
That was over quickly. Ronnie decided that, you know, how dare you challenge me? I am here giving medical attention to a dear friend of mine, and decides to put him into a more permanent state of medical attention as he wins the round here for Premier, up 2-0 in rounds, and now just one round away, Dan, from closing out not only the map, but the series.
Yeah, and even though Noble actually did all right to get to the high ground at an acceptable time with Pathfinder Zip there, I think it was just the aggression from Premier and the relentless pushes that they went for. Again, the benefit of having a Horizon, the fact that even though they gave up high ground, they were able to re-engage with both Horizon and Pathfinder instantly, made this so difficult for Noble. And now Premier, they're going to opt to go for the Zip here. They should have the height advantage over Noble, which they do.
A real opportunity for them to turn this into a round win. There are going to be some sky nades, and there's going to be a little bit dumb. I don't really know what to say about this, because there's not just a few sky nades, it's an artillery barrage. As we all of a sudden find ourselves in a very uncomfortable position. And that is the round over. That is how you win a round of Gardens, Dan. This is why you love the map. This is why you're a big fan.
Has the map been adjusted? All right. I mean, I will take everything back if the map's been adjusted, because it looks different, and I will...
It's exactly the same.
I will give out the biggest apology if it has been adjusted. But it looks like the dimensions have slightly shifted of this building. Maybe I'm just going mental. I don't know.
You are.
Maybe I'm trying to justify myself for trying to like this map, even though I very much shouldn't. But at least Noble have managed to get one on the board here, and perhaps the comeback story is still on, albeit unlikely. But the grenades, that's how important they can be here. If you know exactly where the other team is going to be landing because of that Pathfinder Zip, it's very simple. Just throw those nades to the right position.
Yeah, the secret to winning rounds on Gardens is just don't shoot your gun, just throw grenades. It really is that simple. Play Fuse and just double up on them. But for now, Noble going to be playing a little bit slower as Premier will take the high ground for now. More grenades going to go up, but however, it's going to be countered this time momentarily. However, it looks like Premier are struggling with the grenade strategy coming in from Noble here.
It's really just meant that Premier have just been on the back foot as soon as Noble have done damage. And there's going to be a round again in favor of Noble, tying this one up 2-2. So when it looked like they were down, they were out, they were on the floor, just kind of spewing up blood. There was nothing left. Suddenly, someone's come along and said, you know what, let's give you another chance, shall we? Picked them back up 2-2. And I don't know, like, I think Premier maybe are just committing to the high ground a little bit too much now, and it's becoming a little bit too predictable.
Just throw nades. It's so simple for Noble. They've barely shot a bullet in the last 2 rounds, and they've managed to get 2 rounds on the board. Just frag grenades up into the heavens and falling down on the high ground, just not only doing damage, knocking players off, completely disorientating Premier. And now Premier, who had 2 match points, find themselves tied up and having to win 2 rounds on the bounce to close out the series. So the counter strategy coming in from Noble, very impressive, but you can now see maybe a little bit of adjustment here from Premier, not going straight up to the high ground, actually playing inside of the building as well. However, there's the grenades once again. The barrage continues.
I just like the fact that they're actually kind of using their brains, finally. Noble have just done nothing for so long, and then they said, actually, let's put some strategy into it. These grenades have been fantastic, the placement's been great, and now they find themselves tied up in this particular map. That's going to be a nice arc star. Black Hole also comes out. A lot of damage has been done to Noble, but they're all trying to shield up here. Just got to make sure you play as a 3. Don't let it get too scrappy. Don't let yourself get too far away from your teammates.
Well, now it might be grenades returning to haunt Noble as they find themselves down on the low ground, with Premier now up on the height and not having to deal with the barrage. You can see the scorch marks on top of the building here from all of the frag grenades that have gone down. Lucas going to take a little bit of a wide angle and get some decent damage done with that wingman too. And this is where you have to feel that maybe these kind of rounds favor Premier a little bit, when those grenades can't be as effective, when the reserves of grenades have been depleted. And it's just down to a straight fight once more.
Neither team wanting to engage. Premier, even though they have the height advantage, they know that if they drop and they make the mistake, they will be punished, because Noble have been hot on their heels. They've started to step things up a little bit. There's the bait grapples coming out again. Nice little just minuscule kind of meta things that really can make the difference, just to try and throw people off with audio cues.
Impulse does a huge amount of damage. The question is his teammates in position to capitalize on it? Crook's going to get the knock and take down Impulse, so it's a 3v2 now, as Premier do lose one. 2v2. Back an issue. Working with Lucas. However, I don't think he's going to get this battery off in time if that door gets kicked once more. However, he does actually manage to get the battery off. However, somehow he'll lose that battle. Lucas flies around the corner to finish things off, and will just about manage to do so. So now Noble, who are looking at the whites of the eyes of defeat, find themselves now on match point.
And Noble were literally hanging on by a thread, and now suddenly they've turned things around and really said to Premier, we're not going to go down without a fight here. And Premier haven't had a response ever since Noble have had those grenades to stop them from getting the high ground initially, and even with the high ground there, Premier weren't able to take full advantage of it. So there needs to be a plan B for Premier. For all we were saying about Noble not having a plan A or plan B, they seem to have more strategy when it comes to Gardens now. Premier look a little bit lost. They need to respond, and they need to respond fast, because otherwise they're going to be finding themselves going into map number 4.
The zipline going to be out again. Now, Noble taking the high ground. Will they, unfortunately, fall foul to the grenades that worked for them so well? They get the bubble down straight away to make sure that they won't take too much damage. However, there was a little gap, and that Arcstar did enough damage that Ronnie has managed to pick up the first kill here. So Premier having the advantage, managing to get 1, managing to get 2. And what comes after 2, Dan? It's, of course, the number 3. That's the magic number. And that will be the rounds tied up once more, 3 apiece. All the 3s. What's the 3s?
All the 3s as we get closer to a potential sudden death, if all things are going to carry on going the way they have been. I know Reflections will be delighted as he joins in your sadistic ways. Was that something that he said? I think it was something he said. You both freaked me out a little bit, if I'm completely honest. But alas, I'm here, I'm working with you, and I'm having fun.
Just said I like sending people home. That's weird, isn't it? Anyway.
Would you like to, you should be a bouncer at nightclubs. That would be the perfect job if you want to send people home.
I don't think I'd last very long.
As a bouncer?
It's a miracle I've lasted this long doing this.
That's true.
It's going to be Premier now, taking that high ground, but also just making sure that they slow down that initial push a little bit longer to avoid these grenades. Now, what's plan B here for Noble? Because the story has been for them so far, if plan A hasn't worked, they haven't really had a fallback strategy. And Premier have managed to hold off on those grenades initially. However, aggression, name of the game here. As Noble get 1 kill, also managed to get 2, and it's a 1v2 situation for them now. Last player alive is the Octane, and he's going to be taken down. So, quick, efficient, ruthless round coming in from Noble once more. They find themselves on match point again.
I'm quite surprised, if I'm completely honest, because for the first 2 maps, whenever fights got messy, Premier were on top and Noble were struggling a little bit. But these grenades are just blowing Premier out of the water, and they're so disorientated when it happens. They don't really know where to look. They don't know where legends are flying at them from, and they just seem to be stunned and dazed. And Noble are taking full advantage of that. They now are on map point again, but they need to get there. I feel like they really need this point if they want any chance in this series, any chance of progressing out of this group.
We're actually moving over to the other side of the map. The first time we're going to see the extreme height being played here, as Noble will actually just, once again, just slow things down and maybe think about sky nades once more. They do. Premier are going to be falling into all sorts of grenades once more, and somehow Crook hasn't taken as much damage as I was expecting there. Gets the battery off for now, so Crook on Horizon going to have control of the high ground. Takes a look to the heavens just to make sure there's no other frag grenades falling his way. However, his teammate's fallen running here, so Crook's going to go in. He's going to get damage done, but unfortunately, even with the black hole going down, not going to be able to get a knock here. So Noble looking completely in control.
Yeah, a 2 versus 1. Hambino has it all to do to try and keep them alive on this map, but they are very much chasing him here, and it should be the map is going to go in favor of Noble. The series will not be going in favor of Premier just yet. 2-1 overall. Noble are back in it, and there is still a lifeline here.
Yeah, a very strange game, very fast-paced, and it was 2 match points let go there by Premier, which is somewhat of a disappointment for them, obviously expecting to get the job done, I would imagine, especially with the way that they took those first 2 rounds. But it was the frag grenades. It was the heavy investment into frag grenades that really changed the game, because Premier did not have an answer for it, because it felt like they were trying to slow things down. They were waiting for 1 or 2 grenades, but then there would be 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7 grenades just flying at them, and they were always taking some sort of damage or giving up some sort of positional advantage.
To be fair, I do like fast-paced games, so maybe I love Gardens. No, I couldn't say that with a straight face. It doesn't really work out. But Noble will be delighted that they can at least get back into the series. But this is what they did against Ghost, remember. They went 2-0 down. They looked very poor. They got 1 map back, and then Ghost managed to close it out 3-1. And I feel like Premier could do something similar here, because Noble just seemed to have that backup strategy of grenades, right? Whereas Premier just didn't really know how to deal with it. Even though they were being grenaded off high ground over and over again, they still were taking the high ground. And that was down to Noble delaying their grenades. They would throw a couple up there. Noble would make Premier think that they were safe. And then as soon as Premier were on the bats, they would throw another couple of nades. And really, it was great strategy from them. This is better from Noble, and maybe gives us hope that they could get back into this series.
Have to see how the next map does go, because I don't think there's going to be as many opportunities for them to do the old frag grenade strategy, as we will move away from Gardens and leave it in the dust for just a few moments, or at least for this series. But a good combat there from Noble, and one thing we can always never overestimate is the power of momentum in a series. And from 3-1, 3-0 to win 5-3 and avoid 2 match points and 2 tournament life points as well for them. Now they find themselves on a map 4, Thermal Station down.
And I would have said that the composition of Premier favoured them on Gardens, but I don't think it does here on Thermal Station. I think now this is where Noble should shine, which is where Gibraltar is very important. And I wouldn't be surprised if Premier do switch off Horizon, but at the same time, you've played for 3 maps. So is this just a composition you're happy with? Is this the legend base that you're going to be picking? Is everyone comfortable right now? Or do you feel like you need a Gibraltar here to take these really early engagements, these fast-paced fights that do happen on Thermal?
We'll have to see how this one plays out as well. I think this one does actually fall more into the hands, playstyle-wise, of Premier. I feel like Premier in general, when it's been a little bit more of a slow-paced game, a little bit more standoffy, seem to have had the advantage over Noble. The last map was a strange one. I mean, let's call it what it was. You know, the frag grenades were the difference maker, and it was the lack of counter strategy to it, which I think is quite difficult to counter strategize against 7-8 frag grenades being thrown up into the sky, right? But now that we've moved towards maybe a little bit more of a traditional pace of map, you would feel that first round is also very important, because if the momentum falls to Noble here and they manage to continue with the momentum they gained from the previous round, then Premier are going to have some questions to answer. But Premier, I still feel a stronger unit when it comes to that team fight.
Yeah, I just think their damage output is a little bit better than Noble's. They hit their shots more consistently, which means that they have the damage advantage, which means that they can, of course, push, they can jump, they know when to initiate fights. They are looking to be aggressive, they are looking to push instantly and just dive on the other team. So as soon as we see damage from them here on Thermal, you'd imagine they will try and do the same thing. I am interested to see what the compositions are going to be. I'm fairly certain Noble will stick with what they've been going with. That's their bread and butter. But Premier, even though they've gone for the same composition for 3 maps, maybe Thermal is enough to change them off Horizon. We'll have to see.
Well, as we go to the map Fly 3, you can see we're almost ready to get into this game. And do you know what jumped into my mind straight away, Dan, as we see this map fly through, the overhead? First word that came into my head.
Thermal?
Pizza.
Right. Are you hungry, Mark?
I am kind of hungry. Got to be honest with you. I just saw, look, I don't know. Anyway, that's what came into my head. That's what I'm sure what everyone else was thinking in the chat as well. And I'm sure everyone in production would also agree. Pizza is the only thing that came into their head. But we're into this next map now. We're here on Thermal Station, which, just to confirm and clean up any rumors that are going around, isn't a pizza, but it is going to be Noble versus Premier. And Premier still with the opportunity to close things out here, and if they can take home this map.
Your brain confuses me sometimes.
My brain is it's just a terrifying place to be.
It's just always thinking about food for them. Anyway, Premier have got a decent amount of damage done in the early stages. Noble will be able to heal up. Resources have been shared for the majority. And certainly purchases were made in the first round, but there isn't much materials to work with in the first round. So once you have done a considerable amount of damage, usually you've got a good idea of how many bats or cells are left. And it's usually just a couple of cells. The one battery you usually get away with, or the two from the pills, are about as much as you can get. And PGC, Premier Gaming, are very much waiting for Noble to kind of put their foot out of line at the moment. Just hovering, holding angles, waiting for that wingman shot to pop. And then you imagine when it does, and when they do hit that damage, you might just jump on the other team.
Now it's a little bit of a standoff, and we're actually going to see a flatline start to come into play here. Which could be the difference maker, as they do manage to get that package weapon to their advantage. Noble now going to be pushing in. There is that flatline doing so much damage, sliding outside as well. And speaking of damage, Ronnie, oh my word, the flatline was the difference maker, Dan. And we always talk about how round one is a very interesting round, right, in Arena, because you have depleted resources, but you also have that package which can completely change the tide, like we've just seen in that round.
Yeah, it just really changes things up as soon as you are able to get a gun out of it. That's why sometimes you have to kind of watch and ensure that no one can easily transition to the package to get an upgrade. But it's difficult to do so. If you miss a couple of wingman shots, suddenly that's that person on that package, on that drop. And Premier will fall behind. And Noble will take the lead here on Thermal, which will give them the advantage when it comes to material. So now this is where we might see it snowball, unless we manage to see Premier really use this Octane pad to their advantage now. They've got the map positioning, they've got the resources, and now you've got to get out of dodge.
Well, moving over to the dome side now, and Premier do have advantage with the high ground. This is going to be a difficult retake here for Noble, who are going to have to play from the other side of Thermal Station here and be shooting from low to high. So it's about closing gaps for them at the moment. Any damage means a few steps forward for them to try and get into a position where that high ground doesn't become as much of an advantage, excuse me. One frag grenade in the hands of Premier and in the hands of Ronnie. If he can hit this, maybe we'll actually just remind Noble that they can grab a load themselves and try and back up onto the high ground.
Maybe don't remind them.
Bring a bit Gardens into Thermal Station.
Just don't remind Noble that actually when they start to throw grenades, their accuracy has been second to none and very terrifying, if I'm completely honest. But Ronnie's going to throw a Hail Mary, see if he manages to tag anything. The circle will be coming in, but Noble are okay for now. But Premier very much in the advantage when it comes to map positioning right now. I'll have to wait to see where that circle goes to, but it is going to be moving slightly towards this donut, as you can see.
Talk about food again, Dan.
Because I said donut. But that's actually a map call-out. There is nothing on Thermal that relates to pizza or looks like pizza, yet your brain still went, pizza!
It did. And Bino's managed to pick up a flatline. And he's got the purple mag on it as well, so he's going to be able to do a huge amount of damage, like we saw from that weapon, when weaponry is still at a premium as far as the economy is concerned for these teams. Hambino now looking to do some damage, a little bit of poke damage, and all of Noble are currently stuck in the middle, apart from Lucas, who's managed to get some shots down and some shots into his opponent's back. There's a right hook, which is going to push the Gibby off of height, and now, once again, the flatline from Hambino is going to be the difference maker, not for the first time here on Thermal Station, Dan. We've seen the flatline from the care package be instrumental in turning the tide.
Also, very important to note how important melees can be there as well. He had to reload. He was in a position where he was just going to be melted face to face, but punched the Gibby away from him so that he then had the cover. That is something that a lot of pros will do. They know when they need to melee. The melee in Apex Legends has always been that kind of question mark for a lot of new players. Should I be meleeing? Shouldn't I be meleeing? Is it something I only do when I don't have a gun? We've just seen there how important it can be. They probably win the fight anyway, but certainly was made easier just by shoving that Gibby away, making sure you stay alive.
Premier going to have the advantage here with the zip line. Take a little bit of damage on their way across, but should be able to command the high ground here up on the construction. But like you say, here comes the Noble special. The grenades up into the heavens. No real damage done though, As the defensive bombardment is going to litter the battlefield here, as Noble going to be taking the most damage from this. Ronnie gets the first knock here as well, so the damage being done, and look at this aggression coming in as well. Trying to get that knock, but just putting it down to 10 HP. Now, can the rest of Premier get into position here to clean these kills up? Rakinishu has managed to find himself a little bit of a position to play with. Lucas is going to be flying in to try and hold off this push here from Crook. Ronnie gets the knock onto Rakinishu, and now it's a 1v1. And this will be, you would imagine, around going to Premier. Lucas, hold this one, my friend. To the skies. Oh, but he got it wrong. And now he's putting himself at a massive disadvantage. Woo! Doesn't matter when you beam like that.
Absolute beam machine. That is some fantastic work. Had to hit those shots. I mean, he shouldn't have really allowed him to get the bat off, but he was in a very awkward position where he had to clamber to be able to re-engage with the fight. And I feel like his opposition was well aware of that, so he was just focusing, wasn't batting up straight away, was just ensuring that he couldn't push him easily. As soon as he heard the clamber, that's when you go for the bat. But didn't work out in the end. Some clean shots coming out from Premier there. And they put another round on the board here. And we'll go 2-1 up against Noble.
2-1 up. Series round. It's very difficult with point series maps. You know what I mean? Sometimes I get a little bit confused. As soon as you throw numbers into the equation, everything becomes very, very difficult for me. But look at this aggression coming in from Premier. It looks like one player tried to take a little bit of an off angle as Noble are actually going to get straight up in the face of their opponents. One player taken down though. Ronnie gets the first. He also gets the second as well. And this looks like it could be the end here for Noble. Rakinishu will fall to the ground and Premier will be your champions, not only of Thermal Station, but they will take the series home as well.
I'm really glad that Premier switched over, played Gibraltar. They didn't stick with Horizon. They realized that they needed a Gibby to fight this Noble team who very much like to use frag power. Grenades, bombardments, it all came through, but it didn't work out in the end. And Reflections, we had a 3-1. Yep. It wasn't a 3-2, but it certainly was a very interesting matchup.
It was, and much respect though to you for sticking with your pick Premier, man. Nobody else wanted to go Premier, it seemed. No, chat didn't want to go with them. Obviously, Onset didn't want to go with them. Fair enough, man. So good for you for taking the lead. It's got to be a great feeling for you, brother.
It's an amazing feeling to take a lead in the predictions race with Onset. Now I can copy every prediction he does just so I can win.
So now I got to flip the roles because I was saying I'm going with Onset now for the first time. Every time, right? Because he's going to copy you. Now I got to go with you because, or else you're just going to copy him. So the roles have reversed. Either way, great series for Premier. Noble, literally identical from the last series against Ghost to this series. Like they start losing 2-0. Everything's looking, dire and gray for them. And then they win Gardens. The nade strat seemed to work. I don't know if any other team is going to do that, but it was brilliant. Well done from them. The Thermal Station was their undoing. Again, it just came down to pacing for me. Overall, Premier set the pacing on Artillery, Party Crasher, Thermal Station, and Onset Noble just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I mean, Noble couldn't keep up, which is why I obviously picked Premier as my prediction. And you can go back on the VOD, you can see what I said, and I got stitched up by graphics. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine.
And
it's cool. You definitely had Noble. Noble was below your name, so that's just the official decision. Official ruling. You messed around too much, brother. If you would have went with your decision, go Premier, you would have been good. That's all I'm saying, man. It's dead at this point. Chat, you lost.
Back me
it
up.
Is what it is.
See, it's me against the world today. I'm not having it. I need chat on my side. I said, did I not? Go back. Put 1 in the chat if I said Premier, okay? Put 1 in the chat. I'm gonna
put 2 in the chat if you didn't. I'm just saying. Put 2 in the chat if you didn't. Either way, hey, brilliant casting all around. You love to see it. By the way, there was a big upset, at least in my mind. Elevate did, in fact, beat Kangarna 3-1. So they will also qualify. Elevate ends up qualifying. Gaskin, I didn't see that happen, if I'm being quite honest.
No, I wouldn't have. When you just look at the players in general and what Kangarna has done in the Battle Royale scene. But you alluded to it in the pre-show. You said they didn't have a fantastic first tournament coming into things, and it seems like they haven't improved in their arenas in this second tournament here at UMG. So Elevate taking full advantage of that. It's a shame to see a team like Kangarna go out, but what an amazing story it is for Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And yeah, well done for Elevate. Going to be excited to watch them play tomorrow. Curious how they're going to perform because let's not forget G2 did beat them pretty handily 3-0. I don't know the maps and, how close they were. I assume they weren't that close with how G2's been playing. Elevate had a tough bracket and they ended up making out of it. So very well done from them. Can't wait to watch them tomorrow. But Groups A and Group B are finally completed with. We still have 2 groups to get through. It's going to be Group Charlie and Delta, Group C and D. I can't wait to see how those are going to end up unfolding. So we're going to take a quick break, but on to Gaskin once again. I mean, you guys killed it as you typically do. Love the banter. Hey, well done, Premier. Exactly, Gaskin. You killed it out there with your production, brother. But hey, you know what? I didn't give my prediction. I would have went with Premier. Come on, you know what? I knew exactly who was taking that series. Noble just didn't.
You see this?
My last name may be Noble.
Reflections picking things after they've already happened. That's not a prediction. That's not a prediction. I'm not having it.
On set. My last name may be Noble, but you can't back up Noble in that case. You knew Premier was going to be too good, okay? Hey, we're going to take a quick break. You guys are going to hop off. We're going to have Guy and Girl join us once again. It's going to be a beautiful time. Don't go anywhere. And also, Pittsburgh Knights goes against Sentinels. It's going to be fantastic. We'll see you in a bit. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Guy and Girl. We're back at it once again, and we're heading into Group C and Group D after a pretty amazing, in my opinion, Groups A and B, and we did have some upsets, in my opinion. Elevate moving forward. I think that's fantastic. Girl, what do you think about that, man? Elevate, they made it through.
That is pretty crazy because to me, Congarno was looking so strong, especially against our reigning champs from our last tournament. Honestly, a big surprise.
Yeah, big surprise indeed. G2, Elevate, Ghost, and Premier. All four of those teams moved forward respectively in Groups A and Group B. And like I said, now we got to focus on Group C and D. And Blaze, let's get the party started with Group C. Take a look at the teams we're going to be watching. And I can't wait to watch, well, we're not going to have a chance, at least off the start, but My Little Phony going against Era Eternity. My Little Phony placing 3rd through 4th last time they had a chance to compete in the Apex Legends Arena Invitational. But the main focal point has to be Pittsburgh Knights and Sentinels. This is going to be a great matchup of two Titans.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup between both these squads. My Little Phony, I feel like, is going to be the favorite when it comes down towards this side of the bracket. But Knights and Sentinels is the match in which we got to focus up on. And I'm excited to watch these players play. We got Crustlu and Sinox on Sentinels, and we're going to have Bronzy, Azura, and Glitterson on the Knights. So excited to see what type of team comps these guys are going to be coming out with, what our maps are going to be, and who's going to be hitting the most shots in this series. Because as we know, damage is currency, and they trying to earn this money.
Damage is currency, and we learned in one of our series too that you had a chance to cast over. Damage may be currency, but getting the finishes is worth more than gold. Let's take a look though at Group D, because Group D is an exciting one for myself. First and foremost, a little bit of a change. Splash no longer playing, and in place is going to be Na'Vi girls. We have Na'Vi there. We have Aqualix at the top, so 2 EU representatives going against Arena Demons and Cheese It. Arena Demons, one of my favorite teams. I'll explain in just a second why. But who is going to be your favorite team from Group D?
For me, my favorite team going out in Group D, I heard Cheez-Its was doing really, really well today. Aqualix, one of my favorite teams in the competitive scene, and I'm really excited to see Na'Vi here. Why is Arena Demons your favorite team?
Arena Demons, my favorite team. That's a great question. First and foremost, I've got history with some of the players. One of them used to compete back in local lands for Call of Duty. Gaming is amazing. Esports is amazing in general. You never know, like, when you run into somebody from, almost 10 years ago. It's kind of crazy, and they're still competing now in Apex. It's a pretty special thing. Arena Demons, all three of these members are incredible specifically for Arena. Also, BR2, they've had a great run there. They've all hit Pred across the board, but specifically in arenas, they were the second North American team to hit Pred in arenas, and they were also at one point 1, 2, and 3 in rankings in arenas. So that's a team, in my opinion, could be a dark horse. I know we focus a lot, and rightly so, on G2, on Ghost. You can even throw Elevate and Premier in there, but this is the team that could very well make some big upsets tomorrow, and who knows, win the entire event. So that's my favorite team personally, and they were last minute addition too last night. So let's focus in on our first series though, because I'm sure we'll get a chance to watch Arena Demons, which that's a big name to live up to. I just want to point that out. So hopefully they do. But Blaze, let's hone in. Pittsburgh Knights and Sentinels. You mentioned both of these rosters, and honestly, two great rosters in general. I know you wanted to see the maps, but PK, we know them from multiple different esports. They're obviously here in Apex, and you know what? They might be a fan favorite.
Yeah, they may be a fan favorite indeed. I haven't got a chance to watch the Knights play in Apex just yet. I've saw a little bit of Sentinels in the past. So as far as the talent of their players in this tournament, hey, I'm sure the talent is there, because if there's one thing I know about the Knights, they know how to recruit players, okay? And they always recruit some savages. And as the talent of their players in this tournament, hey, I'm sure the talent is there, because if there's one thing I know about the Knights, they know how to recruit players, okay? And they always recruit some savages in every single game this org has been in. But when it comes down to both these squads, we see that we're going to be playing on Gardens, Overflow, Phase Runner, Artillery, and Party Crasher. we just got a chance to watch Gardens. And as we all know now, this is Gaskin's most hated map, okay? He wouldn't stop talking about it throughout the entirety of it, but I will say that, I love Gaskins and Onset banner throughout their entirety. But the nades was a beautiful strategy on this map when we just saw it a second ago, girl.
Yeah, if anything, these teams have been watching prior games and no arc stars, no thermites. I actually don't see thermites at all in arenas, but frag grenades, we're going to see them come raining through in gardens. And maybe the teams will learn from other teams' mistakes. Maybe they won't go for height at all. Maybe they'll go for low ground. Maybe they'll go for inside of the building. But going for inside the building might cause a lot of pressure, because then you could get warped around and get punished from both sides, because those buildings don't have a lot of cover when it comes to doorways.
It's true. It doesn't. And another thing too, I know we just hit home, Garden specifically. I'm personally happy to watch Phase Runner. Correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen Phase Runner once today, right, Blaze?
Yeah, no, not once today from which we've seen, unless it was in the first series, which I don't think it was. I think it was at the back end of that map cycle. We have not got a chance to cast it today.
Yeah, Phase Runner is a fantastic map. Like I was saying, even last month when we had a chance to watch Ghost, they were doing great things. Yeah. Sneaking through literally the middle of the map. I'm talking about crouching the whole way, girl. I loved watching it. Those sneaky moves, getting on your flank are incredible, and they have a chance to just really discombobulate you more so than Mirage did a little bit earlier on Party Crasher. So what can we expect from Party Crasher? This is a unique map. You got the TP, but it's also a map that has a lot of standoffs because of the size once that circle is amid.
Party Crasher, we've had so many different strategies work on it. Although when it comes to Phase Runner, I feel like the Mirage won't work out as well.
No,
I've actually played against an Arenas team that played Mirage on Phase Runner in a tournament, and they lost.
I don't see Mirage being useful at all on Phase Runner. Just the size of it. Plus, where you really, I mean, even if you take TP, there's no value because you don't really have that head-to-head battle that you see on other maps. Phase Runner, or excuse me, not Phase, Party Crasher is a brilliant map to do so. But let's do our predictions, though, because I love doing this one. I know for Onset and Gaskin, they had a blast with this. Who do I start off with? I guess I'll start with Blaze, all right? I think I started off with Girl last time. So, Blaze, who are we going with, man? Pittsburgh Knights, you going with Sentinels. Who you backing?
Man, honestly, this was a tough one for me, chat. Okay, I didn't know who the hell I wanted to go with in this series. I did know that I do know that one team is probably slightly better than the other based off their performance and their historical Apex stats. But even off of that, I'm the vibe master for a reason, and
you are.
I'm going against the grain today. I'm going with the Pittsburgh Knights. Okay. Yeah, I'm going with the boys here of Bronzy, Azura, and Glirtison to be able to come out on top. And we'll see if I'm right or wrong, but I'm just excited to watch some damn good Apex gameplay.
Me too. And girl, hey, you're going to be backing up your, I guess, so-called duo. I love the duo, though. Like guy and girl, it's literally perfect. Never thought it would happen in the history of
You giving me up, Taylor?
Here we are. Hey, what's that, Blaze?
You giving me up?
I'm not giving you up yet, brother.
Okay.
Hey, me and you, we're still through thick and thin, but I'm just liking what you guys got going on. That team chemistry between you and girl, hey, it's working and paying dividends. I love to see it. The personality's great. Girl, who are you going with, though? You going to be backing up your new duo?
Well, honestly, I thought about it. It took me about 2 seconds to think about it. I'm honestly going to have to go with Sentinels here. I'm going to have to go in favor of Chad, and probably in favor of Chad. I don't know what they voted for yet, but I'm going to go with Sentinels. I'm super excited to see Lou play Pathfinder. Hopefully he plays Pathfinder, but we'll see.
We'll definitely see. Pathfinder hugely impactful, always has been. Last month, this month, good Pathfinder can pay dividends and really set you apart. Hey, chat, where are you going with? You going PK? You going Sentinels? Both are great options. I saw someone say I'm going with PK Knights, and I was like, Pittsburgh Knights. I like the combo. Never heard that before. Chat, who you going with? Kill the suspense. Graphics. PK. Okay, so Pittsburgh Knights and girl. You're by yourself, but let me give you some comfort, though. Gaskin was also by himself with Premier, okay? I don't care what Onset says. Gaskin was with Premier. Chat went against him. His duo of Onset went against him, but Premier won. So you know what, girl? Sentinels, they can still win this, even though you're the only one backing them up. I got good faith in you. So I'm going to hop out. Blaze, girl, take it away.
Thank you very, very much, Taylor. Chat. See, I knew somebody was feeling what I was feeling. All right. So you guys are going with the Knights as well, but I'm pretty sure as we start watching this matchup, if Sentinels come out to dominant start, girl is gonna be sure to let us all know why we are wrong in our picks. So we're about to head into map number 1, Gardens. And girl, sorry, we're about to head into map number 1, Thermal Station. And girl, when it comes down to both these squads, we saw that when it comes down to Thermal Station, the dome control early on is very, very important. But when it comes down towards the weaponry here, you think we're going to see some wingmans to start, some upgraded Mozambiques? What are these teams going to be playing for?
Honestly, I'm going to expect some wingmans to start for sure. Upgraded Mozambiques could potentially work in this map because you do get some close range fighting, but it depends where the zone pulls, honestly. And for characters that they're going to play, I think Gibraltar really works in this one.
Yeah, Gibraltar really works in this one. The Gibraltar Pathfinder Octane composition has been one that has been really strong. Getting control over that top dome building, having your bubble there, it just puts you in such a great spot. Just when in these round-based game modes and in these maps in which we have, every single map has a power position, as I'm going to say, a position that's going to allow you to be able to get your headies, put out the most damage as possible, and control where your opponent is. And if you can get there before them, that's the type of advantage in which you want to have. So we've identified that it is going to be dome, but with the comps, with the weapons, we are going to see the classic comp of the Gibraltar Octane in Pathfinder over here with Sentinels, and we'll see what happens on the side of the Knights. They're going to match that energy. So mirror matchup and dome control will go over favor of Sentinels to start.
Awesome. Love to see it. I used to watch Lou stream quite a bit, and his Pathfinder gameplay is so fun to watch. He likes to flex. He likes to flex his movement, his aim, his grapples, everything. So it's going to be really fun to watch here. And they ended up getting the dome. The Knights are going to look for angles across the map, and it looks like Sentinels is actually going to push in through the middle here.
Yeah, and we saw the care package kind of really spawn behind them, so they really don't have to get too aggressive on this fight because they can get themselves some better weapons in round number 1. The Knights are getting aggressive. I see a few players slowly starting to move up around this spire. They know since Sentinels is going to be inside, they want to be as close up to this door as possible. Gibby trying not to make too much noise there.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they don't have zone though. And Sentinels, they're playing the room. I feel like the room is very dangerous to play, especially if the Knights had a lot of arc stars or grenades. They're not playing fuse, so it's not too much pressure to be inside of here. But if they have grenades, this could be a really risky position to play. The zone is going to close in 5 seconds here. Knights get the care package.
Yeah, so they were able to get it. Here comes Sentinels running out. They've identified the fight, but Knights has the weaponry. Sinox taking some damage. Lou has his shields cracked. You're going to have Crust with just a crust of shield remaining. One goes down. The Knights feeling in control. There's Crust out. It's up to Lou. He can't get it done. And that's going to be the Knights skipping their way towards a round number 1 victory.
Ayo, they played that really well. I thought Sentinels would be able to push off the fact that the Knights had a player getting the care package. They pushed at the exact moment that he was looting all of those weapons. But that bubble fight, it was really, really good for the Knights. They were able to heal back up. Sentinels weren't able to get that initial knock that they needed and ended up going down practically for free.
Yeah, Sentinels, they engaged when they identified the 3v2, they engaged as soon as they possibly could. But they just, like you said, they couldn't get the knock that they needed to really capitalize off that positioning. Now we will see the dome control right off the start. 301's in the hand of Glitterson trying to get some shots on these players at the walkway. He will be able to push them back a bit. Now, the previous round, we did see Sentinels get early control of that dome, but it wasn't in a zone. Ultimately, this time around, it will be. We'll see if they get the pull towards their direction, but on the flip end, the Knights, they're not even worried about that side of the map. They're going to take their utility and they're going to spread out elsewhere and take the fight in which they want.
Yeah, and the perfect shots with the flatline. Great recoil control from Crust here. They're trying to look for angles. They're really, really aggressive here. Lou, oh no, he goes down for free. This is going to be a 3v2 situation. Lou's going to get thirsted up by Asura real quick with the wingman. They've got the shots. They've got the man advantage. This is not looking very good for Sentinels. Wave! Oh my gosh.
Lots of great shots coming out there from Crust. Absolutely beam the Knights with the flatline. But with the initial damage already out, surely this is going to be the Knights round. Unless Crust can go huge. So close, but not enough. Not enough time, not enough ammo, not enough teammates left on the map. And the Knights will take a 2-0 lead here, map number 1.
Wow, the flatline shots were amazing, but they may have to play this one slower. They're a new team. I don't think they've competed together before at all, so they've got to get that synergy down. They got to get the teamwork and the communication down. I don't know what happened there, but Lou was in, and he was in deep water. That didn't work out for them at all. It's 0-2. If the Knights win the next round, this is going to be a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, it is going to be a 3-0 sweep. And, you know, now with this jump pad out, Sentinels, ooh, they get themselves some better positioning. I am laughing at myself because I called Glitterson earlier. But Gilderson, right? Okay.
Gilderson.
There you go. Yeah, you know, those I's and those L's kind of blend in for me over here. I told you guys my eyes kind of jacked up over here today, but as you're going to start to say, Gilderson is going to be over here with his squad. They're set up. Both units here looking to just get out some early damage. Jack up the economy of their opponent. Lou hitting some nice little flat line shots there. He knows his opponent's going to have to back up, hit that battery, heal up. So he's looking for the next target. He's going to try to do it again and again, but trying to get some forward positioning. Does not get the height in which he needs. He's going to have a second cooldown on the grapple, but does he want to use it there? That last team fight's about to come. Well, the team fight's about to start soon. I think he at least want one charge left in that grapple. But Gilderson, Azura, and Bronzy.
Yeah, when you said Glitterson, I thought of Glitter Explosion.
I did too, right?
Today. She's not competing today, but she is in our thoughts. I don't think you can play the height in the very middle. There is a timer there, so I'm not sure what he was aiming with that grapple, but he's going in. Asura down to 120 HP. He's going to flank the Gibraltar here. Oh, his shots connect. He's going to get the knock. Oh my goodness, there's the trade.
And now here comes the wingman plays, but Gilderson goes down, is up to Azura on the Pathfinder. He's going to be able to get a nice little headshot, but in the end, the Knights will win the battle. That was a beautiful grapple and to get in the initiation. And I believe that was Sentinels that kind of kicked that one off. But in the end, it's the Knights that come out victorious.
That's ought to hurt. Getting 3-0 sweeped on the first round isn't going to feel very good, but at least you know what? It's over with. It was done. It was done quick. You go on to the next map. You can make a complete comeback. I'm not sure what their comms are going to sound like after this game or how the communications, the vibes, you know, they might need a vibe master themselves. I wonder who that is on their team, but it's not looking good for Sentinels right now.
Yeah, let's get a vibe check in the chat. Hell, just on that note as well. But as you're talking about it, the beauty about getting your butts kicked that quickly is you can forget about it just as quickly. All right, start talking about map number 2, chalk it up, come up with whatever excuse you want. Say, hey guys, it's just not our map. My controller was dying. My mouse cord was tugging and had to charge. Whatever excuse you can come up with. Say whatever just to get this map out of your team's head and start focusing up on Overflow. That's going to be next. Now, with Overflow, I think this is the map today. This in Party Crasher, we've seen the most diverse team comps, the most mix up out of all the matches we've seen on broadcast. The previous map on Thermal, we pretty much always see the Pathfinder, the Octane, the Gibraltar. But as we head on over here towards our next on Overflow, that close quarter engagement there, pretty much most of the map, it's a lot of cover. It's some open sight lines on the high side, but we've seen a Bangalore come into play. We've seen the Horizon come into play well. Who else? Gibby has been a factor. And I think maybe we even see Mirage once on this map.
You say Bangalore, you say Horizon, you say Octane, you say Pathfinder, you say Gibby. Yeah. Pretty almost every character's been used. I think we've even seen Mirage. Yeah, we have seen Mirage. We definitely did last tournament. I remember. I think that's the map that they were, memeing with the Sentinel Mirage. That was really fun.
Was it Sentinels that was doing the memeing?
No. Okay. It was a Sentinel, like the gun Sentinel.
That I got you.
Played on the Mirage character. Yeah, but I think that was by G2, but Designful, I think.
Yeah. And so we'll probably see him do that again at some point during this tournament. But regardless, if he was trolling or not, the Mirage ult into the Octane jump pad was one of the best combos that I've seen throughout the day. Just because the simple fact is that the Mirage ult causes just enough chaos for about 5 to 6 seconds for Designful to get that damage out and focus on his targets. And as he's tearing everybody up, his teammates are following through because they know exactly where everybody is. So it just comes down to the focus fire out there, and the Mirage creates a lot of opportunities. But folks, we're heading into overflow, and we'll see if the Knights can get this game under control before it just flows into the Pittsburgh Knights' hands with a 2-0 lead. And, I haven't seen a single team in the day lose that 2-0 lead. So we'll see what happens. This map, we've seen a lot of upgraded Mozambique just because of that close quarter engagements from these areas in which you see on your screen. We'll see if that holds true. But the upgraded Mozambiques and a wingman has been pretty much the staple for everybody to kick off this tournament. And I don't see that changing now.
No, not at all. And something I noticed about the Sentinels is that they take a lot of risks. They go all in. You see Lou grapple in last game. It's not like try and get a knock and then push. It's take a big risk. Lou ended up taking a risk to get all of those meds. He got shot a lot. Crust is going to have to cover with this wingman here. The game is starting off really fast. They are going for those meds. They got the knock. Can they pull this 2v3 off? Can the Pittsburgh Knights come back here? No, he's going down to 20 HP. It's all up to Bronzy. And oh my goodness, Sentinels wants them to know that they're not going out easy. And that is a 1-0 for Sentinels.
Yeah, they're not going down without a fight. They wasted no chance. They wasted not a single second moving up there towards that pill to pick up those meds, just to contest the meds, because they knew what their opponent's focus was going to be in round number 1. But they hit their shots. They got into the engagements in which they wanted, and they took the round. So we're about to head into the next. We'll see what loadouts we get heading in. Also, too, with a little bit of extra money that both these teams are able to work with, maybe we'll see the Knights with a jump pad, maybe an early grapple, get some better positioning to start at that far left peel. We see Octane on the double time immediately towards the lower lane, and there's a beautiful grapple there from Azure. They're going to beat Sentinels to every key location, but now they just got to control these power positions.
That grapple is so hard to pull off, and Asura did it, but it was so hard to grab those medications there. And oh my God, Gilderson's goes down. Those were perfect shots mid-air. Asura hitting all the shots that they need, but unfortunately it's a 1v2 here, and they end up going down once again. What did it for them there? Did they split too much?
I just want to say that if he downs that Pathfinder, he doesn't take that shot from the right, he may have an opportunity, but it was a Gibby. He probably still had his gun shield. It was going to be a tough battle for him. But what we saw, it was Gilderson who got knocked first with the Octane. He took the double time up the middle. Pathfinder, Azura had a fantastic grapple over there towards the peel, but just once the Octane went down, it was an easy focus there for Sentinels in the end.
Yeah, it's so hard to pull off a 2v3 when you're down. You're gonna need grenades for that, especially, or to hit every single headshot, which Asuro is doing there for the meantime. Sentinel's taking the high ground over the bin here to start off. Oh my.
What are you doing? As he dives into his opponent's chest, gets knocked off the back. Gibby goes down, and now the last and final player trying to run away. He cannot get out of there. So Xenox taken out, and the Knights will get us all tied up, I believe, right? Yeah, the Knights is going to get us all tied up 2-2.
I think it's 2-1.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, 2-1 Sentinels here. So that was the Knights getting their first round. Apologies, but Great. Well, what was that grapple?
I don't know what Lou was doing there, to be honest. I think he was trying something really cool to finish it off with a 3-0 sweep back, but it ended up backfiring and burning him, putting his team in a 2v3
and that's the beauty about going up 2-0. You can have a crazy round number 3 if you want to, because all you got to do is win by 2. So I'm expecting Sentinels to take this round just a little bit more seriously. Lou gets some great shots off there with the flat line. I love the reposition. Don't give your opponent the easy read. The beds come out there for Azura, and it's worth taking that damage, but he did lose a little bit of health as well. Beautiful save with the bubble coming in from Bronzy. Now they're going to be as suited as they can be for this fight, for this dance, but Lou with the flat line shots couldn't get the down that he needed, but he gets the assist for his teammates. And I do believe we are in a 1v2. Oh, great effort right there. But in the end, it is going to be the Knights that finally gets us all tied up 2-2. They're here to fight. We got a map on our hands.
I can't breathe. I can feel the adrenaline running through Sentinels right now. They had 2-0. They messed up their 3rd round, and right now they messed up again on their 4th round. Now it's all tied up. You're going to have to feel really bad if you're Sentinels right now, because you almost had it. You almost had it, and now it's going to be prolonged for a lot longer. I feel like they're just rushing it. They're rushing it a little too fast.
You know what? I think every team needs to have in their mindset that they're going to play the 5 rounds, right? That they're going to go the max distance, that they have to win 5, just so that those early leads don't affect you. But if you win it by 2 a little bit earlier on, by all means, good for you. Now, as this fight kicks off, this is a grouping. The Knights are grouped up over here by these pills, but hey, it's going to be a 3v3 close range team fight. I love the Arc Star on the edge, backed up Bronzy, but the Gibby Bubble up top. They used the inside of that Gibby Bubble to trickle the nade down in a perfect positioning. Not able to get no splash damage. Bronzy is down, but multiple members weak on the side of Sentinels. This is possible for the Knights. I do believe it is going to be a 2v2 on screen. Azura now moving around. It's going to be a 1v2. All up to Crust to get this one done. And his opponents are going to be weak, but this is the most important fight. Almost gets it, but just took too much damage above him. In the end, it is going to be the Knights that will continue streaking. That's 3 straight rounds in a row, girl.
I feel so bad. It's hard not to feel bad after watching all of this happen. They go a little bit too fast, They're actually winning that. I think Sentinels got the first knock there, but they were all so very low. They needed to heal up, and I think one member of Sentinels did not heal up at all and was trying to hide behind a bin. Ended up getting knocked, leaving Crust in the 1v2 situation. It just hurts. It pains my heart to watch that.
Yeah, it really does, because, you know, I will say this, that Sentinels, they needed this map. They needed that momentum of possibly getting a 3-0 victory here against the Knights. But now the Knights have just shown them that, hey, man, we are here to win it. We're on map point now. We're going to show you how to close it out. So the Knights looking for some positioning going wide, because Sentinels took a different route this time. They chose to take over the more open area of the map and choose to take that other peel. But now both teams are going to be going tit for tat with their weapons, trying to connect with some damage, force their opponent to have to start using some meds now. Still plenty of time to play in this round. Neither squad needs to rush it.
I like the Knights vibe right now. They're playing cool, calm, collected. Even when Asura went down 100 armor last game, still took the high ground, threw some nades, played it safe, stayed alive, and they're just playing so well as a team. Here we go, watching them walk up. Gilderson trying to get a knock, first knock.
Oh, almost.
So low.
Do they chase him down? The Knights know he's weak. He's somewhere. They're like, where is he hiding? But while he's healing, they know that they got about 4 or 5 seconds to take a 2v1 elsewhere while he's out the fight. Great job assessing it. Wow, he gets the down. And I do believe it's a 2v2 now on map. Sinox taking some damage. He's going to group up with Lou. They back up into the corner, but the shot's over the top. The alternators in play. Those disruptor rounds are just disrupting the play of Sentinels, and they can feel the pressure. But a 1v1 left on the map. Kills being cleaned up. Sinox versus Gilderson. A battle of the octanes. But who has more gas? Who's ready to go? Who wants it for their team the most? Gilderson trying to stop any revives that may come through, but he's going for the kill. The aggression is there. The shots come through, and the Knights will take map number 2, 4-2.
Wow, that was a nice comeback from the Pittsburgh Knights there. Gilderson's played that so well. He was in a 1v2 situation, but he had the alternator. The alternator, one of the strongest guns in the game right now, has disruptor rounds back, and wow, you could see the damage he did in that 1v1 situation. It took him about 2 seconds to kill the guy in the end. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was phenomenal indeed. And I know Taylor's going to have a lot of those damage stats when we come back after our break here just momentarily. But in the end, wow, the Knights winning 4 rounds in a row in that map number 2 when their opponent was at map point. And we talk about the one round in which we saw Lou absolutely zip line into Gibby's chest. And we were like, what the hell was that round? It was like they had too much confidence, too much flair, too much flash in that round number 3. But after that one was lost, they were never able to win another round from that point on. Where do you think the collapse was? Where did it happen on the side of Sentinels in that map number 2?
Honestly, I'm not sure if they could handle the pressure of, messing up that 3rd round, right? They messed up the 3rd round, then it just kept going. They couldn't handle coming back from that, and I feel like they're just so anxious. From what I'm seeing, it just feels like they feel so pressured. They're a little bit anxious. They're a new team together. They just need to take it a little bit slower. Their shots are perfectly amazing. They've been hitting so much. Crust has been outputting so much damage, but it just hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, it just has not worked out with them. Maybe they need to take a breath, and we're going to take a breath as well. Chat, go hydrate. When we come back, we will be heading into map number 3, and we'll see if Sentinels can finally get on the board.
And welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Girl and Blaze, and two very quick maps coming to the way of Pittsburgh Knights. I say quick, respectively. Sentinels had a very real chance to take the second map that they're playing, all right? Overflow. They were up 2-0, but I'm gonna be real with you. When Lou full sent it in that clip, I knew things were looking bad. No, Blaze, you were losing your mind, brother, because Lou had no business being that aggressive off that start. I don't know if he forgot he was playing pros or what was going on, but that was just crazy.
Yeah, it was just, you could just tell that he was really confident, right? And I guess the squad was vibing after those last two rounds. It was a risky play, but I get what he probably tried to do, get behind enemy lines, and he maybe not saw the Gibby back there. Took a lot of damage off that zip, but even outside of that one round, it was still 3 other rounds after that in which they got outclassed. So
that's correct.
It was a must-win. It was a must-win map for them. They had the round to take it over. They had 2 chances to take this map. They blew them both, and they gave it back over towards the Knights.
Yeah, they really did, Girl, and I genuinely feel, at least my gut feeling, I don't have the communications, I don't have the comms with the players, but once that push from Lou was made, I think Sentinels might have been a little bit on tilt, and you even said after that round 3, maybe, or clearly after that round 3, Sentinels weren't able to recover, sadly. So now their best efforts, at least so far, because that first map was a blowout, nobody got an elimination on the first map of Thermal Station from the side of Sentinels. And when you talk about Pittsburgh Knights, I mean, they were incredible, not only in round 1, but it's also in map number 2. Gilderson, 1,980 total damage points, dwarfing literally everybody, not only in Sentinels, but also PK damage-wise. So, Girl, this is a moment where Sentinels, their back is really against the wall. PK has all the momentum in the world, and Sentinels might be suffering a 3-0, which I know you weren't expecting, and I wasn't expecting. I'm going to dip out, but Blaze and Girl, take it away. And Girl, talk to me. Can Sentinels get their head back in the game?
Sentinels definitely can get their head back in the game. They proved it to us last map where they won 2-0. Unfortunately, things fell through and they weren't able to pick it up. Now, can they really, really pick it up and make the ultimate comeback here? They can. Will they? We're going to find out. What do you think?
I think they're done for. I think it's over for the Sentinels, man. Just in the fashion in which they've lost those 2 maps, I try to put myself in their shoes and I ask myself, what is the team thinking about right now? Okay, it's a little bit better to come back in that map number 2, but now you're down 0-2 and you have to play damn near perfect. The best thing to do, you just need to stay focused on this map. Just keep the conversation about map number 3. Keep everybody locked in. Don't have no wandering minds on the previous, because some players on your squad may like to ponder and complain about things that happened, the previous map or the previous tournament, even today. And it's like, all right, bro, get over it. Okay, let's go. We got to head into map number 3, and we need to focus. So let's see if Sentinels can get that focus there, because the Lions are about to head here to the jungle of Phase Runner. And these Lions have been absolutely eating over the last 2 maps. We're kicking this one off with the Sentinels. Chat, we hope you guys are having a great time. We're on the verge for another hot 3-0. Oh, Lou misses the hop. Okay, he had to skip, but he needed the hops there. Dodging the nades. Long range wingman shots coming in from Gilderson. But as you're going to see, Azure having a backup. He's going to try to quickly get these meds on the corner if he can.
Oh, I like to see the repeater coming in from Crust. Really good back damage here with the repeater. We don't see that too often, and it actually is a very good gun, as well as the wingman. Bronzy, he's very low, and it doesn't seem like they ended up getting... Oh, they did get the meds. Yeah. He has a shield battery that he's going to be able to pop. Does he have a med kit? Did they split the meds? They must have split the meds.
Yeah, I think they had to have split them, and that's usually kind of what we see on this map. We see the Pathfinders get really close on the edge of that peel, and they may, out of the 4 respawn slots in there, they just grab the closest 2 to them and retreat. So a little close quarter engagement there. If you give up all 4 of those meds, I really think you put your squad at a disadvantage. But you see how they're playing that close, tight-knit corner, using the peel for cover, trying to shoot between the cracks. I saw a player trying to climb up the side there. They need to be careful. The Octane comes in with the hit and run. pushes back the Knights, and the Sentinels need to start feeling this confidence. We got batteries being popped off here, but they have to know that they put out the most damage, that they're in a better position. The Knights get the first knock, and it's Gibby made it happen, so bubbles go down. The wingman shots connect. Azor trying to go huge. He calls out one of his players are weak, but damn, Sentinels. They turn around, give them one to the face, and they will survive that round. And great aggression from them to be able to move in, get those kills.
Yeah, that was actually coming down close to the wire. I think Sanox was 1 HP in his 1v1. So fortunately for Sentinels that he won that one. But Sentinels, they output so much damage. So even though they got knocked first, they were able to capitalize off of the damage in the 2v3 after they got the knock. So that was really well played. I think they could have played that one more aggressive. I know that I've been saying that they need to play more patiently, but like you've stated, they did get so much damage. Knights kept on healing and healing and healing. So they need to get that momentum to like a medium pace.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just a medium pace for now. We'll see if they can turn it up a bit. Beautiful hop. Dodges the nades, but talk about an initial. Talk about an opening play from Lou, getting all the meds and getting back. You know, he takes some damage, but he knows he's going to get a battery. He's going to get a Phoenix kit. He'll be all right as long as he can reposition and his teammates can cover his back.
It's actually quite risky to go for that bin because they were pre-nading it. If that nade actually hit him, as well as their shots, it would have been over. So the risk was taken. Fortunately for them, it worked out. Bronzy should be downed here. Lou actually ends up going down, so it's a trade. It's going to be a 2v2, a full 2v2. No one's got shots on each other yet. Can they get the revive? Lou gets back up. Xenox takes damage. Caress is going to have to do something to help his teammates out. It's going to be 2v2 again.
Oh, great shots with the wingman. Azura, 1 HP, gets the knock, hiding behind the shield. His teammate gets back. But now it's going to be up to Lou as he's running away in the 1v1. He is weak, but do you go for the revive? Do you go for the damage? Do you fake it? And he's going to stay on a hunt because he knows that as he is listening to Lou, he has not had the time to get his health back. But there's the last shot. Gilderson looking good out here.
That was a really nice hunt down. I don't think I would have done it myself. And he took it calmly.
Yeah, he really did. But, you know, you can tell that the comms are great on his side because they called out that I believe that was Crust, that he was weak. And he had the option. He says, do I go for a revive or do I stay on him? And he stayed on the high side. He listened for any meds. He didn't hear nothing. He heard, I think he heard the footstep far away. So he stayed on the course and he got the shots in which he needed and trusted his teammates' call out. So good job to the Knights. We're about to head into the next. And it seems like we are going to be going towards the TP side. Actually, no, we are going to be going back to the same side we was before here at the compound. But nice Pathfinder grapple. Who has the better launch? Azure comes up short, and he's going to lose the fight for all these mids. Well, not all of them. He at least is going to get a med kit for his team.
He actually was only carrying 2 shield batteries, and he's already got to use 1. So Asura's got 1 shield battery left in his pocket. He's going to have to either play this one very aggressive or very safe because he's not got a lot of meds left.
Yeah, good call on that one. Good call. And so I will say this, when it comes down to it, Gilderson and his aggression, he needs to be careful because he has 2 batteries to his name, and he has been putting out a lot of damage here for the squad. So we'll see how composed he can be with the economy in which he has. But not a lot of damage going out right now between both the squads, unless, nope, everybody's full health on Sentinels, everybody's full health on the Knights. They're looking for some better advantageous positions, but Lou may have just found it with the flatline in hand.
Everyone right now is staring at that care package. Who wants to get it first? It seems like Lou, but I think Lou's regretting his decision as he sees the bow. He's like, nope, not going for this one, and goes for the Rampage instead. The Rampage is all right, but I doubt he has any thermites to make that Rampage shoot faster.
Oh boy. Yeah, I doubt he's going to have that. I don't think anybody in this map is going to have a thermite to their name. As we currently see, still a 3v3 on map. This ring is about to come in here soon. Even though, both these squads have been going tit for tat, the real battle is about to break out momentarily. So chat, get ready for it. As Lou, he knows his opponent's positioning, but his teammates are so far behind him. Sinox is finally going to move up here just a bit. That way, if anything goes crazy, Lou won't be the one, getting jumped on with the Gibby bubble. Instead, he's being proactive. Oh, needs to be careful, but this could be the play here for Sentinels. The isolation and the Gibby bubble. They're going to ape on one player. The knock comes in on Bronzy, but can the Knights recover quickly enough? They're going to lose Azura, and beautiful initial there coming out of Sentinels.
Wow, I thought Lou almost messed it up because he actually ran into the bubble as he got hit for 100 free damage. And I'm like, Lou, what are you doing? You need to heal. He healed inside the bubble where all of the action was happening, and they did not know how to react to that. That was a really amazing play.
Yeah, no, that was a really amazing play. It really was, because, and you know what? They didn't even know Azura was to their left. You saw, you saw Lou kind of looking to his right, trying to find a fight. But as soon as Azura peeked up, man, the call out was made. The Gibby bubble came out about 2 seconds later, and you can see that Crust was ready to go. And yeah, man, that was just great teamwork from Sentinels. All right, 2-1 on the board. They are at map point, and this is a must-win map for them. They cannot let the Knights turn up on them again, and the Knights will take a different route. They're going to safely be able to get some meds here, and with a little bit more money, a little bit more util, we'll see how they can work this map.
And here we see a G7 scout. There's a lot of long range shots that could be happening here. Senox doesn't want to take any damage. Bronzy healed back up, and Gilderson's gonna have to heal back up as well. He's gonna take the slow healing method. Asura on his own, but playing Pathfinder, you can do that. You can go into some risky positions. Gilderson kind of looking away here. Depends on where the map pulls, honestly. Is going to give teams some favors, but Lou is going to go for that care package. Asura maybe with the God Nade. Nope. The nade does not connect.
Not going to connect. And, we've seen some players throw some fantastic frags in. I love it because the frag is going to be the cheapest nade in which you can buy. And as long as you can get that sky nade down pat, get the roll, get the bounce, sometimes by the time that nade lands out the air, your opponent can't even react to it. So they have to really be aware, and it's a great usage there for any extra dollars in which you may have. But Azura gets out of dodge, and now he's out the fight. But Sentinels know this. They know they're at map point as well. Do they take advantage of this? They actually put out some more damage, I do believe, on... Who was it? They're going to put out some more damage on Bronzy in the back there, but both players did get healed up. Okay, Bronzy is still kind of hurt there. Sentinels moves up, they get the care package, and now they're going to disengage and just take their time. And you know what? I don't blame them for that. Now that you got yourself a gold 301, put out some more damage. You're going to be able to outshoot these guys. Well, not if they shoot together.
That's very true. You got the Golden R301. It has 640 ammo. They can play the long game if they want. I think the Pittsburgh Knights are running out of meds altogether.
Yeah.
He's gonna pop a battery here, which is...
That must be all he has.
Yeah, it must be all he has. Not a lot of players buy shield cells, but you're gonna see a lot of aggression coming from the Pittsburgh Knights now because they feel like they're trapped in a corner. I'm not quite sure if they have a Gibraltar Dome left, but you're gonna see them try and pull off some type of play here.
I'm the type of player that if my shields are getting cracked and all I got is a battery, I'm gonna take as much damage as I can just to get the most usage out of that battery. And not intentionally, but if I take damage poking people or just transitioning from locations, that's the perfect time to go before I pop that battery. But on the flip end, these players say, hey man, we gotta be at 100% health at all times. We never know when these bubbles are gonna come down. The shotty is out. The Eva 8 connects a bit. Sinox repositions, but misses the next two. The Knights turn the table on Sentinel's head, but it's up to Lou. Can't get it done. The Knights bring out the fangs, and they're gonna get this one tied up 2-2.
Man, that was a really close fight there. Unfortunately, a couple of 8 shots were missed. So looking back at it, Sentinels were like, maybe we should have played it slower. Maybe we should have domed backwards. They weren't really, the Knights just stood still inside their dome. They weren't really doing anything with their dome because it wasn't close enough to them. Maybe if they played that a little bit slower and went backwards instead of forwards, because once they used their Gibraltar dome, the Knights said, okay, this is our dome now, and they completely dominated it.
All right, good job there towards the Knights to, like you say, they took over their Gibraltar dome, and it's maybe because their dome was on the like the height of that car, and so they were just able to hop over towards the other side. We will see the TP being taken by the Knights, and once again, they have rotated off to the opposite side, avoiding that initial battle at the compound. At this, and so far, I think that's been working out for them, right? Take it slow, get your meds, gather your intel, and take a team fight on your terms, right? Like, you're not gonna get third party anything. We're playing arenas, so you know it's how you want to engage, and this is what we love about arenas so much. Just seeing how the really micro plays in which these squads make in these battles to get close, to play off that damage, to put out damage, and just move up on the map and take positioning. That's one thing that I love about Apex, watching that process.
I like this play by Lou here. Because Bloodhound is banned, because Seer is banned, they didn't know where Lou was. So he tried to hide behind a rock to see if he could get a free kill as they walked by him. Unfortunately for him, they were playing it super safe, and though that nade did hit, Gilderson's is low. Lou is not going to risk it and go for the grapple and take that 1v1 there on the side, but he could have.
You know what? I think if Gilderson gets cracked, he goes 100%. You know, he's in there like swimwear. Now, here in a moment, everyone has a full purple shield, but what these teams gained off this first initial battle that they had was forcing their opponents to use their meds up. Okay, that's what's going down. Now, one of these squads gonna have to make a decision soon on who needs to move up, but I think the decision is pretty much made that Sentinels is gonna have to reposition. The Knights got a great gamble on a circle, and also when it comes down to the drop, it's gonna be dead center. I think the Knights is in position for that. Ooh, they get aggressive. You saw the Volt shots hitting, and Azura is gonna back down.
Azura was actually on their own there, grappling in, but fortunately for Sentinels, they were able to get the battery off, but they're getting pushed now because Lou went down. They're gonna have to hold this bubble as much as they can. They've held it enough. Pittsburgh Knights did not push through, but they still have the zone advantage.
Oh, Synox is weak, but Azure goes down in a difficult moment. But this is Sentinel's opportunity to capitalize. Crust is knocked. It's going to be all up to Synox in a 1v1 between the Octanes. Who's quick enough? We've seen this battle before, and we know who comes out on top. The Knights, they take a 3-2 lead.
They just got to win one more. This is not looking good for Sentinels at all. This is looking like a 3-0, like you said earlier. It's just not their day today. They're trying their best. They fought so dang hard. It looked to us like the zone was actually going to pull towards them, and it just did a complete 180. They must feel so bad about that.
Yeah, and usually when we see the zone early on, when a round kicks off, I feel like majority of not, it actually does pull to that side. So that's why we see a lot of teams consistently play for it. The Knights ran away just because they were losing that battle over and over again. But as you said, they got blessed there. So
yeah.
We'll see if they can get blessed again. But this time around, they're actually switching up. They say, hey, you know what? We know our opponent's going to go to the other side and try to fight us since we're avoiding these fights and we're winning these longer engagements. So they flipped their route. And now they got the Sentinels confused here, but we'll see as they start moving up together. And actually, folks, I'll take that back completely. Both squads did play their respective sides. I got a little confused here in the fours, but we're going to see the same battle that we saw the previous 2 rounds.
But this zone actually does look like it's pulling towards them. Now, if this one blesses Pittsburgh Knights, then I guess they're just blessed today. But Azura is in a very bad position and goes down for free. So this one has got to look in favors of Sentinels. They're all recovering. They're all healing, actually. Russ down to 20 HP. How on earth did that happen?
I have no idea, but Crust is going to have to reposition. He does get the battery off and the med kit, uses the Gibby ult to disengage. And we just saw a player making a decision
Asura's
between a
up.
Prowler and a Flatline. Asura got up. It's a 3v3 battle here. Asura is trying to survive here towards the right, but now Sentinels, they felt like they needed to be the aggressors a while ago, but do they still feel that way? I think the answer is yes. With the alternator in hand, Synox knows that this is his round to win for his team. He's gonna double time, putting out as much damage as he can with the alternator flatline combo. Gets behind Gilderson, shreds him. The EVA 8, not enough. And the Sentinels will get us all tied up. 3-3 up.
Wow. Those alternator shots, the alternator itself is absolutely insane. Whoever gets their hand on it, I feel like it just spins the round over to them. Sentinels, they got the first knock. The Knights recovered, and then they cleaned them up again. And now they should be confident.
I don't know about you, girl, but the way that the alternator shoots is like a positive ASMR for me.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
You know, especially with it being a care package and the disruptor rounds were gone for so long, and every time I pick it up, it just feels like I'm the best player in a team fight once I start shooting. You know, it's like there's no way I can possibly lose. Oh, I thought if he connected with somebody, just a little bit short.
Just a little bit short indeed. Lou does damage, has to heal back up. Still going to be a 3v3 fight. Asura and Bronzy are quite low. Senox wants to capitalize off that, and Asura is actually down. It's going to be a 3v2 situation. The nades are coming on through into the air. Gildersons is going to have to heal, but goes down as well. It's all up left to Bronzy. Can Bronzy 1v3 the situation? It kind of looks like he can, but unfortunately cannot. And the Sentinels absolutely demolish them in that round. Oh my goodness. Sentinels making the comeback?
Maybe one round away from taking this series, but I will say if the Knights win 2 in a row, I feel so bad for Sentinels just because you lose each and every map a different way, right? Like, you got beat up map number 1. You know, you come off to a 2-0 lead. You don't win a single round after that. And then you go to a map 3 that goes to the final round. And if you lose that, it'd be demoralizing. But hey, I'm gonna keep that negativity out of here for the Sentinels fans, okay? Because I want us to go to a map number 4. I want to see it. And with the Arc Star in hand, we'll see if it comes out. Multiple players dropping from each team. This is the second round in which we've seen this battle. Both teams choose the same location, so it seems like everybody want a little bit of a switch up. We got a battle for the util down low in which Synox gets knocked first. At this moment, the Knights, they know this is a must-win round. Synox was cleaned as well, so at this point, girl, the Knights, they could just slow it down.
Yeah, they can indeed, because they got that thirst, as we said. They are still in a 3v2 situation.
That's a good crack.
They're going to have to finish it off. Lou, he's going for these really, really long angles, but they noticed it, and they're all going for him. So he's going to have to pull back towards his teammate. This is going to be rough. Did Asura get any grenade help taking down Senox? Because I feel like I heard a grenade as soon as Senox went down.
I saw it on the preview, I think, of maybe even Crust Screen, but he's got to dodge the nades. He definitely has multiple on him, but he will be able to stay alive. You got Bronzy on the other side, just being annoying, harassing. With him being cracked, Senox and Lou are going to take the 2v2, and I think that is the play. They need to know. They know Bronny's out the fight briefly, but Bronny with a scout in hand, he is not going to be out the fight for long. So the Knights will back up one more time, making sure they don't get too overzealous and pushing this team fight. But as they got some damage on their opponent with the bubble pop, they get healed up, and they know this is their last opportunity, that they have to finish it now. Multiple players weak. The grapple connects. Here comes Azura. The round 1. We're tied up 4-4 in this round number 9. It's the sudden death. Chat, who's gonna take it? How did we get here?
Oh man, we got here with a lot of impact and action. 4-4. The grenade really helped out the Knights. Now, it's honestly who hits the best nade in the beginning this next round, because I bet you all that they're going to buy so many grenades. I also think Sentinels didn't have as many heals as they would have liked at the end of that round, because I saw them popping shield cells, and that's not what you want to do in a 3v3 BR or 2v3. So let's take a look. Only 1 grenade on Lou.
Yeah, only 1 grenade right now. All 3 players come out. We got red armors across the board for everyone. Now, the nades come out. This is a must-win for Sentinels. The Knights are being aggressive. The jump pad is in hand. He pings towards the right, that about to take some positioning. Doesn't want Gilderson to move up there, but he may not catch him. He saw him just out screen right, and that was a good read there by Sinox. Does not want to let Gilderson get that first shot off on him in that battle, because from there he could just get aggressive and take that powerful angle here that the stairs will provide. So Sinox has to defend this, but if he leaves, they have to fully leave this area. They cannot turn back. They just got to give it up and reposition. And I like the play. They even bait out the Gibby ult as well. If Sentinels just reset this fight, they just need to take their win, and I think they got a big win in an early game of this round.
Yeah, they left their high ground position, but they've taken wide angles now, and they could actually be pinching the Knights in if the zone pulls towards their favor here. So they're playing it very, very slow. It is whoever wins this game wins this map, so the patience has got to come through.
Definitely has, but with the Knights rotating around, those care package weapons went in favor. But with Sentinels rotating around, the care package weapons went in favor of the Knights, and we saw the gold Havoc in the hands of Azura over there. So he got that to work with, and we know how deadly that weapon can be. If he gets the first shot off, he's going to be the aggressor in his fight and try to take over and let his teammates play off him, but he takes the first initial shots. Luckily for him, he doesn't get cracked, but he is getting chased. The Havoc alternator combo can't get it done, but it's a 1v2. He needs to go big. It's Gilderson. He got to win his fight now before the flank comes in, but he knows it's there. Just gonna ADS it, try to win his battle, try to hit these shots with a 71 head. He knows his opponent on the right is gonna push up, but with the even 8 in hand, he can't reset the fight. Sentinels will keep us going for another map.
Wow, that was an amazing finish. Pittsburgh Knights, he had the golden Havoc, like you said, but I didn't realize that he had an alternator as well, and they still lost that because Arsura got pinched. He got pinched by so many people in different angles. Even though he had the best guns in the game,
he probably needs to share them, okay? Because I think if Sinox hit an alternator right there, he takes down that Gibby in a close range battle. He possibly resets that fight. But in the end, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It was a fantastic effort there for the Knights to close it out, but even better effort for Sentinels in a map number 3 after they lost 2 devastating maps. After they were devastated in maps 1 and 2, they did a fantastic job to stay composed and lock in Phase Runner.
now this would be the biggest comeback from Sentinels if they actually win this one out here. The wingman shots going through. Apparently Crust had 3,900 damage, and that's actually true. It's not a myth. That's true. Crust is always, I feel like, the last one alive. He is the anchor for the team. He does all the damage from the back, and it's been working out for them. They ended up getting that through. He's on Gibraltar. He's the best support that they've got, and hopefully that comes through in the next map as well. He's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, definitely not a fairy tale, not a Disney movie. This is not Moana, folks. It is just Crust, okay? And on that Gibraltar, he put out absolute damage on this map for his squad to be able to just fight back. Now, we talk about how this is a game, like, momentum is very real in esports, and I'm happy that everybody is starting to call it out for what it is, because I feel like at a certain, it's only so much you can talk about when it comes down to statistics and strategy and what some of these players do, because not every strategy is going to be that perfect, that sound, because you can have one player in a map who is just hitting more shots than everybody, and your strategy means nothing, okay? So Sentinels are starting to pick up some of that momentum, and with that, they are picking up confidence as we're about to head into map number 4, and that's exactly what they needed, an epic round number 9 to stay alive in this tournament. Now they have to build off of that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Momentum, confidence, your mental health, your physical health, it all comes into play in esports, and that's what you're seeing right here. Artillery and then Party Crashers. So if Sentinels wins in Artillery, they go on to game number 5. But if they lose to the Pittsburgh Knights, it's it for Sentinels for this matchup?
Now,
what do you think is going to come through in artillery?
So my question is that every single map up until this point, we have seen the Pathfinder, Octane, and Gibraltar team comp, okay? But for artillery, we think that's the worst map for Gibraltar. So what comes through there, right? Do we see the Horizon? Will the Gibby stay there? And honestly, the Gibby can still stay there because I want to say earlier when we watched G2 play that map, their key to success was having that Gibby bubble to kind of close in on a gap on their opponents once they had that damage out, and it was very, very useful. So depending on the engagement, depending on the team and how they want to fight, how they like to engage in those fights, they had that damage out, and it was very, very useful. So depending on the engagement, depending on the team and how they want to fight, how they like to engage in those fights, we'll see what the team comp is going to be. And we do got the map loading in. And that was the map in which Taylor was talking about earlier, where G2 absolutely, they put the least amount of damage in, least amount of damage out, but they capitalized on the damage in which they did during that map because they had that Gibby shield to successfully initiate, have that cover, and finish the fight after those shields was cracked, versus their opponent just going tit for tat, not having that bubble and having them play off at a distance and hoping that they got a knock from afar. So we'll see what the team comp is looking like because, you know, it is going to be useful, that Gibby bubble I'm speaking of.
Yeah, 100%. Timing is crucial. Getting the timing right. Even though you can put out a bunch of damage, it doesn't matter. If your teamwork's not there, your timing, your communication, your willingness to pounce on the other team has to be there for the damage to matter. Now, on this map, I think I'm going to expect one of the teams to play Horizon here, but we're going to get into the game very shortly. Do you think either of the teams will pick up a Horizon?
I think that Horizon is very useful, and we do not. Okay, well, not on Sentinels, and we started off on the Knights to kick this one off, and I didn't see it on the Knights as well. So we will continue to see the same team comp with both these squads, and ultimately, I think it's the right choice. The only other player I can see coming off is maybe the Octane. But usually the Octane stays consistent as the Pathfinder. But why do you think the Octane stays consistent in each one of these comps? Is it going to just be his fast-paced aggression when it's time for him to double time?
I personally think it's the jump pad getting them to a position faster than the other team, or as fast as the other team. Because if they're too slow to an area, then they're completely screwed because they lost right off of the bat. In this map, honestly, I could be dropped, but they're already consistent with it. They just played Octane in their last few games. It's not good to switch off one character to another just like that all the time, because then you won't be consistently good or like mastering that character.
Yeah. When it comes down to mastering characters, man, I'm the type of person, I just pick one and I play them for a year. And, you know, I leave it at that. Oh, this fight is not going to last more than a few seconds. With the damage coming out, you're going to see a quick cleanup from the Knights actually taking this round. Okay, so the Knights will be able to get themselves on the board. And I do believe, I think are we tied up 1-1? No, that was okay.
No, this was the first round.
That was
so
the first round, okay.
1-0. Yep, it's 1-0 for the Pittsburgh Knights. Sentinels were actually the team that pushed the Pittsburgh Knights, but they didn't get enough damage off. Now, I wonder if Arcstars might help them in this situation, because they went in, they were aggressive. It looked like a 3 versus 2, even though the Pittsburgh Knights were a little bit split up. But they got naded. They walked into a bunch of grenades. They weren't able to hit all their shots because they went all in. They're risking it. These are the type of players to go to the casino and gamble off their house, all right?
Like, put it all on black and see if it comes through. It's like tossing that nade from that far and trying to get a hit marker with it. But that's not going to be able to connect. Same odds from that distance. Now, Sentinels, they are taking the most damage. Blue has to reset, but luckily for them that the Knights has 2 players that need to reset on their own and get these batteries popped and get healed back up for the fight. These wingmans are very useful here in these long sight lines. Now we're going to start to see Synox creep on over here towards the right, change his positioning. Now he needs to change it again. He doesn't want to get called out in the open air. But I think, no, this is actually a Sora on his opponent's silo. He gets in a little bit closer. The knock is there on Lou. Sentinels, their backs against the wall. They have to recover in a moment. But that Mozambique is clapping along with the long shot at the close range.
Those are amazing shots. He just turned around 180 with the Mozambique, absolutely connected every Mozambique shot, and then pulled out the longbow. What a beautiful play by Sentinels there, tying it up 1-1 here. What do you think about the longbow? That's my favorite sniper.
Yeah. So I'm with you on that. I am a longbow guy through and through. And when it comes down to that weapon, I just like once I get into a flow and I hit that first shot and I get my distance down, from there it is just over. I don't care who is in the lobby, man. Just post me up top thermal or something. Give me the Watson and I'll be okay. I will be okay.
Did you just say Watson?
Yeah, I said give me the Watson, just so I don't get naded. You know, if I'm not naded, give me a Watson and a Loba so I don't get naded and I get all the snipe ammo in which I won't, and I'll take out the whole lobby.
No, Watson. I mean, technically, Watson is the best character in Apex Legends when it comes to win rate. So you know what? Yep, you know what? You're the one affecting those statistics with your longbow Watson meta all the way in the back.
Hey, you know what, girl? Check this out. You know, me and you gonna get together with my duo and we're gonna try it out, okay? We're gonna see if that can work.
Down.
All right, Loba, Watson, and Gibby is gonna be our team cop. God knows how that's gonna play out. I can do Caustic. We can post up.
Me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, Fuse. I'm really liking Fuse right now.
Yo, the chat was talking about you and Fuse all day. They said you were tearing it up in Fuse the other day tearing it up in scrims the other day with Fuse. But
100%.
But hold up here. You're going to see Gilderson. He pops his Fuse over there. And he really wants to get into that fight. We got a longbow battle between both these players at the top. That's between the Gibbies, huh? We were just talking about Gibbies and longbows. Surprise, surprise. As they're going to be having their shields up here, going shot for shot. And I love this battle. But you got to be careful for that crack because that little hole between those boxes, that's an easy headshot position there. I'm loving the sniper battle. So this one is going to start to slow down here a bit. But the way this circle is pulling, I think it's going to the left.
To the high ground,
Yeah. So we'll see who can win that. These Gibbies got to transition over in a second. I think that should be the focus for both these teams.
Who transitions over first is the question. Like, I guess they're going last second. Is the Gibby going to take the zip line or are they going to go for low ground? I think they're going to take the zip line. Lou already has the spot covered here with Senox, so it's going to be all three of them on top, on the high ground, moving on in.
Oh, she got 3 players above you. The nade comes out, and I actually think that was a fantastic nade, but it will not trickle through the opening. It was actually on the opposite end. We just saw it blow up. But Sentinels, they keep the height advantage, but for how long? Look at the mini map. That circle's coming in. I think it's the Knights with the better positioning. Sentinels, do they know that they're in the corner? They got tucked in here. 1 hop, 2 hop. The bubble's down. One bubble popped a little bit earlier than the next. Actually, yeah. The longbow shots hit. That's a crack. They have to move in. They need to take down Gilderson, but he gets behind his shield safely. His teammates take over in a fight, but they will lose one. And this is looking like it's going to be a Sentinels round as all 3 players are alive, and they're going to play that round as perfectly as possible.
Cross connecting the body shot into the headshot just ended up winning them the whole entire round. Of course, everyone did their damage there afterwards, but making one of the Pittsburgh Knights players down to 1 HP, that was insane. That was crucial, and it was a great job. With longbow close range as well, you got to keep that in mind. That's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy indeed. And we're talking about when it comes down to the long range snipers and having to use them up in close range fights. You know, blind fire in the scout and the longbow, I feel like I have my most success versus the sentinel and charge rifle. So when it comes down to those long range weapons, that's where that's one reason why I kind of love to have those 2 over the rest. But as this longbow will stay in play, Gibby putting all his most of his money there. Gonna rock that in the Mozambique. Ooh, wow, with the beautiful shots. He's gonna move in on this one. The knock is there on Azura. The Knights have to recover, but it's gonna be difficult because Gibby has to heal. Only about 300 damage needs to be put out here. to win this round by Sentinels, and they know it. But it's going to be turned into a 2v2 with Luke going down. Maybe too aggressive. But here's the Knights. They move in to eat, but in the end, it's the Sentinels who win the round.
Crust. Oh my god.
In Crust, we trust.
Is absolutely dominating. Getting the first knock. I thought Sentinels almost threw it there at the end, but MVP for me today is Crust.
Yeah, Crust, he got it done, folks. Good job to him. And now we are about to head into a map number 5 soon. And as we were watching this series, it looked like it was going to go in favor of the Knights. They had 2 dominant first maps. Map number 3 went to the round number 9, a round number 9 in which they had to force being from behind. But in the end, we talked about it. The momentum in which Sentinels got off that epic win at map number 3 quickly transferred over towards artillery. And Crust, man, wasn't missing a shot, just out there straight busting. So, folks, we're about to head into map number 5 soon and get the conclusion of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Girl and Blaze. Things were looking dire and gray and dim for the team of Sentinels, man. They lost those first 2 maps on Thermal Station, on Overflow to the Pittsburgh Knights. Then all of a sudden, they go to a close round 9 on Phase Runner. They take that and then have a more dominant win on Artillery. 3-1. Again, going back to the original point that I had when I was on the desk with Gaskin and Onset, I was saying, you know, someone in chat said, look, why do we do best of 5s? It's stupid. After the first 2 maps, we know who's going to win. Now, do you know who's going to win? Sentinel's coming back. Sentinels is in it to win it. They've got the momentum, and Party Crasher is coming up next, and that is going to be a phenomenal one to watch. Girl, I mean, seriously, Sentinels has come roaring back. What do they owe their success to?
Crust. Crust and the longbow. That's all I want to see coming on forward. Crust and the longbow. But you got to think about this next map. You know Crust is going to snipe. What are you going to do? Jump pad on him? Use a Mirage? Throw grenades at him? Who knows what the other team will do? So could be up to anyone to win this one out.
It's true, Blaze. Like I said, when we were watching G2, I thought it was just a troll. I thought they were just looking to dominate their opponent, but they come out with Mirage, and it works. Do you think maybe we see Mirage here?
Oh, you know, I would love to. I honestly love the comp in which we saw. If we do see the Mirage, it needs to be the Octane Mirage and Gibby combo. Because especially if it happens on the side of Sentinels, Crust needs to stay with that Gibby. And I think that longbow is going to be useful on this map. It's a lot of long sight lines. So if he's feeling himself and he feels like he's hitting shots to put out that damage, by all means, go for it, folks. The economy, you have to think about that when it comes down to this game mode. He hits a headshot for 110. That's a battery it needs to be used. He hits another one. That's another battery out of here. He has a lot of shots with that longbow, and he could just devastate his opponents. Whatever plan they came into play, it'd just be out the window if Crust is hitting shots like that.
Well, that game 3 from Crust, 3,900 damage is literally the highest I have seen yet. That includes last month. We'll see if In Crust We Trust is true. I'm going to dip out Blaze Girl. Map 5. Let's see who takes it.
All right, folks. We're about to head here in our final map of the day. Chat, me and you, we were feeling the Knights. We had the vibes there. We was like, yo, the Knights got this. We look good. We look real smart up into that third map. But right now, we're a little on edge. And girl, she has been waiting, okay, waiting to let us have it if the Sentinels come out on top. She was the only one who picked them to win this series. But in the end, no matter what, it is a nail biter. We're in the map 5. Anyone could have been right or wrong. But now, girl, we got to decide ourselves a winner. I'm curious to see if we see the same team comps that we saw before. Yes, on the side of Sentinels, they stay true with the Pathfinder, Octane, and Gibby, and beautiful grapple over there to get those early meds, and we see that it's matched by the Knights as well.
Oh, and Sentinels are getting pushed in a 3v2 here as Lou went for the meds. It's going to be a close combat situation here, but Pittsburgh Knights, they didn't see anything that they could have done, so they go back to their high ground. Lou looking for an opening here. Bronzy doing a lot of damage towards Sentinels with the Havoc. Havoc, one of the strongest guns in the game right now. Headshots going through. He gets cracked as well, but he does damage, and that's Crust going down.
Oh boy, now Crust getting pressured. In the end, it is going to be the Knights coming out victorious there in round number 1. And you know, the Havoc is a good gun, girl. I can't lie about it, right? But for me, it's not the gun for me, because every time I shoot it, it's like a water hose on a loose, okay? I can't get control of it. And there's just other guns out there that I'm better with the recoil. Spitfire, no problem. Flatline, cool. Devotion, yeah. But Havoc, I can't get control of that one for nothing. And we just watched him shoot it. It didn't even move an inch.
That's because these pro players have learned the exact recoil of these guns. It's quite hard to do, but it outputs so much damage. So if you can track that player and hit your shots, once you get a few headshots on the other player, they're just gonna instantly melt like cheese on a hot day. And here we are with Asura going for those meds as of now, but nice shots from Lou, actually almost getting the knock here with the scout. This has got to be a push.
Azura is looking like fondue as he is in a corner. Don't know what to do with his life, but now his squads get impressed. He's going to have to regain soon as he finally get knocked. Gilderson, Bronzy, they were both down as well. As they were healing, Sentinels knew it was the prime opportunity to come in with that chip and get the dip. Because so far since the kickoff of this round, as I would love to say, they have absolutely been eating. Nice dock from Bronzy, but surely he does not get the second knock, and he will not. That's going to be Sentinels locking it in for round number 2.
This is quick. Can you feel the pressure on both of these teams? They got to remind themselves to stay confident, to stay cool and collected. Lou with the perfect scout shots. the Pittsburgh Knights cannot make that mistake again. They cannot be in the open under no cover, because once Sentinel snipes them down, there's no running away. Lou is like a tiger. He will jump on you the moment he knows you're 1 HP. And we've seen him jump on players when they were full HP. So you definitely know he's coming for you when you're a 1 HP.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch out for him. As soon as your shield is cracked, your whole team should be looking to the skies, should be on alert to see if you can see that ice storm just flying through the air. Gilderson says, I want this battle to kick it off. He gets behind cover and he stays tight, but the jump shot there will knock him from Sinnox. It was a wingman headshot. And here comes Sentinels looking to end this round. A few players are weak. Blue is scurrying. And in the end, this could go in the way of the Knights. Azura, definitely winnable, but he needs to find this battle now. With Sinnox coming away with that battery, he's going to get back into the fight and waste no time whatsoever. Sentinels, they're going to take the second round, and now they are at series point.
Asura did stall for a long time, but I really wanted to say that the Pittsburgh Knights got owned right there. They came in flying like they could kill all of Sentinels in 1 second, but they got shot in the air, and that's the hard part about taking an Octane jump pad. When you're in the air, you can barely do anything, and the Sentinels had clear line of sight, and oh my goodness, that was a quick round.
Yeah, it was a quick run indeed. We love the food puns in chat. They are very popular around here at UMG Gaming. And, you know, we like to just keep you guys hungry because we build up an appetite, you know, watching exciting matches like these. We need all the calories in which we can get to get locked in. We got some early nades about to be tossed from the side of the Knight. You know, actually both sides and at that. But these nades are going to push a few players off the building. But more importantly, they're pushing them to specific sight lines. Azura goes down from afar. This could be the reverse comeback coming in hot. The gimme bubble on top. The quick res is there. He doesn't have a gold bag. He has to commit the flank from Lou. He's behind them. But can a save come in? It cannot. Crust and we trust for the chat. But Guild cannot get it done. It's Sentinels with a 3-1 victory, a dominant map 5 in the complete reverse sweep. Sinnox putting them metal legs to good use, dropping them cannonballs on his opponent.
So what did I tell you in the beginning before this show started, huh? What did I tell you?
You know what? I absolutely forgot. Is that my food? I need to go.
Hey, Blaze was feeling so confident too, but you tried to tell everybody, let's be fair, girl, you tried to teach them last event. They didn't learn. They're not going to learn this event. You know they're hard-headed. Chat, Blaze, they're both hard-headed, okay? So, girl, you knew all along Sentinels was going to take it, even when they were losing 2-0. You never lost faith. I don't know if that's true, to be honest with you, because that first 2-0, that's not true, right? Because, hey, PK looked as if they wanted to win this series, but after that round 9, hey, it was all Sentinels from there. In Crust We Trust, clearly, he was outputting that DPS. I don't know if those first 2 maps they were awake or not. I know we just started Group C and D, Blaze, but hey, clearly, Sentinels woke up after that second map. They said, we're not going out like this, and they didn't. That's a solid win.
That is a solid win. I can't believe they made this big of a comeback. It was 4-4 on map 3. If they lost that round, they lost it all. And then 3 maps in the row, they won. Wow.
I know. Honestly, you know what? Series like that hurt. You know, they really do, Blaze. We know the reverse comeback. It can really deflate you and take the wind out of your sails. Obviously, for Pittsburgh Knights, they're still in the tournament, right? They still have a chance to make it into losers finals and secure a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. For, of course, Sentinels at this point, they still have to play against My Little Phony. That's going to be an incredible matchup in its own right. But for Pittsburgh Knights, their job just got a little bit harder. They go against Era Eternity, which could be very difficult. But let's talk about the mentality. You've been a competitor before. We've casted, together multiple esports. Taking a loss like that when you had a 2-0 lead, how bad does that hurt your mentality heading into your next fresh series?
Oh, man, it's like a punch to the gut. That cannot be understated because especially in a series in which you had a commanding lead and the pressure was on your shoulders, but where the pressure was on your shoulders to close it out and you had those opportunities, but you showed to us all that you cannot handle the pressure of closing. The ABCs always be closing, and going into the ABCs, it's a lot that goes into there. Okay, you could talk about rotations, playing off of damage, playing with confidence, playing more assertive, playing more decisive. At the end of the day, they didn't close, and that's all it is to it. So tonight they're gonna have to battle back with that one. They're gonna have to ponder on it, go take a walk around the block, take a break, because they still got a big matchup against Air Attorney in which they need to play and which they need to focus on. And that focus just needs to be get into day 2.
Yeah, certain teams, they struggle to close out, right? We see that across multiple esports too. You get so close to victory, and then something just goes wrong. You can't reach that edge. You can't go over that hump where it's like, all right, finally we won the final round we needed, but we didn't ultimately, and at least in the case of Pittsburgh Knights, they didn't. Tough break for the Pittsburgh Knights, but again, they still have a chance. Sentinel, great job, well done, but your job's not over yet. You're going against, honestly, the favorite in this group, and of course, that has to be My Little Phony. Coming up next, though, is one that I'm going to be incredibly excited to watch. Arena Demons will face off against Na'Vi. It's going to be a phenomenal series in general. You got NA, you got EU. What else could you ask for? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, this great series will be underway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gasket. Once again. Hey, it's going to be a great time. At least I hope Gardens isn't in the rotation for Gaskin's sanity at this point. We have Arena Demons going against Na'Vi. Like I said, North America versus Europe. Curious which side of the fence you guys are going to be on. I'm assuming EU, but maybe that's making a generalization. Maybe I need to stop, pump the brakes there. Onset. How you feeling, brother? It's going to be a great matchup.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a good point that you just raised there. EU versus NA.
Don't switch it up now again, man. Come on.
I won't, but I will caveat it with, it's my fault. Like, it falls on my shoulders that I didn't think about that. But this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Very, very interesting one. I mean, you know a lot about Arena Demons, more than I did, to be honest with you, Taylor. And I know about the Na'Vi lineup. We all know about the Na'Vi lineup and what they can do, and they've been very, very good in arenas as well. But they're going up against a team who are Arena Demons. You know, these guys specialize in arenas, and then maybe not some of the names that a lot of people would be familiar with in the pro scene. But when you look at their ranks in the arena playlist, the ranked arena playlist, I think you said there were 1, 2, and 3, if I'm not mistaken.
At one point, yep.
At one point, which, if by my calculations and my mathematics, is as good as you can get. So we're going to have to see how it works out against a pro team like Na'Vi.
Thank you for that, Onset. Yeah, we're going to definitely have to see. There, Arena is one thing they do like, and they do specialize in. As of now, they have reached Pred as a team, though, collectively during the OGBR. So they are well versed. They know their way around Apex. I don't think you could be 1, 2, and 3 in Arena without being successful in BR in general. Gaskin, let's take a look though at at least our groups, Charlie and Delta, because I wanted to talk a little bit about that. We just saw one of the matches take place, and that was PK versus Sentinels. Great game 5, an exciting one. Sentinels reverse comeback. They play against My Little Phony down there in the loser bracket. Area Eternity will play against Pittsburgh Knights. Hopefully Pittsburgh Knights can let go of that loss, that reverse comeback from Sentinels, or else they could be seeing an earlier exit than we were expecting. Talk to me though, would Pittsburgh Knights have completed an upset if they beat Sentinels, or is Sentinels completing the upset against Pittsburgh Knights?
It was an upset in the fact it was a reverse sweep, but Knights should not have let that happen. There should be no way that they throw away a 2-0 lead, but I do think they're going to get another stab at Sentinels in the lower bracket qualification match. I'm expecting My Little Phony to walk through their qualification match against Sentinels, especially with how kind of poor Sentinels looked in a couple of those maps there. My Little Phony should be able to take advantage of that one, but we'll see what happens in the rematch, but I'm expecting Knights to be out for some revenge.
So let's talk about Group D, the one that is coming up now. When it comes to Arena Demons, they had to play against Aqualix round 1, or series 1, I should say. They beat them 3-1, and I was looking at the score line. They did a great job across the board. Great stats from Arena Demons. Na'Vi, though, had a very close series against Cheez-Its, bringing it down 3-2 map 5. So Na'Vi, a very narrow win. Of course, Aqualix will play against Cheez-Its down there in the loser bracket. So quite honestly, looking much the same as Group C.
Yeah, again, I don't like to go outside of my borders when I talk about mathematics and calculations, but that is as close a series as you can get, 3-2, once again. So it was extremely close between the two. Dan's looking at me because he knows that my maths is terrible, by the way. So this is about as far out as I'm willing to reach with that sort of thing. But the surprising one there is the fact that Arena Demons, took down Aqualix in such a commanding way. And Aqualix have been a team who have put a lot of time into arenas. They've really gone through their strategies, how they approach things round by rounds, how they manage their economy, what they can get DPS-wise out of weaponry per round. They really, really have gone into depths on it. So to see them push them aside so easily, and maybe we'll sort of caveat it with a reminder that maybe ping was a little bit of an issue, but now going against Na'Vi, who I don't think are as strong an arenas team as Aqualix, I really feel like I've made the correct prediction here. I think the Arena Demons are going to prove everybody, to everybody, I should say, that they are one of the best arena teams there is.
You know what? Great point. Was going through my notes from the last tournament, the last arena tournament, and when it comes to Aqualix, they actually faced off against Na'Vi, and just to prove your point, Aqualix beat them 3-1. Na'Vi just did not show up that day. Granted, there's been a month time span since then, but maybe you still have to consider the fact that Aqualix did beat Na'Vi in the past, and obviously Arena Demons just beat them 3-1. Arena Demons is the real deal. Again, my dark horse to win this entire thing. They're going to have to eventually get through G2, but I think they're going to be just fine. Let's take a look at the maps, though, and see what we're working with, Gaskin. Starting off with Party Crasher. You love to see it. This has been a great map, a pretty evenly based map, it seems, throughout the day.
I mean, this map pool screams European dominance if I've ever seen it. I think Navi have got this in the bank now. I've seen this 5 map. No, I mean, I'm happy to see any maps except Gardens. So the fact it's there slightly ruins my day, but Party Crasher, fantastic map. Overflow, great. Phase 1 are amazing. If it's a 3-0, we're going to all be happy because we've seen 3 incredible maps. Then we'll be sad Gardens comes into the equation, but then Thermal Station just to bring us right back in.
You're all over the place, man. You know, you just called it 3-0, but then you're wanting to support Europe, and then if it's a 3, well, either way, I guess it could be a 3-0 for Na'Vi, but we didn't talk about Na'Vi. Obviously, lost to Qualix, and I don't know what you guys are thinking. So let me get some clarification. Now, I did say before I was going to start off with Onset because he was going to be matching that of Gaskin. Now I guess I have to flip the script. I know you did. I know you did. So I do want to hit it over to Gaskin because Gaskin said, well, now I'm going to start copying Onset. It's getting crazy between you two. I just got to keep you guys in line. So Gaskin, who are you going with? Who are you supporting?
In any tournament when it's Europe versus NA, I always predict Europe because I'm not a traitor like Onset is. So I'm going to be predicting Na'Vi, and I believe that they can get it done here, regardless of any ping issues or any rubbish like that. They're going to get the job done. The Arena Demons are going to be the Arena Donuts.
The Arena Donuts? Okay, that's
man.
Fair. Hey, I don't know what to do with that one on set, so I'm gonna let you take it away. Who are you going with?
So obviously, I'm going for Arena Demons, and the reason being is that I put my allegiances to Europe to the side because I'm a professional and I look at statistics, ability, brackets, runs, numbers, stats, all of this stuff. I put it into the lab and I come up with a formula that gives me the correct answer, and the correct answer is Arena Demons. So Dan's wrong. He's letting his emotions get over the top of him.
To be fair, Dan, Onset just went on an entire monologue about how he looks at the stats, how he looks at a number, but just literally a couple minutes before he said he was terrible at math.
So I don't know if he's right.
But you're still doing the math. Look, I can't tell the difference between a rock and a ficus, so I'm definitely not good at math. Chat, who are you going with? Because I definitely got to find out. Are you good? Okay, so fair enough. All right, so at this point in time, Arena Demons seems to be the favorite. So Gaskin, you're standing on your own 2 legs. I'm going with Arena Demons for what it's worth, and it's not worth the lot. Okay, I already know that. So either way, I'm going to hop off. Onset Gaskin, take it away.
I'm looking forward to this one, man. I've got to be honest with you. And by the way, chat, thank you for having my back. I know we had to have a little talk about how, I needed you. I needed you on my side for this show today, and you've shown the support that I was looking for. So shout out to you. Unfortunately for you, Dan, you've picked the losing team in this game, which is disappointing for Na'Vi fans who are going to be watching because, as we all know, your predictions are historically dreadful. And it seems like, again, you've let your emotions get the better of you when it comes to picking the team who's going to win.
How have my predictions gone today, though? I remember you and Chat both went against me when Premier won that series.
I picked Premier. I picked Premier. I picked Premier.
Sure,
Chat had my back on that one as well.
I will always support Europe, all right? Someone's got to back Na'Vi here because they are very much against it. Like, let's put jokes aside. Na'Vi shouldn't win this series. Arena Demons should have everything above them. Like, in terms of how they've been playing today, the result they were able to get against Aqualix is incredible, and they should be able to beat Na'Vi here. But I will still believe in Na'Vi, and it will still be my prediction. But that's the last we talk about it until Na'Vi.
Well, straight up, no cap, as the kids say. I'm super looking forward to this series because I'm looking forward to seeing how Arena Demons actually approach arenas, because we've seen pro teams kind of, dip their toes into Arena. We've had a few tournaments where obviously they've had the ability to work out a meta, what's worked for them. But these 3 players who have really dedicated as much time as possible to this game mode that we now have in Apex Legends. So what have they got up their sleeves that we haven't seen so far, including composition, Dan? Very interested to see how that's adjusted as we get into our first game.
There you go, there's a Valkyrie for you. How about that for switching things up and making it a little bit spicy? We'll see whether just the ability to get to the high ground could be a big influence in this game. I want to see who's playing for Na'Vi. There you go, it's Chron, Strafey, and Claws. So this isn't maybe your traditional Na'Vi lineup, but it is certainly 3 players who have played together quite a lot. So I'm excited to see what they can do here.
Yeah, Claws was a little bit of a monster last time we saw him on Na'Vi, but Arena Demons, they've got a 30-30 repeater to start things off here in round number 1, a weapon we don't see too much of. And as we all know, the Peter is loved and beholden by our wonderful pro player Albrelelli, and it looks like it's getting some love here from Arena Demons as well. Such a versatile weapon, and also does a lot of damage. If you can get the DPS down, you hit those shots, especially in a round number 1.
Well, it was when it was first introduced. I mean, there was the talk of it being a kind of ability to shoot long range, mid range, and then switch it up with the scatter caps to make it a shotgun as well. But of course, we're not going to see that right now. Instead, it's just going to be the long range, and you can understand it's got a little bit more of a, I guess, better aim and scope than the Wingman in the initial rounds, but the Wingman would still be my preference, as at the moment we have a little bit of a standoff still. Mozambique at the hands of Front. Claws and Strafey just having to bat up here, but they have done damage to Arena Demons, and Arena Demons look like they don't have much shields left.
I just wonder if Arena Demons are actually just waiting a little bit. Actually, they're not going to wait, because it looks like Strafey's got the first knock. However, it's going to be traded out by Rani almost immediately. So a 2v2 on the map here on Party Crasher. In the Destroyer now going to get into that bubble. Look to hit that shot onto Claws to stop that battery. Being reset quite as quickly. He's going to now relocate his rare call and do some decent damage. In the way that he's dancing around this bubble, super impressive. Now he's going to use the Jets of the Valkyrie, hit the Jets, and his teammate's going to pick up one. And I have to say, that was surgical and very, very impressive from Arena Demons.
Oh, it hits hard, doesn't it? The 30-30 repeater doing some serious damage there. Na'Vi, despite getting the first knock, it was traded out by Arena Demons, and then as Na'Vi tried to close the gap, the 30-30 repeater just was too strong. And now Arena Demons will take the lead here, and that's the first real difference we've seen in terms of meta with weapons throughout this tournament. To be honest, it's been pretty solid across the board in terms of Wingman being used, Mozambique's P2020 sometimes in the early round. Very rare that we've seen 30-30 repeater, at least from the Arena tournaments and the Arena games I've been able to watch in cast. So now Arena Demons will have the advantage when it comes to the economy. How about this?
Skyward dive from Valkyrie. That's one way to get across the map nice and quickly. Arena Demons showing us some more tricks and getting up close and personal. Same weaponry though. As you can see, the Strafey's going to be splitting things at the moment as far as meds are concerned, and Hayden the Destroyer will drop down to get those meds. One thing to point out as these teams just stand off from each other for a few moments is, you might have seen the Oasis Bistro in the background there, and Guy Blaze gave us a little review of the food, and he said, it's busted.
Busted, I think it was, with a pop of the lips, but Max Strafey is a little bit low here. Claus is going to have to help him out, but also gets tagged down, so now all of them are struggling, but Arena Demons have just lost one. Na'Vi managing to turn this fight on its head.
Also going to pop the battery as well, re-engage. However, Strafey has gone down, so a 2v2 as it stands. Bubble will go down, 45 on the Wingman. Will slow things down momentarily as Claus tries to close the gap. This should be, you would imagine, another kill, and that will be 2 kills back-to-back here for Na'Vi, who tie things up. And that's the difference, I think, as far as weaponry is concerned. The 30-30 is good for that early poke damage in round number 1, but I always feel when you get a little bit closer, the Wingman is always going to have that little bit of a damage advantage.
And we've got this ever-evolving meta, haven't we, in arenas now, where everyone just wants to try something a little bit different. Valkyrie almost doing what Loba does, but at the same time doing what, I don't know, an Octane would do. You can reposition extremely fast, get to the middle of the map, but you can also take the pills because you're there first. So it is a nice balance between the two. Is it necessary? You probably could do a very similar thing with the Octane pad, but at the same time, Octane doesn't have the ability to go up, so you've got almost the Horizon ability coming into the equation as well with Valkyrie. So it's like mixing 3 legends in one when it comes to what you can do in arenas.
Strafey's going to use that grapple to get out wide and go for those meds. 30-30 repeater once again. This time going to be in conjunction with a Wingman for one of the players on Arena Demons. On the other side of things, you can see more familiar Wingmen in the hands. We're going to go back to what you call plural of Wingmen, aren't we? Wingmen, Wingmai. We're still not quite decided, but Na'Vi certainly do have them all in the back pocket. No real damage being exchanged as yet. As you can see, lots of bats in the inventory now of Strafey. So with that many meds on board, you wouldn't be surprised to see them play a little bit of a slow, methodical game here.
We could just give it a completely different name, like a group of cowards. What?
Wing blokes.
Just,
yeah.
Anything. You could call it a buzzer beater.
I think there's better. I think we'll leave that one to the chat. Come up with a name for the plural of Wingmen. Because Dan's struggling.
Struggling as much as Na'Vi are with some of the shots that just came out there from Aiden the Destroyer. Fantastic flatline ability, and now they're going to try and press on here, Arena Demons. A couple of bats being dropped just to ensure that's shared around. Na'Vi on the back foot at the moment, but All it takes is a couple of shots being hit with the wingman, wing my buzzer beater, and then suddenly they can push in.
Oh my word!
Woo! Strafey, there's a few shots hit with the wingman. That is as accurate as you could possibly want with a precision weapon. Precision by name, precision by nature. However, the shot's going to be exchanged here. The flatline is going to be beaming. Aiden the Destroyer, though. It's his shield's destroyed and some HP alongside it. Claws in a 1v1. Pulls out the Mozambique and won't be able to quite finish for now. And that will be the end of Na'Vi, as it will be Arena Demons, even after that first knock. You put their second round on the board.
Yeah, Arena Demons going 2-1 up here, and I mean, the first knock may have come in Na'Vi's way, but we saw how the missiles can really impact things there from the Valkyrie. Time to perfection. They do hit hard. They can have a lot of zoning ability as well. Like, there's all the positives, really, from Valkyrie coming into the equation. I know a few people have teetered around with using her throughout the likes of artillery, because you've especially got the high ground difference, but it seems to be working out quite well here for Arena Demons. And now they are 1 round away from taking map number 1, away from Na'Vi. And they are going to have a little bit of an economic advantage. And here's the jump pad. So we've got a little bit of everything on this team. It's such an aggressive comp. The thing they're lacking is the Gibraltar, and Na'Vi haven't really been able to make any sort of benefit from Kron's Gibraltar here.
Not as yet. The 30-30 repeaters have been kind of holding them at bay, especially in the first couple of rounds. Now we're seeing a little bit of a change up of things, as we're going to see once again Strafey tasked with going and collecting some meds, as the Pathfinder will be able to grapple back to his team nice and quickly, as well as getting to those meds as quickly as possible. So Arena Demons holding this staircase with the head glitch, and you can see they're in a very good spot at the moment, just holding down both sides of the staging side of the map that we're on at the moment. Nice shots with the flatline once again. 71's going to chip away at Claws, and your Pie Crasher at the moment is looking like it's a nice playground here for Arena Demons.
Yeah, they're enjoying their time. Dimmy's low, but should be able to bat up as well. There was plenty of resources on that side. Circle is going to be an even ground for both right now. A lot of respect coming out from both teams, recognizing that it is not as simple as just jumping on one another at the moment, because some big shots have come out in both rounds. I am surprised Na'Vi weren't able to secure that round number 3, especially since they got the first knock. Arena Demons, Arachne very low, manages to get the bat off again. The grenades come through, and the care package is going to be acquired by Na'Vi. Gold Eva 8. This could be a difference maker if they can get into a close range gunfight. But as you say, it's certainly been difficult with a repeater just kind of slapping you every time you try and approach them.
Yeah, Na'Vi really struggling to close the gap at the moment. Every time they try and push up, then a little few shots are chipping away at those shields. Strafey's now feeling the damage as well, as he's going to be forced to pop one of those 4 batteries, and he'll be down to 3 once he's managed to get his shields back up. 30-30 repeater again here from Ronnie, doing some damage. And now it's becoming somewhat of an economy game, as Na'Vi try and make their move up towards the zone and towards where Ronnie is. Shots are going to come in. However, Ronnie once again with a 30-30 is going to get a knock. However, it'll be traded out by Claws. So a 2v2 for now. Dimmy goes down. Kron's going to be down to 1 HP. Aiden the Destroyer, the last player alive, manages to get one knock, and there's the Valkyrie. That is how devastating Valkyrie can be. Dropping down, making sure that res doesn't come in, and now managing to reposition inside of the bubble. However, with all the good plays coming in, it doesn't matter, because Na'Vi and Claws will close out the round.
I'm unsure about that play, going for the res. I understand the thought process behind it. You've got the high ground. You don't think that maybe the player below can get up to you in time, but you've already got the advantage in that 1 versus 1. You've got the high ground. You dictate the pace of the play. You can stall things out a little bit with a couple of bullets. Maybe tap the res for a little bit of a fake. He came off it, then he went back on it. Maybe there was a bit of a mix of communications between the team. I know sometimes when you have a teammate who is on the ground screaming, res me, and you don't want to res them, but they keep doing it. Sorry, this isn't a dig at you, Onset, I promise. Slightly a dig at you.
It's fine. I just know we don't win fights if I'm on the floor.
It's also true. Can't really disagree with that one.
Well, Na'Vi coming back well in this game, and as the rounds roll on, I want to see how they adjust, because those shots are going to be hitting very, very hard. Aiden the Destroyer once again, not being the destroyer, nor the destroyee, as the shots are going to hit. The 30-30 once again, the weapon of choice.
I mean, to be fair, the R actually isn't there, so technically he is Aiden the Destroyee.
That's very true. Yeah, you're right. Arena Demons trying to get a little bit more aggressive here. You can see the bubble has been forced here, and Aiden the Destroyer's got a wonderful angle here onto Hron, and is going to do damage initially. The missile swarm will force him out, and it might even get that knock. As you can see, it will actually end up getting the knock, and now this is just a slaughter, to be honest with you. They're moving in, they're getting the flatline shots down. However, Strafey made that one a little bit more difficult than it had to be, but in the end, all pretty simple there after that initial knock, and the aggression from Arena Demons just changing up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's always good, to try and surprise your opposition every now and then. Don't let anyone get into their comfort zone. Don't let them think they know how you're going to play. So switch things up. Get a little bit more aggressive. Surprise Na'Vi. And that was Na'Vi getting caught off guard ever so slightly. Hron getting into a position where he couldn't really escape. No bubble to save him on that second occasion. And the missiles, again, just very important here from the Valkyrie. And Aiden the Destroyer has been performing excellently here. They do have the ultimate again, so I wouldn't be surprised if they use it.
Did you just sit on something?
No, just because...
What happened there?
Never mind, they're flying through the air.
And the Destroyer. He's going to lose a teammate in Rani, though. He's going to go down, and now they're going to have a little bit of a flip of the map by the looks of things. He tried to use the missile swarm just to focus in on that player who was landing, but it's aggression from Na'Vi, which seems to be paying off for them at the moment. However, Claws has gone down, so a 2v2 from what looked like a Na'Vi winnable situation very, very quickly after that pick from Aiden the Destroyer. Hasn't managed to get the finishes yet, so Claws will be rezzed for now, which might mean that they can try and close this ground. Claws is going to be rezzing, and Strafey will take down Dimmy. So now it is just Aiden the Destroyer versus 2 members of Na'Vi. Make that 3 members of Na'Vi, and Aiden the Destroyer, you will have earned your title if you manage to pull this round off for your team.
Trial by fire! It failed. He wasn't able to earn his title. Not just yet. Anyway, 3-3. Na'Vi making a game of this one. Trying to turn the predictions in favor of the gas. Oh, I said I wouldn't talk about it, but it just came up. Naturally came up. 3-3, and I'm impressed.
In there.
I'm really impressed, honestly, with both of these teams and how they're playing. They're adjusting to each other's play styles. They are switching from fast pace to slow pace when they need to. They are capitalizing on knocks for the most part. Na'Vi have been close to failing on capitalizing off their knocks on a couple of occasions, but they were able to at least close it out on that one, thanks to getting the res. 3-3 means that maybe, just maybe, we could get sudden death if we don't see a team win 2 in a row here.
I must say, Dan, you do look great in that picture as well, inside of Mirage Voyage. Just say it one more time. The last time I'll say it, but resplendent, wonderful, mesmerizing. Pick an adjective. Charge rifle. That's a noun. It's something that is catching me off guard, to be honest with you, is something we don't usually see down in arenas.
I mean, that's one way to say screw your 30-30 repeater and you shove a charge rifle up the backside, and quite rightly so. You've been pegged back the entire game and you say, well, let's fight fire with fire, except I would say the 30-30 repeater does not win in a fight against a charge rifle. Very little does, if I'm completely honest, at a long range.
Na'Vi taking the low ground. And Strafey saying, if you want to poke, you're going to get your eyebrows singed. But only for 9. There's 21. That's a little bit more damage. Aiden the Destroyer going to be trying to drop down low and get that little bit of poke damage, as he's also going to get some good vision here. Claws is going to go down. Oh, whoa. Hron's so vital for him to get that knock. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any ammo left in the Eva 8, so he's going to try and survive for now. However, he'll be taken down, and now everything falls onto Strafey. And unfortunately for Strafey, alongside the Eva 8, he's only got that charge rifle to work with here.
At least he does still have... Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have a grapple for 18 seconds, so instead he's just going to engage here with the Eva 8. Has to be very aware of the bullets in his gun, but so is Aiden the Destroyer. Down to just 4. Trying to go for a bat, and he gets swung on, and the swing is fantastic. Na'Vi take a 4-3 lead. Arena Demons now back against the wall, and Na'Vi 1 away from taking map number 1.
One thing I love about Arenas, one of the new features that's been added, is the Na'Vi jump scare. And we just saw it there as Strafey came flying around that corner to eliminate the final player. And yeah, this is very, very interesting now. Na'Vi with the opportunity to go up by 1 map if they can close out this next round. And very, very impressive from them.
That was huge from Pranas, by the way. I know that he missed a few shots there with the Eva 8. He didn't really know what to do for a second. He whipped out the wingman, but hit some crucial shots that did enough damage just to allow the teammates to come in. Claws did damage as well, and then Strafey, obviously in that 1v1, we saw what happened. But great aggression from Na'Vi, picking their fights at the right time, going for something different with the charge rifle to initiate and get some damage. They're going to go for it again. try and just rip those shields apart, deplete the resources, and almost downing a player. 150 done across 2 shots. And Rani, excuse me, really struggling, but at least he's been able to get back up and get a full battery in.
And it just like, maybe charge rifle is it's meta in arenas. Who would have thought it at the start of today? But again, Na'Vi showing some good adjustment on the fly, which is always a great sign of a tier 1 team. Doesn't take you a tournament to adjust. It takes you a couple of rounds. But now you can see this is where Arena Demons have held down from this side of the map quite a lot. Strafey doing a good job of just trying to do poke damage and allow his teammates maybe just to creep up a little bit closer and see if they can capitalize on that. But Strafey will have to make his move soon as well.
Claws has been deadly with this wingman, but not able to connect with any of those shots. Only down one little smidge of shield, so could just sell up if he wanted to, but at the moment he's just focusing on pushing up. Maybe he doesn't even have cells to work with, just looking across. There's a lot of syringes in the selection. Strafey's got cells he could maybe share 2 claws, but at the moment isn't in a position to do so. Rani has been obliterated by that charge rifle again. Maybe we're going to see an engagement here. Arena Demons looking to try and push up on this player.
Kobe up into the skies, doesn't get any damage though. Claw's going to be forced to use a battery and some syringes as well, as we only have 7 seconds left here before the zone starts to move in. Strafey's going to make his way towards his teammates a little bit to give them a bit more support. And this is difficulty here. You might be thinking, hey, there's 2 members of Na'Vi. It's a 3v2 if they get aggressive on it. The problem is the charge rifle is going to do so much damage on that cross that it's not a simple 2v3, and it's not worth the risk here for Arena Demons to actually push out, especially when they have zone.
Oh, Na'Vi. Strafey's been able to find a gold havoc as well, so we can switch out that charge rifle now that it's going to be a closer engagement. But look how passive Arena Demons are playing because of that charge rifle. They didn't want to show themselves whatsoever. This has allowed Na'Vi to walk up on them ever so slightly. This is a fight that Na'Vi could win, you know.
Rani doesn't have too many cells to work with or too many heals, and Dimmy's not going to have too many either. And Na'Vi now making their move, and here comes the havoc with the turbocharger. And I tell you what, this is being made to look very, very easy here by Na'Vi. Dimmy, the last player alive. Unfortunately, once again, the jump scare jumps out, and that jump scare is named Max Strafey. Na'Vi take home your first map here and put Arena Demons on the back foot.
And whilst Na'Vi didn't have a great tournament back in UMG Invitational number 1, may I remind you, they were in a group with My Little Phony, Aqualix, and the Pittsburgh Knights. That is a disgustingly tough group to try and get out of, especially when it's your first kind of entrance into arenas. Then we saw them play in the most recent tournament, which we commentated as well, the other Invitational. They looked so much better. They got top 8 in that one. They didn't quite get to top 4. Again, just fell short of Aqualix, but they seem to be improving every single tournament. They seem to be learning new things. They seem to be trying different approaches to the game. The charge rifle was a fantastic addition from there. Only just kind of forcing their opposition back there, forcing the boys to just play passive. Arena Demons didn't really know what to do when Strafey was drilling them in the side with the charge rifle the entire game.
Yeah, it was a very, very smart adjustment coming out from Strafey, and something that I think is going to be very, very prevalent in this series is how these 2 teams adjust to each other. Because we saw some plays coming out of Arena Demons as well that we haven't seen. The Valkyrie skyward dive, we saw Valkyrie as a pick in itself being used, and we also saw Aiden the Destroyer using that jetpack to get up and change elevation very, very quickly after getting a little bit of damage and managing to reposition to give himself real chances at winning rounds that maybe he wouldn't have had before. This was the one round I feel like maybe he should have won. However, Claws made him pay. Some great shots there with the wingman and finishing off with the Mozam, but it was a very tactical battle between the 2 had before. This was the one round I feel like maybe he should have won. However, Claws made him pay. Some great shots there with the wingman and finishing off with the Mozam, but it was a very tactical battle between the 2 teams. And I love games like this, especially in arenas that show it's more than just running at each other and seeing who hits their shots best.
Yeah, it's more than just brainless pushes, isn't it? There was a lot of thought process going into every round from each team. There were some brainless pushes at times, but sometimes you need to throw in that just to keep your opponents on their toes. But really impressed with Na'Vi. Just to kind of go off that one round as well, where the Valkyrie went up, had the height advantage, went for the res. I do think that Claws played that bubble perfectly. It was in an incredible position for him where he was able to kind of dip, dodge, duck and dive, had the wingman shots, hit the wingman shots, and it's very difficult to do that sometimes against a flat line, but very impressive stuff from Na'Vi. They'll be delighted to take a map lead here. but they need to make sure they don't get ahead of themselves, because we know full well what Arena Demons can do.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It's a case of not getting ahead of yourselves now. And for Arena Demons, it's a case of answering back now as we move over to Overflow after the 5-3 win for Na'Vi on Party Crasher. And this is a map where I feel like the closer quarters might actually favor Arena Demons here. And in those close range battles, I wonder if we're going to see the 30-30 repeater quite as much as we did on the slightly longer range. I'm just fascinated to watch the way they play. You know, the 30-30 is something we didn't talk about too much before we got underway here, and we haven't seen in previous tournaments. They were using it round one because they might think that that is the best poke damage weapon with the 2 times that you can actually get in that first round of buys.
You want accuracy, right? And you also want consistent damage, and you want a gun that can hit it as much as possible. Wingman is great when it does connect, but it is a very skillful weapon. It does take a lot of precision. I feel like the 30-30 repeater is going to just provide you with a little bit more accuracy, a little bit more stability in your play. Maybe it is a case that they aren't that comfortable on the wingmen, but certainly they put on a display with the 30-30 repeater, but it wasn't enough. Na'Vi just had an answer. They came out with something different every other round. The charge rifle in the end was the kicker that really just shut everything down.
Yeah, it was a great adjustment. And apologies, chat. Obviously, I didn't have you up while we were chatting about your suggestions for the plural of wingmen. So please, wingman, I should say, wingman is an option. You know, feel free to put that forward if you feel comfortable with that. But let us know again, because I've got it open now, so I can pay attention to it. But now we're moving over to our next map, and we're going to be heading over to Overflow down, where we do see a lot more close range in quarters. I want to see if it's going to be a case of flatlines here coming in for Arena. For Arena Demons, as I have almost forgot their name for a second there. You know, straight up, going to be honest with you, everybody. You know, we all make mistakes, right? But Arena Demons, I want to see what they start off with weaponry here, because I think that they are the ones who are kind of pushing things a little bit away from the norm that we're used to seeing.
Well, I mean, a flatline is entirely using your materials in round number 1. You cannot buy anything else if you buy a flatline. So I think a lot of people are trying to find weapons they can use consistently that come alongside resources that allow you to heal back up a little bit more as well, especially if you are a team who likes to play that poke damage, that likes to stall things out and play things slow. Or you go kind of balls to the wall, say we're all going to get flatlines, we're going to run for the pill, we're going to get our resources that way, and we're just going to obliterate our opponents. Or you could do this, which is what we've seen from a lot of European teams, level up that Mozambique. A purple Mozam is a disgustingly scary weapon, even at range.
Yeah, even at range, I think is something that needs to be talked about. We talk about how you don't have a huge amount of resources early on, right? And you're seeing this from Arena Demons now. All you've got to do is do 5, 7, 8 damage. It doesn't matter. With the spray that you get from the Mozambique, that's going to cost maybe a cell to the other team, and then all of a sudden, economy is in your favor. So Na'Vi already being forced here to pop a battery, or Strafey is, and now he's going to try and get a little bit aggressive to help his teammate Claws out. But the shots are being... the damage exchange, I should say, is being won quite convincingly so far by Arena Demons, and a Volt early purchase here, which is, again, something maybe we don't see in that first round.
If we see arenas really pick up as a competitive tournament that happens often, I think coaches could be so valuable. Someone just really tracking the damage that you're outputting, someone who's tracking how many cells, how many batteries are likely to have been used, because it's very difficult in the heat of the moment to track all that, as Strafey goes down extremely low, does have some smoke to work with, but it's Aiden the Destroyer's smoke, and he will pick up a Mastiff, and now he's going to push it.
He certainly is. Claws is going to have to hit some big shots here, and he manages to do so. However, there was another player lurking in the shadows just around the corner. That'll be Arena Demons taking home our first round, and they were in control of that one, you have to say. It felt like they had the pace of the game in their favor the entire time from the first bullet was shot, with Na'Vi deciding to play to that right-hand side. And something I've noticed from Arena Demons that they're doing extremely consistently, Dan, is always playing as quickly as possible to the side of the map where the circle's going to be pulling.
Yeah, they're very intelligent with how they play. There's a lot of thought process going into it. They've gone for the Bangalore as well. We've seen that, I think, once today already on this map. Just being able to kind of smoke off those sight lines so you can gain an advantage, whether that be positions or whether it be whether you get the supply drop in the middle of the map. As
you're wondering what that was, by the way. That's exactly how, when we have live events, I wake Dan up. just before call time.
That with a slap round the face as well. It's usually somewhat aggressive, but
Bucket
I love
of water, it. Slap in the face, and a horn.
Nothing gets me fired up more. I tell you what, it hasn't been the same.
Clock. It really hasn't. However, Arena Demons actually, even though I gave them a lot of credit for playing the circle side, they're actually playing a little bit differently here. And I think that might be down to the head glitches that they can actually play off. So they're going to be the team who's going to have to make the move this time around, whereas Na'Vi are going to be holding the zone by the looks of things. However, we do have to see how that circle does shift, but it's going to be poke damage once again on both sides. Strafey managing to get the crack, getting 45 flesh damage as well. Going to be smoked off.
Phoenix will come through. Dimmy given plenty of time to pop it off. Both teams just giving each other a lot of respect right now. Neither team trying to push up too aggressively. Na'Vi holding very much central zone. Again, still the Mozambique's ever present and doing a lot of damage. I think it's going to come down to who hits a headshot first with the wingman. That could be enough really just to force the teams to engage in a fight. The supply drop's there, and there comes the shredding ability from the Vault as well. Rani will take down Strafey.
It's not just the shredding ability as well, it's the team fight, the focus fight is so impressive as, unfortunately for Claus, he's not going to be able to get that finish, and now we're going to see a little bit of a razzle-dazzle, disrespect, showmanship, I like to call it, as the finisher will be hit, and Arena Demons will go up by 2-0 here, and once again, even though Na'Vi hit some good shots initially, as soon as that first opportunity for a knock came in, Arena Demons just collapsed so fast.
2-0, and I think this is looking like it might be a 3-0 if Arena Demons keep carrying on playing the way they have been. The team fights have been excellent. The 1v1 ability has been excellent. The shots they've been hitting, phenomenal. Na'Vi haven't really had an answer for it thus far. The Bangalore has caused a little bit of problems here or there, just with being able to see certain areas of the map. And it's just allowed Arena Demons to close that gap and then push the fight. Get in Na'Vi's face. We need to see Na'Vi come up with something a little bit different, just as they did on map number 1.
Demons now looking to close out this map in a 3-0 fashion, and Claws with a headshot is going to slow down the move on the meds. But once again, Bangalore, something that we really touched on, the changeover from Valkyrie and map-specific legends obviously being something that is highly recommended here and being used effectively by Arena Demons. However, Claws once again forcing Aiden the Destroyer back, but a Vault over the shoulder is going to keep him alive for now, as things just slow down a little bit.
I mean, it's literally what I was talking about for the last 2 rounds, but sure. Yeah, we haven't touched on Bangalore. It's fine. No, don't worry about it. It's fine if you're not listening. I don't care. I don't care what you say either. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
No, it's not. No, honestly, Mark. It's fine.
Yeah, you're good.
No, but you're right. But look at the difference. Look at the way that Na'Vi have been able to just shift over and adjust to that Bangalore. Wingman with the digi threat. Just allow you to push through that smoke, also allow you to see through that smoke as well. And maybe now Bangalore isn't going to be as effective, but is it a little bit too late for Na'Vi? Digi threat is great, but is it going to be great when you're already 2-0 down?
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to do now, and you can see the zone is closing and Strafey's being taken down to pretty much 0 shields. He's going to have to slowly work his way back into this game, and it's just kind of a squeeze, constant pressure as Dimmy's going to hit that grenade. Strafey is the first player down here for Na'Vi. Aiden the Destroyer, 95, 57, add them all up because it adds up to a win here for Arena Demons. They tie up the series at 1-1 after a very convincing performance here, as they take home a 3-0 victory.
I mean, there may well have been a digi threat on that Peacekeeper with the shots he was just hitting. It wasn't. It was a 2 times, but the smoke does look a little bit different on client feed compared to observer feed, so I am going to say that. But amazing 3-0 victory. That's the perfect response from Arena Demons, exactly what they needed to do. Otherwise, Na'Vi might have been able to kind of snowball away for things. But now I don't know where this series is going to go, because the first map was close, but the second map definitely wasn't. Na'Vi weren't in that map whatsoever, and that may just damage their spirits ever so slightly.
Yeah, the ability for Na'Vi to adjust in that first map, bring the charge rifle in, was very impressive. But there they just didn't have the time to. It just seemed like they didn't really have an answer to the Bangalore coming in and smoking off certain areas and really denying them lines of sight. But we'll have to see how Na'Vi bounce back, because we're tied up at 1-1. We're going to go for a quick break as we get game number 3 set up. So don't go anywhere, or Dan will get sad.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. Taylor Reflections Noble joined by Onset and Gaskin. What a series we have at hand. Na'Vi forced to go all the way with the charge rifle, which, by the way, a brilliant play from them. They needed to find an answer for that constant chip damage from the 30-30 repeater, a unique look that Arena Demons, quite honestly gave us, including the Valkyrie, which we don't see too often, but played masterfully. But as masterfully as it was, Na'Vi, as Onset said, right, their ability to be able to adjust in that first map was brilliant. They take that one, but Overflow, a much different story. And Gaskin, this is where I pass it to you. When it comes to Overflow, you can't really go for that reset. Sometimes you have the faraway fights, but that 30-30 repeater was great on a map such as Party Crasher, which took some time for an engagement. But when it comes to Overflow, clearly Arena Demons, they just wanted to headbutt Na'Vi, and that's exactly what they got.
Yeah, and I think headbutt, it works because the 3v3 seems to be those kind of fights that we're seeing them win, right? As soon as there is that tactical decision to be made, Na'Vi seem to have the upper hand. There seems to be a little bit more thought process behind what they're doing. However, when Na'Vi are just ran at, they don't really have the 3v3 capability to win. We've seen this not only in arenas, we've seen it in BRs as well, where sometimes they just can't quite clutch up in those 3v3 fights. And I think that's exactly the same as what's happening in these close range matchups for them. But maybe some of these maps will just allow for more kind of passive play, more thought process behind it, more tactical abilities coming into it. And again, just more strategy that they can work on.
I mean, Onset, tactical abilities, right? You got to talk about Phase Runner because that's coming up next. Map number 3, and that is a tactical map. Maybe Na'Vi can lead the series once again 2-1. I'm going to step out. Onset, Gaskin, take it away.
Well, here we go. Phase Runner is our map 3 down, and this is going to be a real test for both teams, I feel, because we've seen the best of both teams, I think, in our first 2 maps. We saw Na'Vi's ability to adjust, and then we've seen how devastating Arena Demons were on Overflow. And one thing I want to talk about very quickly is the positioning of every single player on Arena Demons. They had every single head glitch, every bit of knowledge for the least vulnerable they can make themselves while doing damage on that map. I wonder if they have that same thing here on Phase Runner, where they can just chip away at Na'Vi's shields, or if Na'Vi are going to have an answer to it. If Na'Vi can come up with something just to force them out from that cover and maybe try and get that first blood, which we know is so vital.
Yeah, it's funny what you say. You say they've both played their best, but you said Na'Vi's best was when they were just adjusting to what their opposition was doing. I want to see Na'Vi come out of the blocks and just kind of initiate fights, be the ones who dictate the pace of the game, right? Assert their dominance over Arena Demons. They have the capability to do so. It's just got to be these wingman shots connecting. They need to be the ones who do the damage first, so they can be the ones who are pushing, not be the pushies.
Well, look at this. Again, compositions. So interesting for me to watch. And Arena Demons, they got a rampart. And they've got some walls up. And they're going to be doing some damage. And immediately, one thing that's impressing me as well is how well they know their angles down. It's immediately locking a reticle onto that staircase where most likely Na'Vi are going to be pushing and getting that initial damage done.
It's something that happens in arena-style games, in tactical shooters as well, but in Apex, because it's a BR and the engagements you have around the map are just so inconsistent, very rarely do you see pre-aim being a thing. It does happen sometimes, but certainly now players are learning that actually you know exactly where the head of your opponent is going to be, the tendencies of your opposition, and which positions they're going to be finding themselves in. Well, Na'Vi, they certainly were on the receiving end of some damage, so they have depleted some of their resources, but you could say the same about Arena Demons. It's pretty even when you look across the shields. Rani doesn't seem to have any cells left. There was also one member of Na'Vi who was in the similar position, so it's a bit of a standoff right now. And the 30-30 repeaters versus the wingman. I mean, I'm kind of favoring the 30-30 repeater from range.
One thing just to point out there was the angle that Rani had as well, just looking through that crate to give the communication to his teammates that a player was looking to shimmy a way round, try and come up with a flank himself. But once again, the positioning here of Arena Demons, if you notice, always on a head glitch, making sure that there's so little of the player model for Na'Vi to shoot at. They're going to have to hit some crazy shots. But for now, Arena Demons actually backing up to a position where they can all start to play together a little bit more. Rani's going to take a little bit of a wide angle here, and quite late as well. As you can see, that zone's going to be moving in around 15 seconds. So he's trying to make a play here, catch players on the cross.
Maybe also trying to make a move for the supply drop. He's certainly got eyes on it at the moment. It seems like Na'Vi have a game plan here. They want to play circle. They know that Arena Demons have to move. It's whether Ronnie's going to be able to actually get on top of this to try and loot. He has an off angle, but he's been spotted out after missing a couple of shots. If he had hit shots there, that could have been bad news for Na'Vi. Now they know exactly where he is. Aiden the Destroyer has not been able to heal up, so Na'Vi do have the ever so slight advantage, but Claws also is pretty low. Rani now has been taken down, and there certainly is not much resources to be used. Syringes are out now. You know things are bad when you're starting to syringe.
Yeah, HP advantages with Na'Vi here, and if they can get a little bit more damage done, then maybe this will be the signal to push. And what's one way to deal with a 30-30? A 30-30. As you can see, Claws has picked that one up now. Aiden the Destroyer down to 1 HP. A little poke shot's going to do 57 damage. As Claws will be taken down by Rani, and that's the difference between an Iron Sight and a Wingman, and a 2 times on a 30-30. And all of a sudden, what looked like a round almost guaranteed, surely, to be going to Na'Vi, has turned on its head. And Strafey now has to make a play. And again, look at these positions. Look at the head glitches. Look at the angles coming out of Arena Demons.
Oh, the L-Star's been picked up as well. I don't think there's any chance here for Strafey, even though all three of them are low. He has to literally hit everything. Unfortunately, he's not going to be hitting everything. Did just get word that you're not allowed to use the L-Star, even though it's in the package. So that's good. In a tournament we casted last week, the L-Star was banned, but was still allowed when it was in a package. But I was a bit unhappy about that. I'm pretty happy that that's a rule. So thanks, production.
This is good news. I mean, I said to everybody, hopefully they come back after the break. They did, which is great. Which put a smile on your face and make you sad. And now, I mean, it's what a day for you, Dan. Everything's going so well since the start of the show. I know that you had a little bit of a thing with your go-karting earlier where, I don't know, go-kart exploded or something. I didn't get all the actual details, but you know, things are picking up is what I'm trying to say for you.
It's been a rough week, I'm going to be completely honest, but now we're here, got a fantastic UMG tournament in front of me, and gardens to ruin my happy day, so we're definitely going to get there. That's the bad thing, but I guess we get to watch this first, as Arena Demons do have a 1-0 lead, which is surprising. Na'Vi, I think, had the upper hand, but they were afraid to jump on Arena Demons. Again, they just weren't the team who was initiating the fight. Instead, they were just sitting a little too far back, allowed Arena Demons to poke them despite the armor advantage they had. And now Arena Demons are also going to have the economy advantage going into this. So Na'Vi very much on the back foot. And they need to really just think about how they want to approach this round, because I just feel like there needs to be a little bit more aggression in some of the rounds that we've seen.
It's so difficult to be aggressive, though, when people are playing these kind of head glitches in positions where you take 2 shots on a cross when you try and get a position, and then all of a sudden you lose a player. It's so difficult for Na'Vi to try and adjust to the positioning and the weaponry that's coming out of Arena Demons, that at the moment you can see they're kind of just, they're trying to think, how can we close the gap here? How can we try and be aggressive? And it's even more difficult when you got a player sat between 2 levels of amp cover who's just chipping away at that damage and expending your resources at the same time.
It's so obnoxious, isn't it, playing a Rampart? I'm just going to put that out there. I mean, I respect the fact that they've been changing compositions.
Super effective.
There is no way that Rampart should be banned, right? She's not overpowered, she's not too strong, but she's just one of those legends which is just obnoxious to play and play against. It has done the job. And Aiden the Destroyer is making things very difficult for Na'Vi. And in general, just Arena Demons making things difficult for Na'Vi. This is not how Na'Vi want to play the game whatsoever. You know that. Dimmy is very low. Strafey was able to provide some covering fire for the rest of the team, but did take some damage himself. Na'Vi, again, I would say, have the advantage, but can they capitalize on it?
Claws is going to be forced to slow heal here. His 4 shield cells to work with, and decides to keep the battery for something that might happen a little bit later on, should he need it. Rani having a little bit of a look around the corner, a little raise of the eyebrow, as we actually can see the first knock coming as again, this time for Arena Demons. Strafey has gone down, and it looks like he's separated from his team as well. So Arena Demons separating the Pathfinder from the rest of his team. They will get the finish as well. Ron's down to pretty much no HP as well. Claws is going to have to try and hold here, as 2 players are going to step up now from Arena Demons to try and finish this off. Rani holding the backside for that flank that might come out. This is again, the word I used earlier was surgical, and it really does feel like that from Arena Demons.
Na'Vi have done a lot of damage though. Ron will take down Dimmy, but will fall. Rani will get that knock and closes in a 1 versus 2, but they are both somewhat weak. This is doable. This is achievable. Dives on the first, gets the knock. Now needs to look for the second. Gotta hit your shots here. Oh, it's so close. But Arena Demons still pull it out the back.
Well, that's the kind of play that Na'Vi are having to make. It has to be a superstar play for them to take a round away at the moment. It's just the rounds are just constructed so well and so efficiently by Arena Demons that now they find themselves on match point once more.
They're earning their title.
Questions to answer here. They really are.
I mean, Arena Demons is a bold name to pick, but when you are doing things like this and just kind of changing the meta of Arena, or at least just forcing Na'Vi to play the game in a way they definitely don't want to be playing it, saying, actually, we're going to dictate the pace of this game. You're going to have to play at our speed, whether you like it or not. Even if you get us down to a position where we don't have as many shields as you, we're still going to make it awkward for you to push, so you have to sit back so we can continue to poke you, so we can equal the amount of damage you've managed to output, and then we'll push you and surprise you. It's just been actually a thing of beauty almost to watch from Arena Demons, but even with a 2-0 lead and 1-1 in the series, Na'Vi still have looked good enough for me where they could get back into it. Here's the charge rifle again to try and even things up. I don't know if it's going to work, though.
Oh, I know you like your metaphors, Dan. The way that I see Arena Demons playing is like, you know, in like cartoons or films, sometimes you see the steamroller sort of slowly going towards someone who's on the ground and they go, no! And it always ends up stopping, right? And they always sort of stay alive. This is the difference. It keeps going here.
Oh my
If you're Arena Demons, they are squashing Na'Vi at the moment. Aiden the Destroyer taken down. The 30-30 not quite connecting here onto Strafey. And Rani now finds himself with a player at his back. And he's only got 1 HP as well. Dimmy doing a good job to keep him alive for now. Strafey versus Dimmy. And oh my word, Dimmy wins that one on Arena Demons. They will win map number 3 here and got 2-1 in the series. That was an impressive performance from Dimmy in that final fight.
They looked so comfortable. They looked at home on Phase Runner. Na'Vi just didn't really get a shout, despite the fact that they did an incredible amount of damage every single round. Na'Vi, it just wasn't enough. It came down to just kind of a 1v2 hope or a 1v3 hope. There was always that possibility of Na'Vi clutching up. That's how close they were. It was certainly closer than a 3-0 would suggest, but the way that kind of the Arena Demons played that was insane. Like, they knew exactly how they wanted to approach the game. They had everything down to a T. Yes, it was close, but they certainly made it look good.
Angles, again, angles and positioning. That's the real takeaway for me. And also legends. I mean, every single map has had a map-specific legend for Arena Demons. We saw Valkyrie on the first map. We saw Bangalore on the second map, and now we've seen Rampart on the third map. So you can see how much they've played and how much knowledge they have of what is the best composition per map. And now we move on to your favorite map of all time, which always puts a smile on your face, Dan, which is, of course, Gardens. This is going to be an interesting one because this is a chance for Na'Vi to be aggressive. I know, I can see that you're triggered by it, but they can be really aggressive here, and they can kind of play against and try and play against, I should say, the way that Arena Demons have been playing this slow, methodical playstyle.
But with what we've seen from Arena Demons and how they've adjusted from map to map, how they've changed Legend from map to map, you'd imagine that they know how to play Gardens and they know how to adjust to it. So you're expecting them to see now the aggressive Legends come out to play. Like, the Octane's already there, the Pathfinder's already there. So you say, well, what do we do to add to this? Do we add a Gibby so we've got the bubble capabilities? Do we go for something like a Horizon so we've got another Legend that can go up to the high ground? Or they could go completely, against the grain and go for something that we weren't expecting, maybe like a Fuse, or there's all these things that could happen.
Yeah.
And I don't know where Arena Demons are going to go, but I know that whatever they do, there'll be a good reason behind it. And that's exciting. This is a team who have strategized, they know what they want to do, and they certainly have planned effectively. And that's why they're 2-1 up here.
I think you've just put together the composition that I would go with, which is Octane, Pathfinder. And to be honest with you, I would go maybe with Fuse. The fact that you can carry double the amount of nades, the fact that you have the knuckle cluster as well to work people off height, and his ult is so powerful now. After his recent buff, I think he's a very, very viable legend here for Gardens. So that might be who I go with. When I started playing arenas at the start of the season, someone I was playing with picked Fuse by accident and decided that it was officially meta and refused to play anyone else. So maybe you saw ahead of time. This was before the buff, I should say. By the way, it was a completely accident. He went like 1-9 or something. But it happens. It happens. We've all been there. But it's now a case of, I can't think of another legend outside of maybe Gibby, like you mentioned, who's going to be as effective as Fuse would be in a close quarters battle.
Maybe a Wraith just so you can kind of queue out and get out of the fight after you've done some damage. But yeah, I agree. I think Fuse can do a lot, especially when we saw earlier, like the grenade strategy was from Noble, and that really kind of shook things up. It just made everything impossible for the team who got to the high ground first. So perhaps Fuse with the grenades that you can carry, double the grenades, as you say, could be a real kind of stinker here for the other team going up against the Fuse. But I don't know, Arena Demons, whatever they do, I will respect it, because there's been method in the madness at all times. They know exactly what they want to do.
I'm just strategizing like ways that I could play Gardens now in like the scummiest way possible. Caustic Watson, play the bottom room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fences up. Jet in the corner, barrels down. Just go full scumbag. That could be the way. However, I'd never do that because I'm not that kind of guy. But it's certainly interesting to see how map to map this is definitely a case now of it's not a composition we're running as a team in arenas. It's what composition are we running on what particular map. And I think that's a fascinating development. Again, tournament to tournament, we're seeing new things that we hadn't seen before from teams.
Also, this is going to kind of up the ability of people playing flex characters when it comes to Battle Royale as well. There's going to be a lot of experience earned on a lot of these legends, which they may have not played before, at least maybe not been in this many gunfights before. You got to imagine one game of Battle Royale, you can probably play a few games of Arena. You're going to get far much more gunfights going on. Sometimes you play a Battle Royale and you get 0 gunfights. You might die off drop, or you get punched to death by 3 people who have decided that they don't want to go for guns and they just want to punch you. And sorry, I almost got angry again there, but I didn't get angry. Let's just get into game, maybe, just because otherwise I'm gonna... Oh, it's Gardens, for goodness sake.
I got you down. Don't worry about it. You catch your breath, my friend, and you contain your rage for now, because the two teams are going to be battling it out on Gardens, as you said, and it is a chance now for Arena Demons to close out the series against Na'Vi in a 3-1 fashion. If they don't manage to take it home, though, we will go to our Game 5 over at Thermal Station, where we will decide who will be moving through. But for now, Gardens is the battleground for the two teams, and I already want to see desperately the composition that's being run by Arena Demons.
Give it to us. Come on, Arena Demons. What have you got to offer? It's going to be Horizon. Okay, so it was the initial...
Makes sense.
Kind of off-meta pick that I thought about. It's just someone who can give you the high ground. There is the grab lift coming in straight away. High ground has been secured. Na'Vi are immediately on the back foot as Rani, again, this 30-30 repeater on set is just absolutely deadly.
Certainly is. And Na'Vi having a real difficult time, especially with a Peacekeeper and Aiden the Destroyer up on that high ground. But look at this. They're already aggressive, already looking to take more than the high ground, looking to control both levels. As a shot for 16 is going to do a little bit of chip damage here to Strafey in the distance. And as we know, in round 1, that chip damage all adds up. And if you can get the HP advantage and the meds advantage, then you're pretty much guaranteed to win this.
Just look how defensive Na'Vi are having to play. Look how far Strafey is away from the rest of his team. And if Arena Demons get a whiff of that, they will jump on the other two. Strafey's just collecting resources at the moment, getting those materials, thinking about the following rounds, and also trying to get an off angle so he can do damage from the side. Arena Demons haven't jumped on the 2 yet, and they've taken a little bit of damage, but they've had plenty of health and batteries to kind of put themselves back up, and Strafey can reposition to get himself a Havoc.
Got the Havoc, and he's managed to survive for now. Arena Demons taking a little bit of damage, but as you can see, do have a few cells to play with. Not too much at this point, as we're going to see a little 37 poke around the corner once again from the 30-30 repeater of Rani. Aiden charging up that Peacekeeper as well with the choke on. And the shield crack. We're being forced to pop his remaining battery as well. And I've got to be honest with you, I like the way that Na'Vi have approached this. Even though you can see Huron hasn't really got much HP to work with, and they might end up actually playing down on this low ground. They haven't kind of thrown away the round. They haven't got overly aggressive, overly desperate for damage to be exchanged. They kind of just held their ground and allowed Arena Demons to have this height.
Yeah, it's what happens sometimes in Gardens, is it? Where you just see both teams compete for the height and then one team dies after 15 seconds. But Na'Vi trying to play with a bit more strategy here. Even though Huron was weak, he managed to find a Phoenix kit, I guess, from the supply drop, and is back up to full complement of health. It's Dimmy who's one of the lower players. Strafey's also lost his health. Peacekeeper is hitting hard from distance. Na'Vi just hoping they can get some tags with the wingmen here. And maybe then that'll be enough for them to push, as Dimmy has been cracked and gone down to half HP.
Oh, Rani's going to be in a position with a 30-30 to get that first knock onto Heron. Heron goes down. Arena Demons have the man advantage for now. Nice shots, even though it doesn't add up to much. And that will be round number 1 going to Arena Demons. Once again, the slow death for Na'Vi as they were just forced into a situation where they had no heals, they had no position, and Arena Demons just controlling that height once more.
Yeah, they got the height. They didn't kind of jump on Na'Vi. There was one point I think they considered, oh, you know, there's 2 players, we could push them and have the man advantage, but instead they knew full well that they had the perfect map positioning. They didn't need to get ahead of themselves. Na'Vi tried to go for something a little bit different. They did get plenty of materials in that round, so at least their economy isn't going to be too disadvantageous in comparison to Arena Demons.
Let's go this way.
But now here comes the race to the top. And it's going to be Na'Vi who have a slight advantage with the Pathfinder Zip here. They have the better side of the map.
For now. However, as we've seen previously, getting there first doesn't mean too much because grenades are going to rain down and crack shields like some eggs at the bottom of a shopping bag. Pain the Destroyer going up with the Eva 8 in his hands, and he's going to show a good old close-up of it to the Gibraltar in front of him. Rani is going to be taken down. No, he's not actually. He's going to win the round. It's as simple as that. It really is they're making it look so easy against Na'Vi here, Arena Demons. They seem to have every single facet of the game sorted.
They've got it all there. As I say, there was strategy, there is method behind the madness. At no point have I looked at any of their decisions and thought, you know, this is a bad thing. Why are they doing this? I'm just like, yeah, okay. I understand what they're doing. Oh yeah, that's a good decision. There is a fantastic kind of chemistry between these 3 players where their positioning is on point. Their aim is incredible, actually, scarily good at times. And Na'Vi just don't seem to have a response for that. The 30-30 repeater is just hitting far too hard. The poke damage is too insane. And Na'Vi looking like they might be dropping down to the lower bracket here, which would put them against Aqualix, by the way, for a fantastic rematch from the first tournament to see who progresses into tomorrow's action. But there is still time yet for Na'Vi. We've had a little bit of a server issue, so we're just waiting for that one to be remade. And I think, wait a second. I thought it was going to be able to time that perfectly. There we go. We're in the game.
I was going to count down there, but I got nervous that we were going to go back into the game and I was going to look really stupid, but I should be used to that by now, to be honest with you, as Arena Demons now find themselves down on match point against Na'Vi. 2-1 up in this. And a little bit of a slower play from them this time, playing from that low ground. You can see that Na'Vi should have control of the height. I wonder if there's a little bit of zone knowledge coming in from Arena Demons, or just a different way that they want to try and approach things, as they have to work their way up. And it looks like it might actually be pulling down into the middle a little bit from both the high ground and the low ground. So it might be Na'Vi who are forced to drop first here, which, again, zone knowledge, very, very impressive here from Arena Demons.
Yep, they've got it all. And they should be progressing realistically to tomorrow. Unless there's any major errors or Na'Vi do what they did in the original map, where they just come up with something that just kind of breaks Arena Demons open ever so slightly. It was the charge rifle initially from an angle where they just weren't able to have the same amount of map presence as they had in the previous rounds. But Strafey is just being tagged back. Wherever he tries to position himself, he's being spotted out. Arena Demons now looking to try and make their move. Aiden the Destroyer has been seen on his ways down through the middle of the map, but here's the charge rifle again.
Enemy over there.
Charge rifle in the hands. This was the golden ticket for Na'Vi to get them back into game number 1. However, Strafey just not being given a moment's rest at the moment, as he will have his shields broken and be forced to back down from that high ground. And Arena Demons again. This is where we're going to see the end circle. It's going to be just above where they are, or just in this room and they find themselves in. Na'Vi trying to negotiate their way towards it a little bit. And again, just the angles that they do have, so impressive. And you can see Na'Vi are just kind of in a position where they're not quite sure how to approach this, Dan.
Well, you're just going to be terrified, because if you make one wrong move, if that foot even pokes out past a wall, it seems like the bullets are just zipping onto any sort of object you show. Any body part is getting ripped apart by the Arena Demons players. Na'Vi, though, back up to full shields. Do have a better situation in that regard, but I'm just scared when it comes to a 3v3 fight, but it looks like they want to engage here.
If they get a good grenade in here, this could be really good damage for them. However, speaking of damage, once again, the 30-30 repeaters there. Claws will get the first one, though. Fron will get the second, and all of a sudden, Aiden the Destroyer finds himself in a really tough situation, but the Black Hole's going to buy him some time. He takes to the skies now, and oh my word, from the heavens, Arena Demons close out the series. Horizon, welcome to the party. That is why you choose her, and that is how you win games.
What a way to finish the game as well. I've been hoping that eventually the Black Hole was just going to show us why Horizon is a very viable arena character. And there it is, right in front of you. The Black Hole to perfection. The Arcstar comes in, the damage is there. And then the grav lift and raining down from above. Oh, it was just... It was wonderful reflections.
Chef's kiss.
I am blown away from Arena Demons. Look, first and foremost, I gassed them up. I really did because I got them involved with the tournament, whatever. They hit me up. They're not disappointing. 30-30 repeaters. You're rocking Rampart. You're also coming in with Valkyrie. You're coming in, with Horizon. And by the way, that's all Aiden the Destroyer. Aiden the Destroyer has played 3 different legends since we've been watching him. Like, that's fantastic to be able to adjust each map, honestly, and connect as well as he is just incredible. The 30-30 repeaters are just nasty. They dominated this series. Quite simply, they dominated this series. Outside of Party Crasher, Overflow, Phase Runner, Gardens, all in the way of 3-0. It was amazing. I mean, there's nothing bad I can say about Arena Demons at all, Gaskin.
Yeah, they really put on a show for us here. Na'Vi just weren't able to respond to what Arena Demons had to offer. As I've said a few times, the strategy was on point. Na'Vi now need to reassess how they want to approach their next game. The good thing is their next game is against Aqualix, so it's going to be a completely even ground, EU versus EU, so there can be no complaints about ping on that one. And they can look to try and get some revenge against Aqualix, because Aqualix beat them last time. But, you have to take your hats off to Arena Demons. As you say, there's not a bad word you could say about them with how they've played. Excellent, and I'm very impressed.
I'm impressed. I really am. I'm excited to watch them tomorrow. They can rest easy. They secured their spot. They showed us different looks that we're not accustomed to seeing. The way they paced out the rounds, too, was just brilliant. Something that is pretty rare. Honestly, most dominant performance I've seen yet outside of G2, quite honestly. So I got to say, things are starting to shape up quite nicely. We still have some conclusions, though, that we need to kind of wrap up. That's My Little Phony and Era Eternity. Yes, that's right. Era Eternity ended up beating Pittsburgh Knights. We see PK plays so well, but that reverse comeback clearly messed with them because Era Eternity beats them 3-1, and Pittsburgh Knights will not be seen tomorrow for the playoffs. So it's going to be a great one. My Little Phony versus Era Eternity. That's coming up next. Well done today, boys. You'll be back tomorrow, but at least today, you can rest easy and just chill out, man, and watch the final series. So, hey, it's going to be a good time tomorrow, but we'll see you then. Hey, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Blaze and Girl, or Guy and Girl, depending on how you want to cut it. We're about to reach into our final series and to crown our last two slots, right, for tomorrow's playoff. Right now, we have 6 total teams that have already qualified: G2, Elevate, Ghost, Premier Sentinels, and the newly acquainted Arena Demons, who played out of their mind, showing us some new looks. Can't wait to watch them tomorrow. But this time around, we got My Little Phony and Era Eternity, who still need to qualify. And what a better time to talk about one of our groups. Let's, I guess, just hop right into Group C, Blaze, and break it down. Look at the bracket overall, which has been unfolding quite well.
Yeah, the bracket has been unfolding, and we see that My Little Phony made it to the losers brackets in the first place. Well, it was because they took that 3-1 loss to Sentinels there, in a qualification match. So Sentinels coming off that hot win against the Knights that we got a chance to watch earlier. They kind of continued that momentum over with My Little Phony. So we'll see if they can come out here and best their Eternity, because they took down a Knights squad that was on fire. We feel like the Knights squad looked good, but from what I could tell by looking at that 3-1 loss against Era Eternity, is that the Knights never really recovered from that Sentinels matchup that they lost against. So I'm really excited for this qualification matchup, because I feel like this may have been one of the most balanced pools that we may have had in this tournament.
It's true. I think the biggest takeaway, though, is you look at the top, My Little Phony versus Era Eternity has already taken place. My Little Phony was able to 3-0 Era Eternity before. The rematch is here. And again, you can either learn from your mistakes or not learn. But if you choose to not learn from your mistakes, well, you'll have another 3-0 loss. And in this case, that could be Era Eternity. Let's look at Group D, Girl. This is the final one, of course, to take place. We had concluded A and B just a little bit earlier, right before we hopped into C and D. We just witnessed Arena Demons with a 3-0 victory over Na'Vi. But now it's all EU for the last spot in playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, and the last time we've seen Aqualix and Na'Vi go head-to-head, I believe Aqualix has won. So let's see if anything comes different in today's match. Maybe Na'Vi will beat Aqualix. You never know. But I have seen Aqualix practicing arenas a lot lately. So I don't know. I think they're going to come back here.
They're going to have to. They really are. This is a rematch from a month ago, Girl. And I don't know if you were casting that one. I know it's been quite some time. But Aqualix did, in fact, get the best of Na'Vi. It was a 3-1 victory overall. So these two teams, they have history, and both being beat by the same team, I think. They have something in common. But more importantly, they're going to have the ping in common. I do believe when EU plays NA, they play on NA host. So now all EU, which means they're going to have the same ping, which could play a bit of an impact here, Blaze, because man, even casting other games, North America, Latin America, Europe versus North America, Latin America, that ping makes a difference sometimes.
Yeah, it does, Taylor. You have heard my rants plenty of times before in the past, and when it comes down to it, ping is the reason why we love LAN, okay? Because these players are not all playing on an equal playing field. Ping is the milliseconds in which it takes for your shots to hit the server and come back to them as well. So in a first-person shooter, and any shooters in general, when it comes down to being able to play, to be able to lead your shots, hit those shots, and get the best of your opponent, that ping plays a huge factor indeed. And anyone who is playing on a higher ping and beating someone on a lower ping, you better give those boys some praises, okay? Because it's like they're training with ankle weights on, and they got a weighted vest on, and they're out here taking shots. But when you get them to local area network, when you get them to LAN, they are completely different beasts.
100%. And Girl, we talk about completely different beasts. My Little Phony, Era Eternity. We saw earlier that, My Little Phony was able to 3-0 Era Eternity. But My Little Phony, again, a team that has history in these tournaments specifically. They had great experience before and a good placing, 3rd through 4th overall. So My Little Phony has to be the favorite team. They were already, I think, our favorites, Girl, even when we looked at Group C.
Yeah, they definitely are the favorites going in. But I want to put some hope in Era Eternity. I want to see them pull out something new, adapt to the situation, not get 3-0'd again at least. I'm going to start cheering for them. And this is now the map: Overhead, Overflow, Phase Runner, Gardens, Thermal Station. And if we reach to a 5th map, it's Party Crasher. one of your favorites, I believe, or no? That's my favorite. Overflow is your favorite.
I love how that thought process literally was thought out loud. Yeah, Party Crasher, your favorite. I'm a fan of it though, as I have been lately. I love the way Noble played that, by the way. That was just incredible. Those roofs are pretty sturdy. Phase Runner is my favorite. I love the headbutt fight. I really do. It doesn't allow for many resets, and even if you do reset the fight on Party Crasher, you can't be too comfortable because around the corner someone's looking to push you anyway. So it's an incredibly tense fight, and that's why Party Crasher is one of my favorites personally. Plus, I'm not the smartest player. I just like to go in your face. That's how I play, and that's what I do. Blaze knows this firsthand from our scrims yesterday. But either way, Blaze, you're cracked out of your mind. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, check it out. We just hyped up Air Eternity. At least we tried to. We obviously know the advantage My Little Phony is going to have. Let's get into our predictions and really see what corner you guys are in. I think I started with Girl last time. Didn't I start off with you, Girl, last time? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't.
Started off with Guy over here.
I'm starting off with you, Girl. Who you going with?
I am going with the underdogs, the ones that lost 0-3. I'm gonna go with Era Eternity this time.
Of course. You know what, Girl? Always breaking the mold. Fair enough. Okay, Era Eternity, they lose 3-0, and you're like, hey, all of a sudden they're going to turn things around? Maybe. Absolutely. They did beat Peak. Hey, they beat Pittsburgh Knights. In my eyes, that is a big victory with how well they played against Sentinels. So maybe there is something to it. Blaze, who are you going with?
Yeah, no, that's a good pick there. Go with the underdog. You know, we almost had PK pull away with that Sentinels victory. We went with that underdog pick there, and it made the series that much more exciting. But I'm actually going to go with the favorites in here with My Little Phony. I'm going to go with experience. I'm going to go with team chemistry, and we'll see if these guys can pull it away.
All right, My Little Phony, fair enough. I think I got to go with My Little Phony, too. I want to be with the Girl with the underdogs. I do. I love my underdog stories. But in this case, My Little Phony, I think, is just going to be a little bit more powerful. And I love the name. The name is just incredible. Chat, who are you going with? My Little Phony, Era Eternity. Okay, so you guys are going to be going with My Little Phony. Fair enough. So once again, Girl, you're by yourself, but fair enough. You've been here before, and you've been successful. Either way, hopefully it's going to be a great matchup. I'm banking on the fact and really hoping that series win over Pittsburgh Knights gave enough momentum to Era Eternity for them to take the victory. But again, you have to take into account My Little Phony has already 3-0'd them. Either way, the story's going to unfold. The players, they are the ones who hold the destiny in their hands. Blaze, Girl, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. And Girls, so far throughout the day, you have a 100% win rate when it comes down to your picks. So maybe you're onto something too as well when it comes down to Era Eternity. But what is it that you see in this squad that you is giving you the inkling that they can take over My Little Phony?
You really want to know?
Yeah, I do want to know what you got from me.
They beat me in Battle Royale the other day. We were playing in the same tournament, so I'm cheering for them. If I'm gonna lose, I hope the people that beat me outbeat everybody else. You know what I mean? So
I feel that. I feel that. Okay, because it's like as soon as you take your L, like for example, it was this 1 year, it was actually the 09 season of MLG back in the day when I was competing. And the team that knocked me out there in tournament, every single event up until the last of the year, won the event. So my excuse when I got home, when I was looking for teams, I was like, "Hey, we got knocked out by Frag D, they won. We got knocked out by Infinity, they won. Like, what you want me to do?" Even though I'm falling at 12th, I had the best excuse in the world. So I definitely agree with you on that one. But we're about to head on over towards Overflow, and throughout the day, we have seen multiple different team comps on this map. We have seen the Gibraltar Octane Pathfinder come through. We've seen Bangalore's. We've seen Horizons. And the question is that for our last matchup of the day at this qualification stage, what do these two teams feel comfortable with heading into this one? Overflow is a map in which when it comes down to the economy, it gets saved a little bit more on this map only because how viable those Mozambiques is when they're fully upgraded up into purple. And as you were talking about a little bit off stream, that they may have output just as much damage as the EVA 8 when it's fully loaded.
Oh yes, it does a lot of damage. I don't know if that actually holds true. Chat told me, and they're not very accurate.
Yeah, chat's flippy floppy. Sometimes they're the smartest people in the world. Sometimes they just saying things. But what a beautiful grapple coming out of here from Stunny. as he is going to be able to pick up all those meds uncontested and now gets to guard this door. Well, he's not guarding the door, but his opponent pushing in, double Gibby bubbles in. Tempest trying to get a shot, having to rotate around, can't get the sight line in which he needs. 2-shot goes out. The Pathfinder is 1. He brings out the Mozambique to clean up the kill, but how many more can he get? Holding the sight line with his teammates, they both flank out wide, and they will get the kill.
Wow, Tempest went wild there. I can't believe he connected every shot right there. And that's My Little Phony, game 1 going strong. I really thought Era Eternity had that. Unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I thought they did too as well, especially with the opening start that we saw there coming from Era and getting the meds and that initial Pathfinder damage. But in the end, My Little Phony, they come out. They are victorious in round number 1. Looking at this ring is more of a central location. We may see both these squads break off here towards screen right on them come out. They are victorious in round number 1. Looking at this ring is more of a central location. We may see both these squads break off here towards screen right on the map. Octane's definitely going to double time here up this middle. The quickest route. Oh, no, this is a little jump pad play. I don't know if he got the right height, brother, but he put it in the right place. Right to his opponent's side of the map. I love the aggression to the Gibby bubble. He goes backwards toward the flank. The counter bubble comes in for Era, but My Little Phony, beautiful shot over the top. That's going to be the first knock. The man advantage. Make it a 3v2, 3v1. Give them 2 rounds on the board.
Okay, they've played against Era before, and you could really certainly feel it here because
the confidence,
they don't
right?
care. Yeah, they're just going in. They know exactly where to place their jump pads. They know exactly what to do. Like they've done this before, over and over again. And Era Eternity, did they learn from playing them earlier? I don't know.
You would think, right? After you lost the first time around, go back to the drawing board. But, you know, maybe Era Eternity, you know, was trying to match a different My Little Phony squad in round number 1. This squad, after taking a loss of their own, probably is playing a little bit differently than earlier throughout the day. And I love this aggression by them, just taking map control and going for this initial early damage. We've seen some great Pathfinder grapples come out on the side of My Little Phony, but now Era Eternity with a longbow massive combo here on Browser. Let's see what he can do with it.
All right, the comeback is real. I'm getting the Sentinels vibe already. Bowser with the longbow, hitting all of his shots, mind I say. And the game is gonna be slow. Everyone's taking it easy. My Little Phony just have to win 1, so they got no pressure under their belt.
Misses the one wingman shot he needed, but he put out enough damage to give his team the confidence to move up. Era Eternity, they dropped the Gibby bubble for the squad mate, but with Bowser going down, well, backing up, the pressure coming in from Fearless. And what a Fearless aggressive push coming out with the wingman. Eva 8's out. Beautiful shot here on Pathfinder. And one of the quickest 3-0s we've seen throughout the day. It ain't nothing phony about this performance coming out of here, My Little Phony.
Wow, what a stomp it was. It's kind of looking like what we saw earlier, 3-0. 3-0. Hopefully the next map isn't 3-0. Maybe they just need to change up their comp style. Maybe Gibraltar's not the play. Who knows? Pick a Fuse. I heard Fuse was doing really, really well today.
Yeah, pick a Fuse, right? You know, they need to switch something up, all right? We didn't see the scores of the first time in which they played the series, but we did see that it was My Little Phony who 3-0'd them the first time around. So it seems like they're just picking up where they left off. And as we're about to head into, you know, one of the quickest replay packages you guys are going to see throughout the day, you know, this was one of the first rounds of My Little Phony just moving in there. You know, Tech Candy with the... Look at him. He tried to get it done. But it's not really much to say here. You know, like, so my question is to you, girl, is what the hell does Era Eternity need to do to get back into the series, especially with us heading on over towards Phase Runner next?
To be honest, I think they need to change up their meta. So My Little Phony seems really good in Gibraltar bubbles right now. So you don't want to pick a Gibby. You don't want to 3v3 them in the dome. Pick something else. Horizon, Fuse. It's Phase Runner though, so yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
But so now you talk about how they're not going to be good in the fights around a Gibby bubble. What champions would you be picking if you want to counter your opponent's Gibby bubble? Because we know when it comes down to BR, to the BR game mode, that's where really Crypto comes into play, right? His EMP and his drone knocking out those Gibby bubbles in the late game. But is it the Horizon's verticality to just get over that bubble? What would you suggest?
Yeah, Horizon or Fuse. Fuse is really good because if you throw down your knuckle cluster, if they pop a dome, it doesn't stop the knuckle cluster. It bounces all over. I mean, you can still get out of it, but you can do a lot of initial damage. I honestly don't know, though, because I'm no pro or anything like that. Or maybe you just got to get good and hit your shots in those dome fights.
Well, hold up, girl, okay? You might not be a pro, but I've watched your stream, all right? And you better than most players out there. I would put you in the top 1% in my book. But now as we head over here towards Phase Runner, we'll see what team comp do we get from Air Eternity, because as we're talking about, it is the Gibby bubble that needs to get focused on. It needs to get shut down. If not, they're going to have to do a better job at playing around it as a unit. And because I think bubble battles is a skill trait of its own.
It definitely is. It used to be the only thing people fought in domes after domes after domes. So that's kind of something you can practice in training grounds with your teammates, is just dome fights, massive dome fights. But massive hasn't been in the meta for a while, so it's been EVA 8 and now it's Mozambique. So these pro players are learning to use different shotguns. And I think they're a little bit hesitant when they see those dome fights.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like they have the confidence once they hit that bubble as My Little Pony. My Little Pony Tempest just went in. He hit shot after shot after shot with ease. And they were trying to figure out, where to throw their grenades, and their grenades never hit.
Stunny just got a beautiful zip line up front. He's taking some shots off towards the side here from Fury. Fury gets a high nade up, but Stunny is gonna move back. All right, so and just kind of go back towards our old conversation in the Gibby bubble. I feel like how you initiate that Gibby bubble fight is everything to set the pace of the fight. Not running there crazy. If you can get your first shot on your opponent, you really just got to dance from in and out and play that edge of it. But now as we focus up here in map number 2, you're gonna see that longbow, one level up on it with the 1x. Still, you could do a lot of damage with this early initial longbow, and we're seeing more Gibbies put it in their hands throughout the day. And it all kind of started with Crust. I'm pretty sure after they saw Crust with it, they said, hold up, man. If our Gibbies don't have a longbow in hand, what are we doing? And it makes sense because we talk so much about the economy and a limited amount of meds on this map when we're playing arenas. The longbow may be the weapon you want to put out a lot of damage and really harass your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, especially on round 1. Not many people have meds here. Candy popping some shield cells. James has a really nice angle from the low ground. So Air is thinking about flanking Tempest and Fury on the back end here. The Gibby Dome comes through. It is a dome fight after all. Again, the wingman comes through. Heck has to get out of there with 1 HP. His teammates got to fletch this up. Stunny, can he get the knock on Fury to settle this? Yes, he can. They got 2 knocks. It's a 3v1 against James Fearless.
Yeah, and that's going to be the round right there. Good job to Air Eternity finally getting on the board. I love that initiation, which we saw from them. They wrapped around the backside, threw the bubble down, and got that damage in. It was a beautiful bubble battle from them. So they're going to be taking round number 1. Let's see, how does My Little Phony want to react to this one? We'll see if their initial is going to change, having a little bit of extra money. Maybe we see an Octane jump pad come into play. You know, maybe an extra Pathfinder grapple. But looking towards this side of the map is looking like, yeah, both squads, they are going to be favoring the teleporter, because as we can already see, the heal will be pulling towards that side of the map. Longbow in the hand of Bowser. He's going to use this right off the rip. From downtown.
Nate's just slightly missing here. That Candy taking way too much damage. Mozambique in the bubble. It's a 3v1. He's got to get out of there. He's going to punch and run. He lives with 1 HP.
Oh, the crack with the wingman from Fury. He's getting aggressive, but he will connect with the Mozambique shot, taking Fearless out the air. Fury above him on a 1 shot, and that is going to be another Era Eternity round. So the Gibby bubble fight gave me anxiety right there. Once the first bubble went down and the second bubble overlapped on it, the composure there, the composure there that I think that was Era Eternity had that we were watching that first initial bubble was great, because as he was backing up slowly, it could have got bad for that Gibby.
He could have, but he went too low, so he wasn't able to help his team, and My Little Phony actually took the dub on that one.
Yep.
Now it's tied up 1-1. They played the bubble fight well. They normally do end up winning those fights. And it was like a 3v1. He's lucky to have gotten out, but he took so much damage that he wasn't able to fight his team, and you never want to be put in that situation. Positioning is key. Timing is key. And Era Eternity is getting naded out, and Stunny's not looking like he's in a good situation. They're pushing hard.
Yeah, they're pushing quick too as well. My Little Phony with the aggression connects on a wingman shot. That's going to be a crack in the back, but Fury needs to slow down a little bit too fast there over the top, having to heal up, but he's going to lose Tempest in the process. Now My Little Phony moving on up, trying to capitalize off this damage. A 2v2 with Gibby going down. They know Stunny is weak, but this is not a bad opportunity to reset. But when it comes down towards Fearless, he knows that he has the most health. He needs to keep putting out damage until his teammate can get back into the fight. With the Mozambique shots, a few missing. The crouch to come back. The reload was needed, but in the end, it will be Era Eternity to take that round.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. 2 players off Era Eternity were 1 shot from going down, but he had to reload his Mozambique, and there's nothing he could have done there. He needed help from his team, and his team ended up going down. James Fearless, though, he put in a lot of work with that wingman. He was aggressive. He got the knock when his teammate went down. It was really good effort, but it just wasn't executed well in that 2v2 situation. I think he went in alone there, and that's honestly what caught them there at the end.
Yeah, that is what caught them. And, you know, I will say great initiation there about My Little Phony when it came down towards the usage of the nades and arc stars and pushing down that lower alleyway after they got that first stun. Ooh, Gibby's shield got cracked, but he's going to have to move forward and dodge that nade. I love the usage of nades to get these players out of cover, just to get them to the sight lines of some of their players with the long range weaponry. Wingman shots not connecting from Fury, but we move on over towards Era Eternity, watching Candy, looking for an angle. He knows that he gave the intel that, hey, they already got the meds. They're sitting pretty. We need to trade out that damage, but on the flip end, My Little Phony in a difficult spot. Corralled it in the corner, 2 Gibby bubbles there. They don't want to use it just yet. They're not going to panic, and they will get their health back.
That's actually a great spot to practice throwing nades in, because that little corner just saved 2 lives right there.
It is.
They could get the perfect nade in that corner. They just got to practice it. It could end up winning them a lot of arenas tournaments in the future. But for now, it's still going to be a 3v3 fight. Tech is okay. He's on double flatline right now.
What a crazy one. Okay, but this Mastiff connects. The second shot missed, but the third is beautiful. Even ticked him off the 4th. Gives Fury the opportunity to move in with that Eva 8, and he will move in to clean up. That will be a My Little Phony round. We're all tied up 2-2.
What do you think that they've got to do to end up winning it? I think they need more weapons to suit for those bubble fights, because there's way too many bubble fights that I'm seeing, and I don't know if Flatline is the play for those fights.
Yeah, I don't think the flatline is going to be the play for those fights either, unless you're going to be really getting aggressive at initiating between the respawns of between the cooldown of the bubble. Maybe you can get in that way, you know. And let's not get it twisted. You know, flatline is a devastating weapon, but when it comes down to having the right weapon for the right fight, that's when we need to start talking about, you bringing out that shotgun, getting a long range weapon that you can possibly use for both scenarios. Granted, blind firing with a longbow ain't gonna do you too much now and then, but if you can hit it, you can hit it. Still a lot of damage. Now, as we're seeing this initial pop off, both squads will trade sides. It's gonna be the side of Era Eternity. They're gonna take the compound. My Little Phony takes the TP side of the map, and we see multiple longbows out. So we're about to start seeing some long range battles go down.
Yeah, some slow action. It looks like Air Eternity is going to give up the care package there to My Little Pony. They have the advantage. They're way closer to that care package. Now, Air Eternity, they should be getting angles on them right now, so they don't lose that care package for free, because it could have a really good weapon that could cost them the game, like we've seen earlier with the alternator. Super strong weapon. Could literally kill 2 players in about 5 seconds. So you don't want to give that up for free. James Fearless might have actually almost died getting that care package. Luckily for him, his teammate gave him the dome, saved his entire life, but you're gonna have to get right back out there.
Yeah, sometimes that dome can definitely be a lifesaver. Not in this situation, though, as Fearless is coming up with a quick revive. My Little Pony, can they reset in time? Air Eternity, we see him moving up. We see the Gibby bubble coming down. It won't connect. My Little Pony with a full rotation. But Air Eternity, as they're hunting, they will find the opposite Gibby. They will be able to take down Bowser there, looking for the next target. Oh, actually, I'll take that back. It wasn't Bowser in which they took down. That was Fury took down over the top. But in the end, it is going to be an Air Eternity round as they were able to move in, clean up the kills, and that's off that knock that they were able to get from afar.
Yeah, they ended up getting the re-knock as well with a grenade, which was perfect for them. Not just to open up the field even more. I was actually really hesitant about that push because it took a little bit long for them to travel throughout the whole map, go through that Gibraltar defensive bombardment. There's a lot that they had to fight against, and they ended up winning it anyway. So congratulations to Air Eternity on that one. Let's see if they can win a back-to-back round here.
All right, they definitely need it. They can get them back to back. They'll be finally on the board, and this series all be tied up 1-1. They'll have their first map against My Little Pony. Beautiful bounces there off the Octane jump pad. The double slides get them in position quickly. Great movement there on the side of Air Eternity, but the nades need to be dodged. The meds were required. They had to use a battery there just to heal up 30 health. But in the end, he says, hey, you know, you don't want to be out here with not enough armor, hell, not enough health, not at this level. Every slither matters. Now we're about to slow this one down and get ready for that long range fight, because the longbows have been very prominent here at the later portions of this tournament.
Absolutely. And Air Eternity, not only did they win the little grenade battle, I think they output more damage there, but they also got all of the heals. So My Little Pony might be feeling a little down about that. Although they do have the zone side here. Very nice spray by Tech Candy, and the movement earlier was insane to watch. But they don't have too much room to work with.
Yeah, I don't have too much room to work with real quick. Well, right now, and ooh, that longbow hits for 9, but I think it tagged the shield for a little bit more. Air Eternity looking at their utility over there. They're sitting pretty. Look at that. 3 batteries on the side of Tech Candy. He could play around with these sight lines for a while and be confident, especially as time is ticking off the clock and the ring's closing in. He just needs to be putting out damage from afar until his squad is ready to move up there in that last team fight. They're just absolutely draining the economy here of My Little Pony, as they are just getting harassed. Every opportunity, every position soon to be taken away from them as this hill is moving in. They're looking for some better spots.
Yeah, and they've pinged out a much better spot, although it's not in the zone, so I don't know about much better. They're going to have to start finding angles, getting damage, and then pushing in as a team. Can they get the damage? They did get it on James Fearless. That's going to open up the playing field for them to walk on in. Now Fury, he's going to play with the dome to get some wingman shots out. Does he connect to the Gibraltar? Oh, James is winning.
James is still weak, though. He's not able to get his health back, and he has nothing but cells to work with. And in this situation, that's going to take him so much time. On the flip end, Air Eternity trying to pick up some care package weapons. Tech Candy goes down, and this could be the flip of the round. Just what just what My Little Pony was looking for. But on the flip end, it's up to Tempest, and Air Eternity turns it around. They take map number 2, 4-2. What a great performance from them. Just really getting focused and taking over.
Hey, it's not a 3-0 stomp, so I'm pretty happy about that. Era showed them how it's done. They played that really, really well. The longbow shots, love to see it. Love to see the teamwork there. They're able to play the nade game better as well. I feel like My Little Phony by a little too many arc stars. I don't see the arc stars working, especially long range. You're going to have to do it in short range distance and getting the stick, because long range is just so easy for these pros to just duck and dodge unless you get a stick. And that's kind of like a miracle long range.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the arc star, and you know, it's a powerful nade, gives a stun, puts out a lot of damage, but you can easily see that nade traveling and see its location. You might as well stack up on 2 frags and, you know, get some of those sky bombs coming in and to be able to stop those meds. But folks, that's going to do it for map number 2. We're all tied up 1-1, and we're about to head into map number 3, Gardens, here soon. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Girl and Blaze, and it's so nice to see Era Eternity fighting back and winning map number 2 Phase Runner 4-2. After I saw that 3-0 beat on an overflow Blaze, I really was thinking to myself, all right, here we go again. You know, like, here we go again.
I thought this was going to be a quick series,
Another quick 3-0. But it's not. I mean, they do fight back, but this is a map that's pretty unique in the fact of how it fights and how it plays out. You can pace it, strategize. It's not as violent and in your face like Overflow is. Maybe that's what Era Eternity needs.
Maybe that is what it was. And, you know, we got to give Bowser a lot of props for the damage and the plays in which he made in this map. The longbow knocks, the Eva 8 in plays, and a Mastiff. He did a lot of damage here to be able to help his squad come out on top here. So Good job to him. Now we need to see as we head on over towards Gardens. You know, is this team comp going to be able to hold true? You know, we just watched the Horizon have a great map there on the side of Arena Demons, and I'm curious to see if we do see the Horizon come into this map as well. Also, the nade usage, okay, because the frags have been really big here as well.
Yeah, Horizon on Gardens, girl. Do you think we see it? I mean, if you do see it, who do you expect to play it? And I mean, for Era Eternity, I guess maybe Bowser would play it. He was the Gibby after all. Maybe you get rid of Stunna with the Pathfinder.
Chill.
But hey, look, I don't know. I'm just throwing out scenarios out there, and I want girl to maybe figure it out for me. Okay, where
I wanted to figure it out for me too. Hell,
hey, where would you put Horizon,
Taylor?
I'm not sure who would play Horizon, but I think grenades are more important than Horizon. I think we've seen grenades play really well on Gardens, and we've seen Era Eternity hit a lot more grenades last game than My Little Phony. So perhaps it's another Era Eternity win because they're so accustomed to using them. Horizon has worked well here. But Pathfinder can work just the same, and so can Octane with the jump pads and the zip lines. So we'll see if they play him. All
right, well, fair enough. Hey, we'll see. And we're going to see very quickly. We're loading into the map, and I must say, Era Eternity, they stopped the bleeding. Now they have momentum in their corner. I just want them to ride that wave home and prove you right, girl. We'll see if it's going to happen. Blaze, girl, take it away.
All right, Taylor. Yeah, if I had to remove a champ out of the comp in which we've seen so far, I'm taking out Pathfinder. I got to keep the Octane. I got to keep the Gibby if I do want to shift in a champion in, so you get the Pathy in. You get the Horizon in. But those grapples, we've seen some players tonight, players like Lou, who get a great grapple to start, and they just fly across the map and just get so much control, so many meds, and just give their team an advantage right off the start. So it's definitely a difficult decision, but our questions are about to be answered soon, folks. A lot of them as we head here into map number 3, our last series of the day. It's Era Eternity versus the boys here of My Little Phony. So good job to them. So let's get it popping.
All right, the game started, and we see the same comp as last time around.
Yeah,
who gets the high ground first?
Yeah, no, from what it's looking like, it is going to be the side here of Era Eternity to really get up there first and get control. And they didn't have to do too much to get there, but our battle is about to break out. The first Gibby bubble is down. Here comes Fury. He needs to put out some damage now because Fearless is getting hunted. They're looking for him. Era Eternity, they will be able to get one knock on the board, but Browser's knocked as well. 2v2. It comes down here to Stunny. Actually, a 2v1 in favor of My Little Phony. Looking for the last kill. The wingman shots connect, and they will lock in round number 1.
I can't believe what I just seen. My Little Phony won that? Oh my goodness, mistakes were made. Era Eternity was winning that 100%. I would have put money on it midway through of that match.
What was the biggest mistake?
The biggest mistake, honestly, was trading on that Octane, right? They traded kills on that Octane, and while he was full HP in the Octane, I believe it was half. And the Octane ended up trading with the Wingman. And then James Fearless, he had 1 HP, was able to recover and then win his 1v1 with his Wingman headshots. His shots were perfect. So I guess they got out-aimed, outgunned.
Yeah, they really did, because once Fearless is cracked, that was Era's Eternity to move in there and get the kills, but I think you caught it perfectly. The damage in which Octane put out brought their team enough time to heal up, and the numbers really just shifted back over in My Little Phony's favor that quickly, and that's a great round to really showcase the strategy and the thought process here of Apex Arena's competitive, because a lot when it comes down to healing, positioning, and damage output, just winning team fights in Apex, it doesn't matter the game mode. Those are 3 of the most important traits that you need there. Skill sets, better to say. But as we're here in round number 2, longbow in the hands of Bowser, he knows exactly where his opponent is. They put themselves in a position to get that care package, but they may need to use a bubble to get it. Great shot there from Bowser. Gonna be able to connect with the head, put 60. Candy's on the flank, and he is taking his flank really, really slowly, looking for his angle. Gonna choose the right time to shoot, but Fearless looked in that direction. I don't think he knows Candy is there just yet, but we're starting to see the pings.
Yeah, James Fearless is like, look over here. Look over here. I think there's someone over here. And Tech Candy goes in with the grenade. Doesn't connect, but he has sight over their whole team. I really like Area Eternity's thought process here. Does My Little Phony have a jump pad? And if so, they should jump pad and isolate one of them. But James Fearless, he's going with the grapple, and he's going to try and take high ground above Tech Candy here. He's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, that's what they just. That's what was needed from the side of My Little Phony. Just James able to get out of that difficult spot, reposition himself, just so Air Eternity can kind of break their own setup in the moment. But we're starting to see these teams kind of flip positions a bit. That nade will connect, crack James, and he's gonna have to heal. So at this moment, Air Eternity currently on higher. Sorry, My Little Phony currently on high alert.
And on high ground over here. They've got the high ground. This should be a great position for them. Era, if they had another grenade, that would be so perfect because they know exactly where My Little Phony is. They're actually jumping down. Do they have shots on Bowser? Nope. James grapples right back up. And now it's going to be like, who rotates first? Era wants to go to mid-zone. They don't want to play right under them.
Era had to.
Yeah, no, I think that was a perfect play by them. Fortunately, they're gonna have to heal here. Can't believe the Mozambique did so much damage across the map. The nades are gonna come through.
Oh, the crack there from James. He's just harassing his opponent, knowing that they don't have much to work with, because after that Gibby bubble was utilized, they had to reposition, but he missed a few key shots. The quick man advantage goes in favor of Air, and now Tempest knows he needs to play off the damage as best as he possibly can in the moment, and he's gonna do just that. My Little Phony takes round number 2.
Almost thought James threw that one there, but his teammates had his back, and that's all that he had to do. Sometimes if you take all of the focus and you bring it upon yourself, your teammates just get all of the free shot on the whole entire lobby, and that's exactly what we just witnessed there. So they worked together as a team. James went down, teammates cleaned it up. No big deal.
And then, you know, when you are an aggressive player and you're a damage outputter, you're the first guy that's usually in that fight. That's a big role, and that's an important one. And your teammates got to respect that, because, you know, once you go in and you put that damage, you're putting your life on the line. And as soon as you get knocked, that's your teammate's cue to W key, okay? And, you know, some players are better with the follow-up in the fight rather than initiation, but we're seeing an initiation battle off the start, and it's going to be Fury up top. He's got to dodge the nade, but he is taking control of this positioning, and he is showing us how to put out some early damage with the Gibby. The Mozambique connecting. He's trying to hunt this player down. He has a Gibby ult in hand as well, but up top the Mastiff will clap, but the EVA 8 is connected with damage as well. Era Eternity has 2 members alive in this moment. They can't survive and get their teammate. They just need to win this battle. The Arcstar does so much damage, and it is going to be an Era Eternity round 1.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. Their nades were hitting right there. And I believe My Little Phony had an ultimate on Gibby. Maybe they should have used it once their Gibby got knocked down to the ground. But unfortunately, he went for the battery. It may have been able to turn and swing things their way. Maybe they should look back at the VOD and see if it actually would have helped or if it was pointless. But Era Eternity ended up winning that. Their nade, I believe, started off the fight. Yeah, brought their Gibby all the way down to the low ground. So it ended up being a 3v2 up top. So great play by Area Eternity there.
Yeah, beautiful play by them indeed. Now, let's see if they can get this one all tied up 2-2. My Little Phony still on map point. Beautiful arc stars to kick it off with. Gibby did lose his shield. He is flesh, 24 flesh. Everybody on Air Eternity still has full health, but there's the Gibby ult, and now here comes the aggression from Air Eternity. They cannot allow him to heal. They're looking for their first knock, still have not got it. James is going to be one shot, but Fury moves in, tries to collect, gets a knock. That was huge. He tucks himself in the corner, moves out to help his teammate, still playing for the win, but in the end, it's Air Eternity who gets us all tied up 2-2.
Hey, they're popping off with their nades, and as fast as they got there as well, getting there as fast as they did, not tanking any of the pre-thrown arc stars by My Little Pony in that room. They're killing it. They're bringing the comeback. They don't want to get 3-0'd anymore by My Little Pony, and they're really showing it here with the amount of effort, teamwork, coordination that they're pulling through, and the fact that they pushed that bubble. You know, some teams are like, it's free damage, we'll push them next time. They went in, and My Little Pony even put a bubble for them a little bit to help them out with the defensive bombardment there on the staircase too.
I love the nade, slide it across the building, get it on the edge. They got 2 up top. Both squads aren't even playing the roof right off the bat. They're gonna play these corners at the front entryway, but now a late climb is there. Tempest gets the high, he has to back up, still lots of nades to dodge, but the Gibby gets a nice spread. Double bubbles out, he got cracked. He needs his teammates to step up and put out some damage, but it's still just him towards the forefront. None of them have shields. It's a desperate situation coming in for My Little Pony, but both squads will give each other the courtesy of healing up and resetting the fight.
You can tell both squads respect each other truly. They both took damage. They both healed up. No one was ego pushing at all whatsoever. Would have been nice because 3 of My Little Pony's members were cracked. Fortunately, they didn't do so. So the bolts coming in, wasn't able to track too fast over here. But My Little Pony, they have high ground on Area Eternity. It didn't matter last time, though. It did not matter. So they're going to wait till this ring closes in 8 seconds to see where the next zone pulls.
And I think they got all entryway, all exits covered from this low portion. Trying to use their frag grenades now. They get 2 in a corner, but Era has already scurried away. They used, I think, a zip line to get up top. Here comes the shots from Stunny. He goes down. Bowser is super weak, but can he make a knock happen? He will not. It's going to all come down to Candy, and he eats an EVA 8 shot to the face. My Little Pony goes up to map point.
That was really interesting to watch, actually, by Era. Era bamboozled them into going down, throwing grenades at them, and then they came right back up behind them. I guess a few shots were missed there, and honestly, I think they lost the gunfight there.
Yeah.
But it was a really, really nice. It was a really nice strategy, and I like to see those kind of thoughts play out.
Agreed. They designed to play really well, right? They were trapped underground. They didn't want to run too far into the open. So instead, they just went right back up to the top, making the best out of a difficult situation. And that's a skill set in which you need to be a fantastic Apex Legends player, because every strategy will not go your way each and every drop. But wow, talk about an early, early positioning there from Air Eternity. From the zip line, we see its value. But can they finish up the rest of these kills? Beautiful shots from Era. Nice tracking there with the flat line, and it will be enough. Era gets us all tied up 3-3. Whoever wins these next 2 rounds will take the map.
Absolutely. That was an amazing first kill. They got there so quickly, and I'm wondering if there's an advantageous side on this map. Is there one side that can get you up faster than the other side? And I guess that's why Gaskin hates this map. He doesn't like the fact that one side gets a better position rather than the other side.
I can definitely... Well, you know what? I get that, but, coming from some of the games I played in the past, you understand that, some maps based off of different sides, that's part of the strategy. You got to play a good side and you got to play a bad side, in my opinion. You got to have different, initials for both. And whoever can come up with some unique ones will be the better squad. Now, on this side, you do see Air Eternity. They have to focus there towards the right. I don't know if they had enough money for that zip line this time around, but in the end, they did get some high ground positioning. Here comes the Sky Nades from Tempest. We'll see if he gets a connection with it. He may just do enough damage, harass enough to take Stunny off the building, but I think we did just see the Gibby ult come out from Fury.
Yeah, and now they're all inside of the building. Tech went down to 100 HP. He's going to pop the battery, and it looks like he's going to pop it safely, giving My Little Pony away to the roof and to the high ground. They've got all these angles. They got the staircase, they got the high ground, and they're also going for the drop. They're doing 3 different things. Now, Air Eternity has to see that. They have to scout this out and see that they're not all in the same position, because they could just dome bubble and push one of their teammates, and it looks like they're doing that now. James Fearless went down quick.
He went down so quick. My Little Pony in a bad spot. They lose a teammate, but can they isolate a player on the side of Era? And I don't think they will. Era would not give him the saving grace in this. Revive will give off a sound cue. You see Timpa's guarding left and right. I don't think you even get meds off. He fakes the revive. They come in, nothing but straight damage. I love the aggression, but with the quick turnaround, they can't make it happen. Almost. But instead, it's going to be round number 7 going way of Era Eternity.
That was beautifully played by My Little Pony. They almost pulled off the 2v3. He knew that they would get pushed. He knew he had an alternator. He tried outputting so much damage, but unfortunately it was a 3v2. So that one's really hard. The alternator, I guess, does not make up for one person lost on your team in a bubble fight, but it was very, very well played.
Yeah, great effort. Backing up into the corner. They waited before that revive came through. They knew their opponent was waiting for that sound cue, so they played around that. And even though they didn't win a round, you got to give them respect for the effort, for the high level plays. And we're seeing each team take their good side respectively. But when you do that, now it's time to hit shots from afar. Some extra cover there from the peel. We'll see if these longbows get put to use, if they are even in the round.
I like how James used a Phoenix kit first, because normally during a gunfight, you're never going to have enough time to use the Phoenix kit. You're always going to want to use the battery. So he knows he's in a safe location. He's going to waste the Phoenix kit first before any of their meds. And it's just pretty smart. Good to know.
Yeah.
It's going to be a gunfight.
Yeah, no, that's a smart call out. I think that is definitely a great usage of a Phoenix kit, because you're right. There's very few opportunities that these teams allow you to be able to pop that off. Now, in this type of situation where you're having a long range battle, by all means, let your opponent eat up as much health as you want and go for it. Oh my God, that's a Spitfire right below. And that's a Gold Havoc in the hands here of Era Eternity, looking to close this one out. Great care package grab from them. But even having some of the best weapons in the game, you still got to have some great strategy. You still got to have teamwork. You still have to have accuracy. And let's see if Era can close this out and take the 2-1 lead. Their first lead ever in this tournament over My Little Pony, who absolutely destroyed them in the first series of the day, 3-0. Era Eternity, they're on a revenge tour.
My Little Pony has the zone here. You got to take that into account. Although they don't have the gun advantage, James has some arc stars. Now, I said I personally like frag grenades for a good reason, but arc stars can turn a fight completely around. Now, hopefully, he can wait till they get really close so he can get an arc stick and turn the fight around. But we're about to see here, they're still in the zone on the high ground, actually, so they won't have to move for a little while.
That nade ain't gonna connect, but Octane's ready to play. Gibby blocks off the door. The knock comes in on James, and in the moment, Era Eternity controlling this map. They clean up the kill. It's going to be a 3v2 in this moment. Even though you're going to have My Little Pony with positioning, they don't have the extra man, the extra player to put out damage. They don't have the legendary weapons. And now Tech Candy says, you know what? I got this Spitfire. Let's get this one, boys. Let's go up 2-1.
Hey, well, now they've got another map under their belt, and they're feeling really good. They played that super well. I think... What do you think My Little Pony did wrong there?
You know what? When it came down to it, My Little Pony, looking at their gameplay round after round, for me, it just has to come down to just being able to take your numbers, right? Quickly assess a 2v1 in a team fight. Quickly assess a 3v2 in a team fight. And because as soon as you could do that, and as soon as you get put out the damage, you got to be able to hop on your opponent as a unit. But they didn't mind going tit for tat with these weapons and trading out the damage. In the end, they just made some more sound plays. Okay, And, you know, like this round right here, this was a great flame from James. He almost blew it, but on the flip end, his teammates, they come through, they clean up. In this moment, My Little Phony was up. But from this point on, in the highlight package, you guys are about to see an era montage.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned earlier that when you're in the entry fragger, you gotta hit all of your shots, and that's all put on James there for My Little Phony, going and trying to get those flanks. And if those don't work out, and if you get caught out and die, that's gonna feel really bad. And that's kind of what Era took advantage of. I feel like My Little Phony split up way too often.
Yeah.
And they took advantage, noticed it, assessed the situation, and they worked together as a team to single one out. And that really worked well for Era, Trinity, and Gardens here.
Yeah, and me and you, we're both aligned too, because if you can't be able to assess those main advantage fights, then what are you doing, okay? James did his best to put out that damage early on, and I don't know how much damage he put on the map, and maybe that's a stat in which we can get later, but if he does not have the immediate follow-up behind him, it's all pointless. It's all pointless. His aggression is nullified right off the bat. If you don't got a goon that's ready to come in there and put out that second round of damage and distract your opponents while he can get back into the fight. But as you guys can see, Thermal Station, Party Crasher, our last two maps of the day. Chat, who's coming away with this one? A lot of us went for My Little Phony. All right, Era Eternity, they got the lead right now, and they looking to come back with a vengeance. Girl, I know you're feeling good about that pick.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling really good about that pick. 100% win rate all day today. And Era Eternity, we're down 0-3 in the beginning of the day to My Little Phony, and now they're winning. Who could have guessed it? I mean, I could have guessed it, but who could have guessed it?
You know, Sentinels being down 0-2 to PK. Who would have known that, you know, they would have came back and reverse sweeped them, right? I don't know who could have guessed that one, but you know what? You are actually, you are my opposite vibe master, girl and guy. Okay, calling out the vibes for their respective games, just throwing out the picks there. And, you know, and what we mean by vibe master is we're going against the stats. We're going against these squads' old records and how they've played in the past, and just going in a moment with who we feel like can win, okay? Even if it's an underdog, and Girl has made a great pick with the underdog. It was something that she felt about that squad, and we're seeing it here. They currently have momentum of this series up 2-1. And now as we head on over to Thermal Station, I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same team comp. It's going to be Gibby, Octane, Pathfinder. It's going to be a fight for control to get to the dome early on, and we will see who is going to be quicker, who is going to be more aggressive, and who will have the best teamwork.
Yeah, now there's not so many layers, so this might actually be a lot better for My Little Phony, because they were getting confused on all of those layers. Do you want height? Do you want middle of the building, under the building? Are you gonna get grenaded off the building? Now, at least if you get naded, you don't fall off the map. You're just going to get pushed away. Arc stars are also really good in this map, I feel like. I use a lot of arc stars to hit Gibraltars. So, hey, I'm feeling good for My Little Phony here.
All right, let's see. Let's see if My Little Phony can send us to another map 5 of the day, for the day. And right there in that moment, My Little Phony missed a few key wingman shots there. That was Fury. I think he was shooting over here at Stunny. But in the end, both teams reset the team fight. That's a nice crack from Stunny. But he's now starting to look at the next two players. You see how he cracks one, and he's starting to look for other players to crack, because in this moment, he knows that it's not the time to go into the fight. Ooh, that 76 may be the opportunity he was looking for. But I think that player did get the battery off, so they'll be okay. Era in this early round, with the amount of damage in which Stunny put out, if he's communicating that, Era should be calm in this moment, okay? Keep taking those gunfights, because your opponent shouldn't have that much economy left when it comes down towards the meds and the nades.
Yeah, and now he's got to go back. I'm not sure how I feel about that 1 to 2x on the wingman. I personally can't hit my shots with that. I like iron sights, though. It is one of my favorite.
Same.
Iron sights or a 1x HCOG, you know.
So, you know, my little strategy that I've been doing wingman and rampage, and I'll just do them with the iron sights early, and just put all my money in util and nades and health and yeah, in my abilities. just because I love the iron sights on some of these guns, you know, of course you're gonna lose out on some of the hop ups and you're gonna lose out on the extra ammo. But if you're rocking heavy weapons, there's a lot of ammo in those heavy weapons, and if you could go with the iron sights, the damage will be there. But it just comes down to the type of player in which you are. The 1 times and the 2 times, essential, but this scope right here, it's trash. Get it out the game. You know, I'll put this on an either A, but anytime I get the scope, I automatically have to put it on the 2 zoom. I can't play with it on the 1. Now, in the moment, you're gonna start to see My Little Phony. They're trapped. Their backs against the zone. Look at the cover. You know, they have this. They're gonna have this leg here of thermal, the little peel in the middle. But outside of that, this is where you get angled out. This is where you wish you had nades too as well.
Oh, and Tempest doesn't even have meds, so Tempest is living there with 50 HP. I don't think he has any shield cells. Sunny is gonna have to bat up here, and he should be getting pushed. If they don't push off of that, what are they going to push off of? Fury going in with the dome, looking for an Alistar, found a gun, but they're taking so much damage. There's almost nothing that they could do here but win this dome fight.
Yeah, but now with the dome dissipating, it's going to be an Era Eternity round win. And with them being at series point, they are definitely feeling that momentum. Now, I know earlier today, I think Onset, you know, he said that this map reminded him of pizza. And I think we can clearly see why. Yeah, you know, for some reason, this map reminded Onset of pizza. But if you look at it from the top down, it could look like a pepperoni pizza. I think that's what he was going for.
Yeah, I completely see that. Of course, my imagination.
Maybe I'm just starving, okay?
Or maybe you just see a lot of orange and yellow, and you're thinking of cheese.
A cheese pizza.
A cheese pizza. Yeah, I see that.
We're aligned now. See, look at us. It just takes a little bit of communication. Now we're on the same page. But as both these squads try to get on the same page, there's going to be a different point of interest. The Gibby bubble comes out early for Bowser, possibly to save his teammate. His opponent did get the height advantage over him. Candy is going to reposition just a bit more. Tempest is going to be getting focused here by Stunny off on the other end, and he needs to be careful there. But Stunny has an important job to alleviate some pressure from his teammates with that suppressing fire as they are able to reposition and get their health back. Era is going to need to continue to heal up, and it looks like that suppressing fire did work out for him because they will recover from that initial.
Yeah, they're running for their lives right now. I think they're just looking for crafting points, making sure that, hey, if we lose this round, we're going to have enough points for the next round, buy whatever we need to close this one out. But the zone is closing in. 2 seconds. Should be fully closed here. And James just looking for someone to shoot.
All right. I love how the first level up of the longbow has the 2 times. I appreciate that so much, and not the 1 times. Now, in the moment, both these squads just trying to rotate, find positioning. Can Era Eternity go on series point by winning this round? Something that My Little Phony did not expect, especially after having a dominant map number 1 as they did 3-0. After these last 2 maps, they have been absolutely pressed. Era Eternity has been slowly evolving map after map after map, gunfight after gunfight. They have built their confidence up against My Little Phony, and they're starting to realize that, hey, these guys are big phonies, okay? Big fat phonies. Get on them, hit your shots, and get these kills. And now Era, they're pressing them. The damage is there. The rotate comes in. Gibby's running for his life. We got a bubble battle, but not for long. Era goes up to series point.
They were just standing there waiting for that bubble, sipping their tea, just waiting for him to go down. They got this in the bag. They're feeling it. The energy is there, the teamwork, the calm. Stunny getting that initial kill. James Fearless, he does well. He hits all of his shots, but sometimes he gets caught out of position, and that was not a place where he wanted to get out of position, because grappling out of that underneath that building area was just hard for him. So he's really got to work on that positioning, figure out where his grapple point is in case he gets into danger, because fighting these pro players, they'll kill you in 4 shots.
Oh, we're seeing a classic strategy here, but Fury got hit with the longbow, so he takes the back end of that dome so he can crouch and get some batteries off. on the flipping Air Eternity. They're just trying to reposition. Bowser looking to harass. Some nades from downtown. Kobe thinks he got splash damage off the first one, which makes my call out count. Now, as you're going to start to see My Little Phony, they need to slow it down. I love what Air is doing. They know exactly where their opponent is. So as a few players are keeping them busy and harassing, they're collecting on money. They're collecting on batteries elsewhere on the map. They're trying to find some positioning of their own. And Fearless has a pretty fearless position up there on the top end of that tower. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay there for long. But the care package in, great wingman shots above from Fury. But that's not going to be enough to deter Air from walking up and picking up his loot just yet.
I feel like I saw the seer symbol on his screen. Ooh, what a nice longbow shot it was from Bowser. They've got them all pinched inside of that building. Do they want to push up on that damage? Or do they want to play zone? I think they're playing zone. It's going to push back towards them.
Yeah, and I think what they did was I think they did push up to the care package off that damage just to get something from it. I thought I saw it open, and I did. But now Fury with a Gibby bubble, he's going to throw his ult in a rotation, I think, of his to cut off his opponent's rotation as his team is just trying to get better positioning. But I don't know how much better positioning in which they can get. The Gibby bubble will force Air inside, force him into hiding. But with My Little Phony not able to find a kill, not even be able to find a fight and get on the same page, that Gibby ult is nullified. And now Air may be starting to feel their confidence a little bit back. As the Gibby bubble comes out, Heck needs to hit a battery. Bowser looking for an angle, connects with one, misses the second, but doesn't miss the third. His teammates need to play off this now. Multiple players weak. How long is that bubble going to be up for? He shreds the Gibby, but multiple players there on the peel. It's still winnable here for Air, but they need to stay aggressive. What a wingman shot to help his teammate out. The grapple moves in. One connects the down. He knows one more is 1 HP. He needs to swing the corner. Gets it, but can't he does reset.
Oh, the dead slide. He had a fast reload there, but he had no HP. That was really well played by them. But fortunately for My Little Phony, they're back.
They got a round on the board. They survived that round. Yeah. But you gotta know, okay? They were holding their breath, okay, as both their teammates got knocked. And they says, oh my God, just please hit this shot. Don't let them recover. And I think it was a Pathfinder versus a Gibby too. So he gets around that corner just a little bit more. Maybe play ring around, gets around 2 corners. This is a different story. Grapple away, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. We're in round number 4. And we see some early jump pad action coming in from both these squads. You're going to have My Little Phony take the dome once again. Air playing the outside. They go down early. My Little Phony wants to tie this up. The counter Gibby comes through. We saw the stun with the nade. Cracked for 100. Mozambique is slapping. And we're all tied up 2-2.
That was the quickest round I've ever seen. My Little Phony kind of whooped them a little bit there. Unfortunately, Air Eternity got caught out by James Fearless, and that man hits his shots, let me tell you. It's either he hits his shots or he's caught out of position, but you know what? All of that aggressiveness and fierceness inside of him, it got him to where he is right now. They gotta win this up so that they don't lose out this series and make it to game map number 5 here. So it's tied up. Anything's possible. Air Eternity can also bring this back. They just gotta play a little slower, not get caught out.
Yeah, I think they're gonna start to change their pace now. They were playing with a lot of confidence these first 4 rounds to try to close out the game, but now they have to give their opponent all the respect in the world because this is even. And this can go to a game 5 soon. And at that point, I think the momentum will be dead even in the series. So Air wants to close it out now. Bowser missing a few longbow shots, but won't miss a few for long because he's been connecting with that weapon consistently throughout this map, hitting for 95s and 80s. This team definitely going to need that, force their opponent to use some of those batteries in which they have.
I honestly can't believe Bowser went in for the scoped shot at the guy right in front of him. I was really expecting a hip fire shot there. He was able to connect 2 shots and crack Tempest the other game, but oh my goodness, I wouldn't have the audacity to scope in on the guy right in front of me.
I wouldn't be scoping in on any of these gibbies with the long. But actually, I take that back. I will be challenging that fight because you got to challenge fight. That's the only way you get better, Chad. Is if you challenge fights. You can't run away from every fight, right?
Yeah.
Right. All right. Now, Bowser trying to see what he can connect with, drawing attention his way, but it is going to be a reset from My Little Phony there at the dome. I didn't get a chance to see if the heel was pulling that direction, but as we can see in this screen, yes, it is. So My Little Phony with the advantageous positioning. That's a crack on Bowser. Pathfinder pulls out his grapple. And he just hit him with a nade. I think he hit him with a nade as they were trying to transition over. So My Little Phony's actually going to slow down. They're not going to initiate on Bowser too far away. They thought about it, but they have positioning. They should not be giving up this dome. And James have been in this position multiple times on the map, but his opponent knows he's there. Nice grapple, doesn't get to second level, but he is at the first. He's gonna play it wide. He's gonna let his teammates take care of that Gibby. He wants to shoot down. The quick turnaround comes in from My Little Phony, but Stunny, he needs to connect on the shot on the right. The blind fire hits. He can taps him before he gets to the roof. And that will be an Era Eternity round. Good shot to take down a Pathfinder, because I would say maybe he gets that height advantage. He starts shooting down. It could get all bad for Era, but it would have been a slim chance. In the end, a hard-fought round by him.
I wish I had Era Eternity's decision making. The fact they saw James Fearless on top, they knew he was away from his team. They also got had Era Eternity's decision making. The fact they saw James Fearless on top, they knew he was away from his team. They also got the nade on Tempest, so they knew Tempest was healing. They had to push that building because that's where end zone was, and oh, that was fun to watch.
You know what? I think the best play was from Stunny. The fact that he didn't flank that Gibby from down low. He chose to go up top and distract the other 2 players and flank them instead. He knew his timing will work out, and because of that, the 2 players up top had to turn his back, and that brought his team time to climb up. What a need off the start from Era. That slows down My Little Phony. They saw the damage marker. I think a player went up towards the top side of stairs. Yeah, Bowser went up. They have trapped My Little Phony in a corner, but now Bowser says, we need to press forward. We're getting pinched. It's scary. The tournament could be over. Era gets 1 knock. They're looking to take down Tech. Well, Tech is just going to get the kills. Era Eternity, they will progress on forward to the champ bracket. They take this series 3-1.
That was an incredible series to watch. They really need to rewatch these VODs to learn from each other because they were so evenly matched. Earlier, Era Eternity lost to My Little Phony. Now they beat them so they can move on to tomorrow's match. It was incredible.
Incredible stuff. I mean, you know, to lose 3-0 like that and still to win, Blaze, you know that's hard as a competitor, man, because now you're going in, you're facing a team that just destroyed you. But Era had a little bit more to play for this time, did they not? Because again, we talked about it. They beat Pittsburgh Knights, and PK just about beat Sentinels. And they said, if we can beat Pittsburgh Knights, we can beat anybody. And that's exactly the mindset they had clearly to beat My Little Phony in the rematch.
They must just had a bad first game of the day or something, because we don't know the scores of the first series. Well, at least I don't, but I do know they lost 4 maps in a row, okay, to one team. And with that being said, things got scary for them at certain points of this series, but Era managed to knuck up and they started bucking back. And I mean, they started hitting shots, okay? They started fighting back. Not to be buck crime mob. Some of you guys know it out there, but that song always used to get me hype, and I listened to it before all my matches, before I go to the gym, just to get the blood flowing. But Era, they didn't need that. They just needed each other. And with that teamwork, hey, they qualified for the champ bracket.
Girl, you really do blow my mind. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the fact that you back up Era Eternity, given the fact, now I do understand why. I know why you did it. You had good justification that once Blaze finally got it out of you, I was like, okay, I get that, because I'd be supporting Era in that regard too. But you always go with the underdog, and for some reason, you're always right. I guess you're a wizard.
You know what? 100% accuracy today. They might as well put me inside the next arenas tournament. Just kidding. I would totally suck. But just like to say that we killed Stunny in Battle Royale just maybe a couple of days ago. He went to scan a beacon off drop. We all punched him out. He laughed it off. We didn't banner camp him, but you know what? He beat us. We beat him. Hey, he won today, and I'm happy for him.
Hey, I mean, money is within sight, is it not? I mean, making playoffs is incredible. We have our top 8 teams. I'm pretty sure we have all the matches done, if I'm not mistaken with. I'm not going to speak on Aqualix and Na'Vi, but I'm pretty... Okay, so I know they're finished with, and it is, in fact, Aqualix who beat Na'Vi 3-1. So again, that rematch, we talked about it. Aqualix had played Na'Vi in the past, and Aqualix beat them 3-1. Well, this time, Aqualix beat Na'Vi 3-1 once again. So that rematch has to take place again in the future. Well, I guess it doesn't, because right now Aqualix is up 2-0. So I guess they won the best of 3 plays, did they not?
Yeah, they did, man. Anytime they play against Na'Vi, you're going to have that mental confidence over them that every time we play them, we beat them. So Na'Vi's going to be eating out of their hand in that next series unless they can figure out some way to best Aqualix.
So, girl, fantastic win from Era Eternity. Obviously, they go into the playoffs tomorrow. I do want to ask you what teams you're worried, or I guess what teams they should be worried about playing, but I guess a little bit more than that kind of pointed. At least in this series, though, who stood out to you as the best player?
Oh, the best player. That's really hard. I'm thinking about teams like G2 reigning champs, and then the Arena Demons that are able to play any character in Apex Legends. I mean, I feel like Arena Demons are really scary to play against because they're unexpected. They're new here. No one knows them or their play style.
Yeah.
That's going to be really scary to play against. And also, you got to beat the reigning champs. So, so many good teams.
But in terms of Era Eternity, though, specifically, who is the person that stood out the most for you that's going to be influential tomorrow in the playoffs?
Whoever was IGLing. I don't know if it was Stunny or whoever, but the quick decision making that they played throughout the whole time, that's the scariest person because their mind is so brilliant. And it won them the game. Like they figured out all of the small mistakes that My Little Phony were doing on the spot. You know, it's not like they were watching like us as observers. They found those mistakes while they were playing their own game. That's quite hard to do. So whoever the IGL is, the props to them.
You know what? If I had to, name one stallion over there on the side of Era, it has to be Stunny. I think he was the stallion of this series. He put out a lot of damage. He put himself in some positions to draw fire, make some great plays, and that's the guy I'm leaning towards. But also on the flip end, as Girl said, the IGL decision making was something that's key. So we don't know who did that on the back end, but if it was him, he was definitely the stallion of this matchup.
You both are spot on. I'm looking at the stats, as I do, Blaze, and Girl, of course. I've been, I love my stats. I'm looking at it. Stunny for sure across all 4 games it was incredible. In fact, the damage leader across all 4 games. Even, and I don't know if they want to talk about it per se, but that big 3-0 beatdown from map number 1. But even on map number 1, when no one broke 600 DPS, Stunny was still leading the charge. Very, very well done from them. Loving what I'm seeing so far. And Era Eternity, look, they got new life. They really do. And sometimes you can ride that wave to the very end. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our playoff bracket for tomorrow. Some of the matchups I'm pretty sure are going to be great. And G2 off the rip, having to go against Aqualix. Now, obviously, Aqualix is going to have their hands full there, Girl.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to beat the reigning champs to move on. I don't know what to tell them. They're going to have to VOD review tonight. That's all I'm saying.
I think VOD review for every team is going to be very important because, G2 specifically, they just seem like they could do no wrong. But then on the bottom, Arena Demons, a team that was much hyped up, at least from my perspective, but I think now a fan favorite with the way they performed, Blaze, they got to go against Elevate, which, speaking of which, Elevate got a great victory over Kangarna to make it into the playoffs. So clearly, they are a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. Looking at both sides of these brackets, ooh, which one is more fearsome? Which one is scarier? Which one is more stacked? I think the top side may be slightly more stacked than the... Actually, no, I take that back. But the way Era Eternity just played, way Stunny popped off, Ghost Gaming has been really consistent, and Arena Demons have been fearsome as well. I'm actually gonna have to go to the bottom side of the bracket, being a little bit more stacked than the top. But you know, the matchup that I'm looking forward to is Air Eternity and Ghost Gaming. I think that's gonna be exciting.
That is going to be a great one. Ghost Gaming clearly a favorite coming into this tournament. And the reason why second place the G2 and during our first arena tournament. I know, girl, you were a part of that. And clearly, it's going to be a hard one. It is for anybody to play them, especially Era. But if Era can beat you know, the person or the team, My Little Phony, who got 3rd and 4th last time and beat them 3-0. I got a lot of faith in them. I really do. I think across the board, the playoffs is looking pretty stacked. Chat, let us know what you're thinking. But let's take one look at our schedule before we get out of here tonight. We'll be starting off the day, 12 p.m. Eastern time. We hope to see you guys once again. G2 Esports against Aqualix again. That's going to be a tough one. Girls, so get your VOD review in, and you better if you're Aqualix, because G2, again, can do no wrong. Ghost Gaming then will play Era. So honestly, we get best of both worlds plays. You wanted to see that one. I know me and girls interested in G2 versus Aqualix, but after that, we'll see our semifinals and grand finals. Again, 12 o'clock Eastern time. Please be here tomorrow. We would love to have you. It's been an incredible day. It truthfully has. Girl, before we get out of here, well, what really stands out to you as the most impactful, whether it be performance or just overall, you know, crazy legend being used? What did you like most about today?
I did like the legend picks today. There's a lot more variety than last time we did arenas, but I'm a big fan favorite of decision making. That's how I play. Like, I use my brain more than my aim. I suck. I just like to think more, I guess.
Same.
Yeah, so I'm a really big fan, and I notice those things a lot. But I do like how people plan out the legends that they play throughout the different maps. So I totally respect the versatility there, the decision making, and then of course the aim. I could not hit as many headshots as these pros today.
They're incredible, aren't they, Blaze? What about you? What was your favorite moment about today?
It has to be Designful with the Mirage. We were watching on Party
I knew you were gonna say
Crasher. That 3-0 map right there was flawless from them. Their opponent couldn't do anything. They didn't know who to shoot. So Mirage he earned his check today, okay, as a legend in Apex. So good job to him on that one. But outside of that, shout out to the Gibbies. Any Gibby today who had a longbow in their hand, who was milking out their opponent's economy, shout out to those Gibbies. They were hitting some big shots, soaking up some damage, putting out some damage. I think Crust led the Gibby charge from all the Gibby players in which we've seen today. And that was a joy to watch, as well as the chat, because you guys were absolutely awesome through every single series, just interacting, having fun. So we hope that you guys at home had a fantastic time watching the show.
Yeah, we've had some great fans out there. Nicolette, I know, has been here literally since the very start. Yep. This is a 9-hour broadcast, so shout out to you. Been engaging in chat. We love having each and every one of you. We truthfully do. Yeah, I mean, across the board, at least for me, seeing the legends, like Girl said, you know, seeing the many different legends that were used, it's refreshing because I expected to see a lot of the same from last month, but we didn't get that. But naturally, there's been a little bit more time, plus some more tournaments taking place for Arena, so it makes sense to be seeing a more diverse legend pool. But I loved it. I really did. And the 30-30 repeater coming into play, I didn't think I would see that, to be honest with you, but yet here we are, and it was wonderful to check out. An incredible day all around, quite honestly, and tomorrow's going to be even better. Playoff time. The 8 teams from group play have now been moved forward, and obviously a single elimination tournament to decide it all. The money on the line tomorrow is going to be incredible, and we would love to have you once again. But for myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Blaze, Girl, and of course Gaskin on set, our production team, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Join us again tomorrow, Championship Sunday. The playoff bracket takes place, 12 Eastern. We'd love to have you again.